Oh, this is way up high.
I know.
Yeah, I lowered mine.
Feet are barely touching the floor.
Yeah.
Well, I did lower
Next.
Yeah. I need-
Well, I'll put the jacket on for the big meeting.
Well, that makes me feel like.
Right. Take the suit. Hey, it's off camera. Take your suit.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to another in our series of our 2022 budget study sessions. I will turn it over to staff.
I'll give my typical introduction and quickly turn it over to Ms. Pack. We brought to you previously outside agency requests. We've had quite a bit of budget conversations and we're down to crunch time, which Debbie has been explaining and will explain again today in terms of decisions that we need to make to be compliant with the question of whether we'll be revenue neutral or whether we need to provide notice about a mill rate increase. We kind of have budget in near final form for you in terms of a balanced budget and an approach that we can describe to you, and also have issues and options identified for you in terms of the outside agency request. So Debbie knows this stuff backwards and forwards. I will turn it over to her.
And I just had one quick thing before you get started, Debbie, and I apologize for interrupting. But in the future, and I think I've asked this maybe a time or two before, but I do feel like we're a little bit at a disadvantage by talking about the payroll at the end of today, because, you know, in starting with talking about outside agency requests, I mean, there's a part of me that thinks that we need to look at our own agency and what we're going to be doing for our staff before we start committing funds to agencies that aren't part of our organization. So I appreciate that there's a COLA and a merit here, but I would love to see that mindset kind of flipped so that we're putting the focus on our employees before we start making outside commitments. That's just me. Thank you.
No, and that's just the order in which it has been
I
done
know
in the
it's always
past.
been
So,
done that way.
and
right?
I will say that we did go into this budget with that in place from the beginning, so that we were kind of looking at that,
Working around it.
working towards that goal. So
Gotcha.
thank you. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. And as Mike said, this is kind of the culmination of the study sessions we've been talking about, trying to provide you with information about department operating requests, outside agencies, CIP, the pay plan, just everything that goes into revenues, everything that goes into creating the budget for the city. And as we know, it's not an easy thing to do because we're trying to look into a crystal ball and figure out what's going to happen next year. And we all know that that is sometimes very difficult. So basically what we'll go over today is what we call issues and options, and they're major discussion points and decision points that we need direction from City Commission on how to address some of these agreements and funding source and funding, mostly for outside agencies, but it's not totally all outside agencies. About half of it is internal. So we'll go through those, and then each of those decisions will kind of affect what that draft looks like when we bring it back for kind of final go forward move approval. Really the next steps are, once we determine what these kind of the direction is from these, we'll create a draft budget. We'll bring it to you. We'll ask and we'll request for a publication date on that budget. And then once we'll do a publication, we'll do a public hearing and adopt that. Depending on some of the decisions in this format, that could either be in August or September. So as we move forward, I'll try to explain that timing and how that affects what we're doing at each decision point. And I will try to your point, kind of identify which of those items that we're looking at kind of affect what may or may not affect salaries to internal personnel,
Thank you.
because not all of them would, because
Right.
they're not all
Funding,
related.
yeah.
So issues and options, we'll begin with our agency contracts. And the first one we will look at is the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. And as you know, this is an agreement between the city and the Chamber of Commerce as to the percentage of the transient guest tax that we pass along to them. So it's not really an expenditure to the city. It's an amount that is simply comes into the city, and we allocate a portion of that amount to the Salina Chamber of Commerce for their Visit Salina operations and some advertising programming that they do for Kenwood Cove. and for the CARM funds. So the current setup is they get 3.7% of a 6.7% transient guest tax. If in the future we chose to change that to a 7.75, they'd still get 3.7%. Their percentage would just go down. So what we've done is we've budgeted 2022 on the assumption that we will raise that rate. However, it will not affect anything that we're doing as far as deciding how we support the Salina Chamber of Commerce. But we wanted to get those numbers in there because if we don't do that, then we have to go back with a budget adjustment if we raise that, collect more taxes. Because that's a in and out, whatever we take in is our expense too. So from the Salina Chamber of Commerce perspective, like I said, they're at 3.7% of the 6.7 current percent. We're currently budgeting $841,900 in 2022 for the total to go to Salina for their 3 areas. That is a little bit up from what we actually saw in 2020, but significantly lower than what we've seen in the past, knowing that travel and tourism has not been responding as quickly as we thought it would from COVID. And like I said, we could budget this at whatever number we wanted, and it really doesn't matter. We try to get it a close estimate, but we always try to overestimate so we don't have to come back at the end of the year. So for this one, your options are to budget as we estimated, or take any other action you might desire, or give us some instruction on how to move forward if we want to look at changing that agreement later in the fall or something like that.
I would just add that I think the CVB is probably as knowledgeable about what our performance has been and how to project performance going forward. Not that it's an easy task and that they'll get it perfectly correct, but these numbers have been developed in coordination with CVB in terms of what they've seen as far as the impacts of COVID, the recovery of COVID, and then as Debbie said, what we think that recovery will look like in 2022.
I just have one little picky question with the baseball improvements. Excuse me, not over the amount, but just the designation of that, I'll call it fund, specifically as baseball improvements and not sports ventures with economic development potential. I mean, if for whatever reason, let's say baseball raises a bunch of money, then we still have this pot of money earmarked just for baseball, and tennis, soccer, who knows else could in the future go into here if we
Sure.
needed it.
And I will say, if we go forward, there's several more steps to changing that transient guest tax. I think there has to be a new ordinance. I think Jacob can allude to that. And in that ordinance, that's where we would describe what the
the
purpose of
funds
that
were.
would be.
Okay.
But I will certainly make a note of it on my
I
presentation.
mean, certainly for the next 10 years, that's what it would be. Yeah.
Right, right.
Looks good to me.
All right, so does anyone have any objection to budgeting as estimated? Sounds good.
So I always like to make one of the easy ones first. Get into it. Then we get a little bit more complicated. So the second agency we'll look at is Salina Downtown Inc. or SDI. Historically, they've gotten 2 supplements from us, an operational and a facade grant, which is to allow downtown businesses to improve the exterior of their building or add on to their building. In 2021, SDI did receive $42,750 in general stipend, which is their operating budget. We budgeted for a facade grant of $47,500 under the understanding that we were going to come back and revisit that. They have not requested that payment from us yet. So it is still sitting in budget if we would choose to go ahead and grant that to them. For 2022, SDI is requesting an operational supplement of $55,000 and $50,000. Oh, wait, got to get on the right page here. A $75,000 facade grant and a $55,000 operating grant, which is $130,000 total. This funding comes out of the Sales Tax Economic Development Fund, and we've talked about that multiple times about how the 3.9% of sales tax that we're putting in there is not keeping up with what we're funding out of there at this current time. However, we are recommending an influx into that fund from some of the sales tax balance that we have. So in this case, we still would have a positive fund balance. So effectively, the other part of Salina Downtown Inc. Funding is from their fees. They collect fees from downtown businesses. And so they set those fees annually by resolution. For 2022, they are not recommending any increase in those fees. So we'll be talking about an option to approve that option for them. So as you can see on the table on page 8, they're currently requesting operational supplement of $55,000. In 2020, that number was $45,000. They're requesting facade of $75,000. In 2020, that was $50,000. So there is some significant increases in those requests. The other part of the SDI funding that is fairly new is the downtown CID allocates 40.6% of that collection to downtown for maintenance. That collection or that payout to them started in October of 2020. To date, we have paid out through May of 2021, a little over $89,000 to SDI. In addition to the downtown maintenance, the CID also allocates 18.9% to existing retail improvements. We have not allocated any of those funds out. There have been no grants on those funds. And the current balance in that fund is about almost $42,000 through May of 2021. So for the options for SDI, I've just thrown out options. You can certainly do whatever you'd like, is to authorize the 2022 funding as SDI requested, which is the $130,000 total, $55,000 for operating and $75,000 for facade. You could authorize funding at the 2020, 2021 or 2020 amounts. You could authorize funding of the supplement only for 2022. You could authorize 2022 funding in amounts other than requested, or you could take any other action you feel appropriate.
Questions or comments?
So they're receiving annually about how much for maintenance then through the,
Well, 2020 was a short year, so they received about $36,000 for 4 months. They're receiving about $10,000 a month.
okay.
It looks like that's about where it's averaging for 2021. So it should be somewhere around $120,000 a year.
And that would fund, they have I believe, a part-time individual that does maintenance, or is that a full-time person now? I'm looking at Leslie.
I know they have a person. I don't know the.
Okay.
And just as a clarification, that transfer agreement is for security, maintenance, and programming.
Right.
So the vision is, in addition to maintenance, whether that's security as the bars close or after events, and then actual programming of events as well.
I guess it looks funny to see the amounts go up, but then on the other hand, there's more to downtown now than there was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Funds come in from so many different directions here.
it is hard to keep straight. I was going to say there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at the overall fund balance there, what with SC economic development and stuff. And I would be inclined to do the supplement at 40 to 45 personally, when you have the 120 coming in for maintenance, security, and programming. The facade program, I believe, has been beneficial to downtown. It helps a lot of the smaller, businesses, it has to be used on the outside of the building. So I guess if that 47.5 is not used for it, does that just remain in the bucket for them to use for upcoming years?
If we don't approve to allocate it, it would stay in the bucket for anybody's use
Okay,
in the fund.
in the fund.
Commissioners, you may recall a couple years ago, I think they had a fund balance in that facade grant, and we talked about, well, it looks like a couple years turns into 6 years ago, I guess. It would have been 2015 where there wasn't an allocation while they spent that fund balance down. I think we shared as part of the last study session information, kind of what they use that on. So they've indicated that, the demand is there. They're able to spend it. I don't think it's a function of, excess fund balance at the moment. The other conversation we had at this level, as well as with SDI, was whether the CID funding for existing businesses would replace the facade grant. And in all honesty, I thought that could possibly be the case, or something for your consideration. At the SDI board, and pointed out that those CID funds are through transferee agreements. There's a level of complexity and a funding level much greater than what the facade grants fund. So their desire was to continue the facade grants as kind of a quick and easy application and small funding level, knowing that the CID money would be available for larger projects. But having said all that, and I don't know, it's completely discretionary on your part whether you want to continue to fund them at the current level, or whether you want to increase their funding.
And we do need to recognize that they're doing an executive search at the present time as well.
Correct.
I mean, and this may be the year, 1 or 2 years in which more funding would be required for the facade grant. And obviously, if all the facades get upgraded in the next 3 or 4 years, there should be fewer and fewer properties that would need it. So that figure might go down subsequently, but I think we're at a ripe time for downtown development.
And I'm going to look
Really
at staff and maybe Leslie, if maybe Commissioner Hodges can help me with this too, is if we allocate it, and so we've allocated it to them, and if they don't use that, do we have a running balance to know what's in that account?
SDI maintains
They'll
one
maintain
and
that.
shares that with us.
So
yes.
I guess mine would be to go ahead and probably because what's going on downtown, go ahead and do the facade amount, knowing that next year, if there's excess dollars there, we wouldn't have to fund it at the same level. I would probably be for the supplement being at the previous year or 45,000, and then need a little bit better of accounting of where those dollars are all going now that they're getting the approximately 10,000 a month, how that's being used to kind of to do a little better job of analyzing what we really do need to supplement.
I guess I have a little bit of a concern too, because just in terms of the Star Bonds funding that's been received so far, that's $130,000 total. And, and obviously we have a request in front of us right now for another 130,000. If the complexity of the downtown CID existing retail improvements process with the transferee agreements is too complicated, there's nothing that would prevent them from renegotiating that between Salina 2020 and the city of Salina, right? In terms of, we need to make this process easier on the applicants. I just, I look at that, $42,000 that's there, and I would see that as the logical source to replace the funding for the facade fund. But, and you're going to hear this comment over and over again as we get into to outside agencies. If we're talking about 2% increase, potentially 4% for our employees, there's no way I can support anything more than that for any outside agency. So I guess I'm right there with Commissioner Hoppick in terms of, funding SDI at 45,000 or 42,750, which is what was in the 2021 budget. But it's just, I don't know, it's a little bit of a reach for me when we are looking at hopefully having Star Bonds and the CID start to take over some of the responsibility that we've borne for keeping SDI going. And and I think it's reasonable. Obviously, if they're bringing in the revenues that we're seeing here, I think that's a reasonable assumption to try to transfer some of that responsibility.
And I think that was some discussion that was had years ago, that was some of the
Right.
the the hope that would happen. So
Yeah, of that 130,000 that's coming in downtown, I'm assuming that is going for programming and services that were not existing prior to that fund being set up?
Well, definitely, I think that the downtown, whatever aesthetic maintenance person, that was a position that I think was created in anticipation of, being funded through these funds. As far as programming and stuff, I mean, I don't know. I think COVID has taken kind of a big bite out of that in the last year. So
And
that
I would
might
add
be a
to
better
that,
question for Mrs. Fisher.
well, I'd add to that too, there was an initial 200,000 that had to be collected to address master developer expenses before there was revenue spun off for SDI. So I think timing is a function of COVID and that
And
delayed
that first
start.
obligation.
So it's relatively early in terms of funds being available for SDI at the moment. But the vision of that transfer agreement was everything the mayor described and security and programming.
So Mayor, am I hearing you're comfortable with the facade amount proposed as 75,000 or?
No, I'm, if there's carryover from the 47.5 from 2021, I would propose that just carries over into 2022, whatever remaining balance is left on that, and that we do the supplement at 45. Or that, I
And
mean, that's
then
where
if
I'm,
they would run short on the facade grants, they could come back and ask us to supplement that.
They could, as you know, that comes out of that economic development fund that doesn't accumulate much balance. So you run the risk of they're not being
the
funded
40,
at
the
time of request.
47.5 has already been budgeted for last year. So
yeah.
that,
For this
So-
year, yes.
or for, yes, for
And I'm
2021.
not sure, quite honestly, if SDI included that in their request or did not assume they weren't getting it. I couldn't answer that
So
question.
where is that money now?
It's, the city's still holding it.
It's still in our general.
It's budgeted. If SDI were to contact staff and say, we'd like that to be distributed based on your prior action, we would distribute that.
So if in a normal, if for whatever reason they had no reason to request any extra money, that money would still be available to them next year
No,
or not?
Yeah,
It's
I think from an
spend it by
accounting
December
standpoint,
31st.
from SDI standpoint, they probably better off to annually make that request, receive those funds, account for them through their grant program and maintain the balance on their books rather than
Right.
try to maintain a balance on our books.
Do
that's
do we
historically
know
how
what
they
the
do it.
balance is in the facade?
it was
Fund.
very low according to what they
Because I
provided.
I was thinking it was.
pretty close.
And
to
they
nothing.
pretty much
I-
spent it down.
Yeah.
It was-
Okay, so of that 47.5, there's nothing left.
They
No,
haven't
they
gotten
haven't
that
got that. That was from the
47.5.
prior
haven't
years.
got- okay.
No,
I
got it.
guess
Okay.
to follow Mayor Hodges a little bit, I would probably be okay with going ahead and leaving the 2021, the 47.5 there, because they still have this year to use that. But I would still be okay with going ahead and going back to the 2020 levels of 45,000 supplement 50 for facade. Then next year seeing, because I still think we have a lot of activity down there. And then next year we could look and see if that facade, but that way we would not be increasing, I think, Mayor Hodges, the fact that we would be staying at the 2020 levels. But they also have that 50 plus the 47.5 to use for
Do
the
we
next
know
year
if
and a
there's
half.
already a pre-list of requests for facades next year? I mean, that's a significant increase and it may well be, they've heard from owners who didn't want to do it this year, but know they're going to apply for next year. I mean, I'm assuming that increase was put in anticipation of a flurry of activity next year.
I don't know if you're looking at me. I'm not
Well,
sure they
sort of, but-
provided that information in their presentation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I don't, at the board meetings, they haven't talked about having a waiting list, that they've already compiled, but I think they're confident that they could spend as many dollars on facade improvements as we would allocate to them.
And there's been, a record of ongoing interest. They've been able to match funds with requests historically.
And I think there's work to be done yet myself, but I'd be comfortable with the 45 and the 50. Those are small changes. I'm kind of more interested to see what they do with this CID and the STAR money over the course of this next year. Those are more significant funds.
Yeah, and I think next year we'll have a better, because they'll have a full year, we'll have a better idea of where they're, when we look at their financial sheet, we'll have a lot better idea of where they're where they stand from a cash standpoint. They'll help us make some of these decisions.
So we're looking at 45 and 50. Is that all right? All right with you all? Okay,
And then also
One is
concurring with
45
no
or
rate.
47.
45. Go back to the 2020 level, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
I
you're
would
saying
keep it
to
20.
allow the 47.5 for 2020 to be paid out to SDI.
Right.
And then in 2022, there will be a $45,000 operational and a $50,000 facade.
Yes,
In
that's what I
2022.
would.
Is that
And
Certain level.
concurring with their no rate increase as well.
Right.
Well, why
That's
why
the
are
next
we
question.
decreasing from 2021?
We're
For
not.
the supplement?
We're not. we're not-
2021,
we're
the
not-
supplement is, or the facade is 47.5 and we're doing 50.
For the supplement. That's going from,
In 2021, it was 42,750.
I'm thinking 47. Okay, had the numbers wrong.
And the year before that, it was 45,000.
So we're back to the
My guess
45.
is when
So
they
we are
submitted the
going up, but
2020
it's
budget, we were in the middle of
single
COVID
percentage.
and we were asking people to make cuts.
Cuts. Got it.
And so they responded.
Okay.
So just to confirm, we're going to allow the 47.5 in 2021 to be paid out
Yes.
for the facade. 2022, we're going to budget 45,000 for supplement, 50,000 for facade. And then the next question is, would you affirm that they do not increase their fees to their member businesses downtown?
I think that's a good idea to not increase the fees. We've increased it every
I think for the last 2 or
year,
3 years. they've
last
increased.
several.
Yeah, there's.
I think 19 was
Yeah.
the last time we increased it because 20 was COVID. They did not increase it, but I think, so this will be the
I
second.
think
that
one
there's
year
no
without,
increase.
and then I think that'll give us next year a lot. We'll have 2021 to have a lot better feel for where we're at on everything.
Right.
Some of those fees are decently hefty.
And it's not exactly related because the business doesn't necessarily pay it, but the CID fees and the sales tax increase with the jail, they're certainly calling it causes the downtown area to stand out as having a higher tax rate. So maybe this is a way to offset that a bit.
Okay, so I'm sorry, just to confirm, it was the 45 and the 50, right?
4550
Okay.
and pay out the 2021,
And affirm the
0%.
0%
Yep.
increase recommendation. Okay.
Correct.
So SDI would need to request from you that 47.5.
Yes, and
You're
I'll
not
email
gonna
them.
just
and
call
just-
them and say, hey,
Yeah, they usually just
Want-
send me a letter
okay.
that says, please release our funds and that, so I'll tell them that's been approved and they can just send us that letter. And we send them the full amount. Typically about February, March, they'll send a letter to request both of those fees at the same time. They just didn't this year because that one was kind of just a holding on hold, so.
And I don't mean to bog this down, but just to clarify, in the normal course of things, you approved that allocation as part of last year's budget. There's typically no need for you to reaffirm that as part of this conversation, other than kind of where this conversation took us. If they'd made that request Friday of last week, we would have distributed it to them. It wasn't as if there was.
Well, no, that we had actually in last year's budget, your comments to us was, let's revisit it
Hmm.
in 2021. And that's kind of why it was on hold and they didn't do it, so.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. OCCK is our next outside agency, and what I laid on your dais was a breakdown of their budget requests from 2020, 2021, and 2022, because I know I had heard some concern about the increase, especially in the paratransit section. So I was trying to show you in that last column what the difference was between 2021 and 2022. Just so that you could see kind of where those numbers are. And I think, as I recall, most of the increases in that were in the salaries, in their driver pay. So I just wanted to provide that additional information. But anyway, KDOT is our public transportation. They are funded, their operating expenditures are funded 70% by KDOT, 30% by the city of Salina. In comparing their request for 2022 to 2020, which was our last normal request, they're increasing 0.8% or about $6,500 above what we approved them for funding in 2019. As you know, in 2020 and 2021, KDOT funded them at 100% for a portion of both of those years. So what the city of Salina actually paid out was much lower than what we approved in budget. In 2020, we paid out $315,000 compared to $811,000 that we approved through the budget. And in 2021, we approved $475,000 compared to 800 and some thousand that we would normally have paid out to them. Just a description of what they provide: paratransit and fixed service routes. I won't go through any of that information. This funding is through the general fund, so this is one of those funding sources that would affect salaries and other, in that general fund. And we did include in the draft budget that we provided you the full $818,205 request. So the options we provided are to authorize the funding at the requested level, to authorize the funding with condition upon an itemized financial statement to show, to assure that the programming that we're supporting is truly paratransit and fixed route, so that they can kind of detail that out by service, so that we're a little bit more comfortable with that the money we're providing is actually going to those specific services. We could keep funding at the 2019 operating level of $811,690, or we could take other action as you might deem appropriate.
Well, I wouldn't want to have to hunt for the difference that amounts to 0.8%. And that's basically flat over a 2-year period. So that's pretty
I
good.
guess a couple questions I would have, and I probably should have asked this when they were here, is on the paratransit, is that also to and from the hospital request? Because I know, and I don't show anything down here, I know the Salina Regional Health Center Foundation underwrites a fairly substantial amount there that I don't show on this. I guess
They do, and it actually does show in the very bottom, they're deducting the foundation's match of $70,000 in 2022. And the very bottom of the back of the page,
Yeah. there's a
sorry.
back to it.
they deduct out that they're getting money from other sources. So $70,000 they're showing as support from Salina Regional.
guess I missed that. I was looking at, because I made a note when I looked at the first page and didn't catch on the second.
Yep.
I guess, and I don't know how we talked about it, doing a little better job of cost accounting, because, they have down here dispatcher. Are we paying for the dispatcher for the surrounding areas? I think I'd probably go ahead and approve it, because like you said, it's not a big increase, but I do believe this number is a substantial amount, and I only see it going up now that they're doing the para more. Because I think Commissioner Ryan said it's like having an Uber now instead of having to jump on a bus. So I can see that starting to be used more. So I really think we need a pretty good breakdown of how they're doing their cost analysis and what's being charged to the city and what maybe should be charged to other agencies or whatever. So
Yeah. If there's consensus on the part of the commission, I think between now and their next request for the coming budget cycle, staff, and when I mean staff, when I say staff, I pretty much mean Debbie, can work with them to come up with a more detailed cost accounting that, they're accounting for their purposes. That makes complete sense. But the questions that we have, maybe there's a way to detail that out and break that out so we have a better understanding from our perspective.
Any other questions, or are we okay with funding at the requested amount?
And that is what I was intending on option 2, is to
Yeah,
request
I
that
like that.
additional financial information.
Thank
Okay, so option number 2 is all right with everyone?
The next agency is Salina Community Economic Development Organization, or SCEDO. As you know, there's a nonprofit corporation created in 2015 in agreement between City of Salina, Saline County, Salina Airport Authority, and Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. This funding is on a 3-year cycle per the agreement. The 2021 request was $250,000. And for the 3-year cycle beginning 2022, they're requesting $275,000 from the city. That portion is a 10% increase from the prior 3-year period. Options, and I've provided you with what the other entities are providing, and you can see some of them, they have gone up in the 2022 through 2024 cycle. So the options that we are providing is to authorize the funding as requested at $275,000 for the next 3 years. Authorizing a funding increase in the same dollar amount that the Salina County increased their funding, which is $15,000 a year, which would make the city's portion $265,000 a year. Keep the funding at the 2021 cycle level at $250,000 a year, or take other action as you might find appropriate.
Yeah, it's more a comment. I wouldn't worry so much about what the other agencies have given. I would ask just, what is their service worth to us? Aside from what the other agencies think, do we think we're getting this amount of money worth out of their efforts? If you look at percentage increases, county bumped theirs up 75%. Airport Authority, which probably has the least ability to raise money, did more than 100% increase. Sort of like the widow's mite parable in the Bible, who had the greatest increase based on their resources.
I'm comfortable with the request. I don't want to in any way hamstring what they do. So if that's the request, and the others are pitching in, they probably consider that they've raised quite a lot compared to our portion, but if that's what gets Mitch the funding he needs, I'm uncomfortable with it.
I am. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I obviously I'm going to be in the total minority here, but I'm glad to see the Airport Authority is doubling their contribution. I'm glad that the county has come up in its contribution as well. But when I look at the disparity of the agency supporting this, and just to the point about the Airport Authority can raise its mill rate, can't it?
With some limits, but they do have a cap, and so.
Right. So, I mean, I'm fine with keeping it at the 2021 rate, or if we want to increase it 2 or 3%. But in the future, I would prefer to see us in the county become more equal partners. And I think the Airport Authority is stepping up its game. But if the other members feel that 275 is more appropriate, then that's what we'll do. So.
Well, another way for me to look at it is if we were to bring this in-house, what would it cost us?
And I guess I feel a little bit of an obligation to speak to that because I have kind of injected some of this additional data into the conversation. When we went to the EDO model, there's no doubt that we said the city's going to be the primary funder. And part of the conversation since that time has been in terms of economic benefit, whether it's at a mill rate level or a sales tax rate level, who benefits the most. And I think there's always been a presumption that that's the city, and we certainly do benefit. The county with their mill rate and sales tax rate is much more on an even playing field in terms of financial benefit for an economic development success than these numbers might, well, certainly than these numbers indicate. So I guess I need to take responsibility for injecting the increase the funding at the same dollar amount as the county, just trying to start to change that conversation a bit in terms of whether the city is the absolute lead entity or whether it's more of a collaborative effort.
Well, that may need to be a conversation of a joint city-county.
But
Yeah, maybe
yeah.
if you look at total economic benefit, then we should look at those numbers at the end of the year as the starting point for the conversation.
Well, and I
Won't be able
should
to do it
say,
till next year, obviously.
the county's been terrific to work with on a project by project basis. Our economic development prospects, the housing conversation, that one, it would be pretty easy for a county to say, that's a city issue more than a county issue, but they recognize the impact of that. So I certainly wouldn't want to jeopardize our working relationship over $10,000. But it kind of goes back to that graphic that we shared in a previous study session of between all the taxing entities, where's the benefit go? And maybe I'm not objective in the position I'm in, but it seems like the conversation presumes it's the city. When you actually look at those rates, we're third in line in terms of mill rate and property tax benefit, and much closer to the county than most people might think.
And I appreciate that because my first thought was, well, we can subtract 15,000 from 250 and then we can subtract another, what is that? 29,000 from
Yeah.
250 and there you go. So
Well, if that were to negatively impact our collaboration, that'd be the worst
I
$10,000 decision I've ever
know,
made.
I know.
But
So it sounds like the other four are comfortable with the 275 request. Is that correct?
I'd be okay with the 265 also, but I'm not going to split hairs over 10,000, I guess. So, and off of the fact of what happened in 2020 and 2021 with One Vision and the Kubota and the Schwann's deal, it's kind of hard to say that we're not getting some benefit, but I do want to say that I think I have enjoyed seeing how well the Salina Airport Authority, the Chamber, and the EDO have worked together. I think that's how a lot of us envisioned it, and none of these projects would happen without that collaboration. So I'm okay with the 275.
275, 275. Okay, 275.
275. The next issue that we'll talk about is the comprehensive fee schedule changes. We presented these back to you on June 21st, seems like forever ago, where the staff has recommended changes to some of the individual comprehensive fees that we charge for services. There are some exceptions to that we don't have any control over, whether it's via statute or set by boards or commissions. And as I'll remind you, water and wastewater fees will be reviewed later in the fall after we look at summer usage, and we can kind of look at what those numbers are doing and put those into our analysis. I did put a clarification on here for the police department electronic report, police report. You'd asked kind of what that meant. I went to the source. And according to what they're doing today, if you call in and want any type of information, if it takes them 15 minutes or less, they'll put however much will fit on a DVD, and that's $15. If it takes them more than 15 minutes, then they start charging an additional $15 or $32 per hour in 15-minute increments. So an additional $8 for every additional 15 minutes. So that's kind of the explanation of what that fee was. They do not charge a separate fee for the actual DVD itself. It's more the research type, this research that it takes them to get that. I will not go through these individually, but if there's any of the fees that you have questions or concerns about, we can certainly address those separately. But I have provided you the list here of all of the changes that we're recommending to the comprehensive fee schedule for 2022. They would go into effect January 1st of 2022. Options that we have given you, the typical kind of flow of how this works is we approve the comprehensive fee changes for these particular fees with the budget process. We come back in the fall and we'll do the water customer accounting as an amendment to the comprehensive fees. And then if anything else comes up in between now and then, for example, if we realize that some insurance rates going up, we may bring some of that back. But the typical kind of flow cycle is that we bring these all to you at the budget time. However, we could hold these because they're not going into effect until January 1st. The benefit of doing it earlier is departments then have opportunity to get that word out and get those numbers published to what the people that might need to have those. So options are to direct staff to prepare a resolution with these modifications to the comprehensive fee schedule. Make other changes as you might deem appropriate. You could direct staff to wait until we make the changes to the water and wastewater fees later in the fall, or we could choose not to change any of the fees at this time, which would result in no change, basically, and no additional revenue.
And commissioners, I would add, I think part of the logic of doing it as part of the budget is an assumption that it impacts revenues. And I think from an equity standpoint, we certainly want to pay attention and keep our rates in line and not have to make significant percentage jumps every few years. But I can't say that any of our fee increases other than water and wastewater have really made significant impacts on revenue. The other thing I would tell you is I've kind of turned away for the moment some parks department suggestions about rate increases for sports and because the justification is staffing for umpires and increasing wages for lifeguards. Not that I don't think that has merit, but I think we need to be more comprehensive and a little bit more systematic and come back to you with a connection between the fee increase and what that does for staffing and bring that to you as an individual decision point. So just forewarning you, that analysis is ongoing and we'll probably come back in the fall along with water and wastewater rates.
Should read 2022, not 2021. Right?
Unless we're going retroactive.
Just for,
but, yeah.
On page
Copy it.
19.
Copy and paste.
Any other questions, comments? All right, good to go.
Good.
Do a resolution to go ahead and propose those then?
yes.
Okay. The next item is the 2022 through 2026 capital improvement program. Typically, the city will adopt a 5-year capital improvement program. It allows for us to do a little bit of planning. And then, so we'll approve specific projects that are requested, and those that are not requested, we'll put kind of on a hold list or for further review list. In addition to that 5-year CIP, we include what we call a sub-CIP, which is really the allocation from the sales tax capital fund for specific uses of CIP planning, buildings and facility improvements, and vehicle and equipment. And these come from several sources as I've shown on the summary budget form for the sub-CIP. We'll come back to you typically in the fall with a more formal CIP program where we'll look at actually get adoption of that program. For this purposes, we're really just funding the allocation of the sub-CIP, but we also want to make sure that we're on the right track for the CIP that we're going to bring forward in the fall. For the 2022 through 2026, the only new project that's added to here is the Fire Station 4 in 2022, where we're proposing the design only phase so that we can get our debt financing caught up to where we kind of level that out. And then we have the normal hike, bike trail, parks improvements and streets. The other section that we are recommending is the second construction year for the Smoky Hill River project. In the 2021 project, we actually did you approved the first construction, even though we haven't seen it happen yet. It's already happened. So there's no sense in going back and reapproving something we've already said to move forward, even though it's delayed in time. Water line improvements are something that we approved through CIP, but are included in the operating budget this year because we're paying for cash out of those.
I guess my question on the river is, all this is contingent upon the Corps of Engineers dollars coming in, or is that correct?
Yes and no.
I'm
We're
looking
waiting on
at
the
you and I'm looking.
calendar. We're looking at the calendar, so we're kind of holding off on any of this construction, and Martha can come up and say differently. We have a certain amount that we agreed through, kind of promised through the sales tax
Right.
initiative. And so those are the numbers that we're bringing forward in the budget process. These are the numbers that add up to that commitment that we made in the sales tax. And so what we've got so far is we had $7 million in construction in 2021 and this $5 million in 2022.
Even though it's just being kind of in a placeholder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the core aspect
Because
of
if
that.
there'd been 7 million construction, I missed it.
Yeah, there hasn't been yet. And the core aspect of that is, we can maximize our dollars and federal money if we can come up with a plan that dovetails with the core and what they will fund, which is part of what's caused the delays of trying to come up with that plan and get Corps of Engineers buy off on that. So I think October is kind of the target date that we should be coming back with more details in terms of what that plan looks like, how the Corps feels about that, and then start to have public community conversations about how we go forward.
And this process really just puts us in front of it instead of Martha coming next year and going, oh, we're ready to do all that construction now. We already have it kind of in place for that CIP. 2023, then we would propose, and this will come back for actual approval next year when we do the 2023 budget, the construction of the fire station. After we get the design, we may find out it's more or less or whatever. So that decision will be made again next year when we come back for that. Some of the projects that were requested that we are not putting in the CIP, but we have kind of covered in some other areas that we've talked about, was the facility maintenance building, the fire loading system, and the public works building. Those are just on our radar at this point. We did go through what used to be a very long list of unfunded projects, and all of those were sent back out to department heads for reallocation and requested to put back into the system, and we didn't receive any back. So I don't know where all those are. So we will not continue to carry those old projects on that system. We're trying to make it so that they actually get a plan. This is when I need it. This is where it's going to be, similar to what the bridge plan was that we brought back in the study session a couple weeks ago, so that we have a better idea from a planning perspective where that falls in our debt financing and things like that. So options for the CIP is just to affirm that this is an appropriate list as we've recommended it, and with further discussion to continue out later in the year, or to not even consider it at this point. Options for sub CIP are to affirm the identified allocations. We will be bringing you back a more detailed list on what those allocations are for once we get through the enterprise and where all those vehicles came off that list. We just felt like it was going to be more advantageous for us to be able to sit down after budget and kind of look at what the detail of those numbers would include. So that'll come back in the fall, typically at the same time we would bring CIP back to you. And we just need those numbers basically for budget, the allocations at this point, so.
Any questions, comments, problems with the CIP and sub-CIP as presented?
We didn't change any of the amounts that we have typically done. However, as we go through, we'll look at some of the transfers that we talked about. So the numbers that we're providing in here are annual numbers that we've used forever. And then what we'll look at as we go through this next item, as a matter of fact, we'll look at some of the discussions we've had about transferring into other funds for those particular uses. So the allocations for the sub-CIP were good? Okay.
Yeah.
So issue 7 is the usage of fund balances in excess of the current target fund balances. We had a long discussion about all of the funding that we had in the general fund, the sales tax capital fund, the ARPA money, all of those things. These particular items, we're not addressing any of the ARPA usage yet because we don't have that funding yet. And we're going to actually establish a fund that's a non-budgeted fund, so we won't have to use it in this budget conversation. But we did have some conversations that affected the general fund and the sales tax fund. So we'll look at those in here and try to get some consensus on what direction you want us to go. So during the June 14th study session of that discussion, one of the items that we recommended was increasing the general fund target fund balance from $8.5 million to $10 million, which would utilize $1.5 million of the general fund balance. So your option is to increase that fund balance to $10 million, to increase the fund balance to another amount outside of $10 million, or leave it the general fund target fund balance at $8.5 million.
You want to stop there first? Questions, comments about increasing the general fund to 10 million?
Be nice if we could peek into the newspaper 6 weeks from now and see how the infection across the state is doing, but assuming that our current full restaurants, right, will continue, I certainly wouldn't want to go any lower than 10 million.
I agree, 10.
10?
Yeah.
10.
Sorry, I was calculating so I could give you a percentage. That gets us to about 22% of our revenues and expenditures 22-23. So I think that's a good target for our debt financing side. The second,
Sarah said girl ought to have a little money in her pocket.
Our second option, our second action here is to transfer $750,000 from the general fund to the sales tax economic fund to replenish that fund in light of the economic development program project that we are doing for Schwann's. As we saw before in the numbers that I provided you in that fund, without some sort of transfer, if we approve all of those requests that we had, that fund would have gone in the negative. I'd have to calculate what that looks like with the changes we've just made, but it probably would be pretty low. So this was our recommendation, is to kind of replenish that with some of those general fund sales or balanced dollars. So your options here is to go ahead and authorize that transfer from the general fund to the sales tax economic development fund. Transfer a different amount, which you could direct us to transfer it so the fund balance is a certain amount, or we could not transfer that at all and hope the sales tax comes in and covers everything we need.
So everything above
Oh.
10 million would go to the general fund otherwise, or we're going to try to earmark it? Because it's what, 12.5?
You know, we've got some other allocations to discuss.
That's, okay,
Okay.
okay, so they're separate from this.
Yeah, it all kind of rolls together, but yeah.
Okay, because I was looking for, okay,
We
27.
actually-
or no?
We actually had made recommendations for the general fund for some internal projects that we would be taking forward. For example, agenda management software,
Right.
and some other projects that leave the funding in the general fund. So anything that we don't transfer out of the general fund, like this would be taking it out of the general fund and moving it over. So this would reduce the balance in the general fund. The one we just did, the 10 million, the $1.5 million to the general fund, it's just going to stay there. There's nothing, we will do nothing there. It's just going to stay in the fund balance. But it gives us the direction of what we want that fund balance to look like, what our goal is.
Didn't we discuss baseball, softball too, coming?
Yes,
Yep.
and that might have been out of another source. I'm looking at, trying to find that.
I was thinking that
Study
we were
session.
taking so much out of the reserves. And then so much was to be debt financed through the transient guest tax.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't bring that study session PowerPoint,
I
but we
left-
kind of had a balance of all of that.
Yeah.
Accounting for the fund balance and those other expenditures.
I thought I had that page marked. Yeah.
Oh, you know, I probably have
Oh, I
it
was
here.
gonna say,
Um,
I brought all the budget study sessions with me.
I think the $1.5 million was out of ARPA funds. Yes, here we go.
ARPA, yeah.
Sorry, had to find the right page. So in the general fund,
That's
we
true.
had
That's right. Okay.
the city website, time and attendance, pay plan implementation, temporary grant coordinator, facility audit, replenish the Eco Devo
Right.
fund. And then out of the ARPA funds came the $1.5 million for baseball.
I used to having extra funds floating around.
I know, gotta keep them straight.
So are we all right with
I
the
agree with
transfer of
option A
750?
on that
Yes.
All right.
And then the next two items are really the same, but we really need to get your consensus about creating these types of funds and then the consensus to fund those types of funds. So the first one is to create non-budgeted funds for the following purposes. The first one is the park maintenance fund. And this really truly is to get the funds out of the sales tax capital fund into a fund that is solely used for the parks maintenance fund. That way, if it's not spent, it's not getting spent on something else. So our intention.
And it hasn't in the past, but it's
Yeah,
just a
well,
better way
Yeah,
to
it's been
account for
sitting
that.
there, but it could. And this way it's really, we know what we have left and we know what its purpose is. The second one is for the fleet management fund, which is to fund the enterprise leasing fleet management program. Third is the street maintenance fund, which is the same, to get those funds out of the sales tax capital fund. And the last one is the building and facilities maintenance fund, so that we can, again, get that funding that we have committed out of sales tax and into those funds. That also gives them the opportunity to, when they go under budget, to have that money left the next year. Whereas now, if we allocate them $200,000 and they get bids that only come in at $150,000, the next year they only get $200,000 again. So this allows them to be able to keep that savings and keep moving forward with that savings and possibly use it for their own purpose.
And conceptually, it just confirms that allocation is dedicated for that purpose in perpetuity versus rolling over on a fiscal year basis and having to revisit that.
So our options are to go ahead and create these funds as recommended, create other specific funds that you might, or different purposes for those funds, or not create these funds. And we would come back to you in an action, a resolution probably to actually create these funds at a later date.
Questions?
Create the fund.
Doesn't hurt to create them.
Right.
What do you do with them? So in conjunction with creating those funds, we had recommended some transfers out of the sales tax capital fund. This would be two reasons. One is the balance that was left of the unspent funding through 2021 or 2020. And also this includes the 2021-2 allocation that we would get coming up. No, it does not. I lied. These transfers do not include this. So this is just the deferred spending that we did not use through 2021. So we were recommending that we transfer into the park maintenance fund a total of $1,520,000, which is the $970,000 that we showed was unspent, plus $550,000 that you had directed us to take from the streets unspent into the parks maintenance fund. Fleet management fund was a $1 million transfer. Streets maintenance fund originally had $1,100,000 in unspent funds. We're recommending a $550,000 transfer because the other part went to parks instead of to streets. And the buildings maintenance fund is deferred expenses of $600,000. That's a total transfer out of the sales tax capital fund of $3,670,000. I think we got all that straight from what our conversations were.
Questions, comments? So make the transfers as
So make
recommended.
transfers as we recommended or in different amounts or not at all. Leave it in the sales tax capital fund.
As recommended.
Option A.
Yeah.
Okay. Item 8 is staffing and pay plan. So there's kind of two components to this section. We have staffing, which is actually positions that are within the city and that are authorized to be filled within the city. So the first table shows us what we had authorized in 2021. It shows a total of 491 full-time and classified and regular part-time positions. None of these tables include seasonals, which are your lifeguards and your parks and your referees and things like that. So these are only really classified permanent positions is basically what they are. 2022, that recommended total number is 490 positions. The reconciliation on slide 30 shows you the 2 additional positions in the city manager's office, 1 less in municipal court, 2 additional dispatcher positions in police, 2.5 additional positions in parks, and a reduction of 6.5 in sanitation. So the total includes a net 1 decrease, that says additional, but that should be decrease in the staffing table. Based on the 490 positions, we are estimating the budget to be about $27.8 million, which includes what we've proposed as a 2% merit and 2% COLA. So your options are to direct staff to continue with the preparation of the 2022 budget, including the position changes presented. Direct us to continue with the preparations as you see fit with changes to those positions. To prepare the 22 budget with no changes to positions, or to provide other direction as you want. Any of those positions have concern or comment or?
You all okay with that?
Option 1. It's presented.
Okay.
I do have a question that doesn't deal with this though, but since you mentioned seasonal, where are we at on hiring seasonal help? I know we were like for maintenance on the parks and stuff, we were way low. Are we still?
We're hanging in there, but we have not filled all the positions, whether that be lifeguards or seasonal, and it's impacting our operations, but
Well, somebody made a comment and I had told them at one point we hire 16 seasonal workers maybe for part. Is that a valid
I
number?
don't recall off the top of my head. Yep.
Ballpark, but it seemed like
I think that I remember.
it seemed like we had a third of that and I didn't know where we were at because just so, okay.
The next section is the pay plan. So this is salaries. Slide 32 shows you a table of our historical salary increase history, both COLAs and merits. And just as an explanation, a COLA is a cost of living. It is applied to every employee regardless of their position or pay grade. It's effective on a specific date. It does not have to be effective on January 1st. It can be effective any date you chose. And it does raise the starting salary level, which may enable us to become more competitive with recruiting new employees. A merit increase is based on performance. Employees who have reached the top of their range do not qualify. It is it's effective on the anniversary date of the employee, and it does not affect the starting pay plan salary. So if somebody started at $15 an hour and they start on June 1st and they receive their merit, they would get that on June 1st, but the next person to start would still start at $15 an hour unless that pay range changed. So it doesn't change, it doesn't move the dial on where our ranges start or end. Staff has calculated cost of living options for your consideration, a 2% cost of living adjustment effective January 1, 2022, a 2% merit increase effective on the anniversary date of the employees, and a combination of both a COLA and a merit. The table on slide 34 shows you the cost in each of the funds of what each of those options would be. So obviously an option 1 of 0 merit, 0 COLA wouldn't be any additional cost to the general fund would be about $27.4 million. As you add 2% merit, that goes up about $230,000. If you had a 2% COLA only, that goes up about $467,000. And if you had both, it goes up about $690,000 just in the general fund. Overall, the cost to do both a 2% merit and a 2% COLA is about $821,000 overall funds. The budget that we have presented, the numbers that you have in the spreadsheets that I provided do include a 2% COLA and a 2% merit.
Approximately what percentage of employees receive the merit increase?
I think we've always estimated that as a percentage, it's about half, the actual cost is about half of what you might budget. So a 2% nets out about 1%, combination of timing and what actually gets done in terms of merit raises.
I think his question is though, how many employees are
Yeah,
actually at the top
I
of
don't
the
know that I
range?
know that, how many are topped out? Yeah, I don't.
Ms. Fisher, could we have you
Yeah,
come
you better
forward?
come up
Because
to
this
the-
is good information.
And they have more. funds, I'm sure.
Sorry.
Natalie Fisher, HR Director. When you ask how many received the merit, well, that really is twofold. I'm going to say about 90 to 94% likely qualify for a merit. That means there's no documented performance issues that then don't require an evaluation 6 months later and then consider them eligible at that time. But we also have that sector that's topped out, that even though they might qualify for a merit increase, they don't receive it. I can't tell you specific numbers because I haven't looked at that lately, but typically we trend pretty high percentages.
High percentages of people that are topped out, meaning.
Well, high percentages of people that are eligible. Last time I looked, when I looked at how many were topped out, and we've had a lot of transition and retirements of long-term employees, so this could be off, but I want to say we were just under 20% of our workforce, and it's probably been 12 to 18 months ago when I really calculated and looked at those numbers on how many were, when I say topped out, at the maximum of the rate established in their pay grade.
It's been a decade ago, but I remember we had a time of service. or like
Longevity pay?
longevity pay as well, that I think probably in 12 or 13, we did away with. It's
And
still
we
there?
still, yeah, we've talked about it, but we still have it.
Okay. Or maybe I'm just trying to think here. I'm kinda
I
thinking
do recall action taken with longevity where we made some changes, some structural changes. It might be what you're recalling where we decided to tie the performance evaluations to the longevity. And we did take action this last year to undo that for some concerns with the Fair Labor Standards Act and potentially mixing provisions that really we shouldn't. If longevity is established for longevity, then it's purely on service alone and not on the performance side. So we did take that action by way of editing our personnel manual
Okay.
last year. But longevity is budgeted separately. It wouldn't be included in the figures that you had seen, and I don't recall. I know in our budget discussions, we had looked at what it would approximately be. It is based on a dollar amount per month of service after an employee reaches a threshold of 5 years.
So I think your point probably is that those that have topped out are getting that benefit of longevity. where
Well, I
they
was trying to
wouldn't be
remember,
getting
yeah.
merit.
Do we have any other inducements for retaining employees who are topped out?
And I don't know that this is exactly what you're thinking, but we do have, if you leave in good standing, you are paid out 1/3 of the value of your sick leave balance. So it's more of an inducement to not use your sick leave and bank that so you can cash it out when you leave in good standing. But I don't know that that contributes to tenure necessarily.
That's the only thing you can bank. You still can't do vacation days anymore.
Well, there is a vacation, we modified that quite a bit.
Ooh, 10 years.
So there now is a cap, and we worked through a grandfathered cap for employees that exceeded the established cap. So it's 250
250.
hours.
250 for most classified employees. The exception would be firefighters on shift are capped at 350 because of the way their balances work and the amount of hours that they use when they take a full shift off.
So an employee is expected to use 50% of what they accrue. They can cash out vacation as well, and then they have the cap that they have to observe.
Looking at the graph on page 32, I guess I could think from a planning standpoint and from the employee's point of view that it'd be nice to have those two, the COLAs and the merits, move along in a steady fashion so they'd be predictable. But given that there's been inflation in the last year and the COVID and a lot of layoffs, we know there's inflation in the market and we got competition issues. Would it make sense to raise the COLA and keep the merit low if that helps to offset some of our employment needs? I mean, that's going to raise the base rate, right, for everybody. So that helps us towards that. And how would that impact the numbers? You just said 2 and 2, but what if it was 3 and 1 or even 4 and 0? But
Well, I did this calculation based on your earlier, I knew this question might be coming. So effectively, a 1% change in the COLA is going to cost a total of about $280,000 over all the funds. About $233,000 of that is in the general fund. So an increase of 1% would cost $281,000. A decrease of 1% in the merit would reduce about $140,000. So the net is about $140,000, about $141,000 between, if you went one to the other, a 3 to 1 or something like that. But the cost of 1% COLA is effectively $281,000 overall funds.
So
will that get us towards where we want to be? I mean, the numbers are kind of meaningless to me when I consider, the culture change we're trying to create.
a couple thoughts there. So based on that math, a 3% COLA and no merit would financially be about the same as a 2 and 2. So that I don't know. I have a little bit of misgivings of no merits whatsoever, but there certainly is some positive impact on the pay plan if we're able to increase that base. We have interviewed two different firms that responded to our RFPs for salary pay plan work. And they were very clear that, this is a rough rule of thumb and it varies greatly, but they said, they typically see adjustments of about 5% for employers. But again, it varies greatly in what their history looked like. So some of the questions they had for us were, have you made pay adjustments, since your last pay plan update? Made a few by classification, but not a lot of wholesale adjustments. The other one was, are you continuing to hire in at your starting rate? And we are not. And for the, we're based on position, based on competition, and our own policy provides department head discretion to hire in above the minimum if necessary to be competitive and meet qualifications. So I'm a little hopeful that our hiring practices help keep our actual pay rates competitive more so than the pay plan might. So saying all that, kind of our thinking was, we get into the pay plan. The thing I would tell you is that we found it very difficult over the last few years to estimate personnel expenses. We have to make assumptions about staffing levels, what we think our general staffing level is going to be, and then trying to project out pay rates. I think we're getting better at it. I think our software is going to give us data here in the near future that we've not been able to analyze in the past. And then, so from a budget standpoint, the numbers you have before you, I think by the time we get the pay plan done and we kind of have a number there, we'll be able to revisit our actual expenditure estimates for 2022. We'll also be able to revisit sales tax performance. I'm hopeful that we're being fiscally conservative on our assumptions about sales tax revenue. So a combination of hoping that we can realize some cost savings on over our budget estimate for personnel expenses, hoping we can realize some revenue growth beyond our budget estimate for sales tax, also having budgeted a little bit of a net gain in this budget. I'm hoping all that triangulates into being able to afford the pay plan once we see the pay plan numbers. Then we also did say that we wanted to set aside some fund balance to try to transition the pay plan as well. So COLA helps. If you as a commission want to go forward with more than a 2%, we certainly would, we can staff that through. I think if you leave any type of merit on the table, we're probably talking 2% versus 2.5% for the COLA to keep the budget balanced as we presented it to you.
I will add, and I think it was the 2020, when the graph showed no merit and just COLA. And that was intentional when we brought the figures to the governing body at the time. And after we had determined here's the likely pool of money that we're working with, we recommended at that time COLA instead of merit because we saw ourselves trending behind and we knew we couldn't let our starting wages get any more out of whack and more behind in comparison to the job market. So during that year, we did just do COLA only for the sake of moving the whole pay plan. Again, it does cost more money. It's impact for the entire year if applied at the beginning of the pay period, but that is why we opted for that approach.
When budgets are tight, or can cities give the equivalent of bonuses that private industry would?
Typically,
And that it's a one-time payment rather than a.
Oh, well, if you don't call it a bonus, you can give a pay increase in a one-time dollar amount that doesn't compound itself. Typically, when you
What
think
do you
of
call that?
annual compensation,
From a compensation standpoint, it can complicate things because depending on how it's structured, and I don't know all the ins and outs because we hadn't really researched it, but depending on how you are paying employees, you could end up with what's called blended rate problems on coming back with what is the true hourly rate. And then if there's overtime that needs to be recalculated on that. The premise behind that in the Department of Labor regs is to keep employers from cheating employees out of compensation that's due to them by paying them a low wage and then this huge bonus rather than paying them their accurate overtime rate when there's a lot of overtime work. So sometimes depending on how that could complicate overtime and payroll conflict or calculations.
That sounds reasonable. Okay. That was my best idea for you.
Well, I was just asking if we're committed to, pay plan revisions as a commission, then, we're addressing that with a 2 and a 2. We could address it a little more maybe, but I'm entirely comfortable with what the staff's proposing. I was just asking the question if we could move ourselves a little farther along quicker with a 3 and 1, or just in the COLA more, but.
I had the same question for Mike this morning in our meeting. If we're acknowledging that in all probability, we're going to be around 5%, we're going to need to increase by 5%. Should we take a bigger swing at increasing our COLA? Or if we hold at the 2, I could see going, I kind of came at it a little bit differently. I could see, really taking that merit up to the next level, like 4%, in terms of being able to, help, incentivize performance, because I think if you could get to a 4% increase, that would get more attention than just 2, and knowing that you might not get the whole 2, it might be 1. I don't know how much further it gets broken down from that, but that's.
Well, it's quick rough math, but recognizing that a COLA typically costs twice as a percentage.
Right.
1% COLA typically costs twice as much as a 1% merit. If we were to stay balanced with the numbers we brought you, then I think that means you could go 2.5% COLA, 1% merit, and kind of end up at the rough financial costs that we've currently estimated. Anything beyond that, whether it's more COLA or more merit, it starts to represent expense that isn't in this balanced budget. Not to say that we can't do it, but.
I hope I asked this question in a non-offensive manner, but is a 1% merit something that's on an employee's mind when they go to work every day? I mean, if I had a 15% merit that I could shoot for based on all of my productivity over the year, that's going to be in my mind every week. 1% seems like a small amount.
Doesn't move the dial much.
Yeah.
It
It
doesn't,
doesn't move the dial much.
and if it's at all subjective on the part of the supervisor's evaluation, it becomes probably even less of an incentive if we're trying to, I guess, retain people or get good employees in the door to begin with. Nothing works better than that starting. I mean, the money they know they're going to get, particularly when they start.
Is this standard in a lot of city governments, the COLA and merit, or is that something we're somewhat unique?
No, there's a Kansas group of city managers that send out a survey, and it's pretty standard. There's a whole nother approach where it's steps and it's predetermined. And if you've been here a year, your pay just automatically moves to this dollar amount. That doesn't sync up with COLA, and it doesn't have any merit based in motivation to it either. It's a little bit more outdated, but it's not completely uncommon. But no, this isn't. This I would say is fairly typical.
Would a 4% merit, I love your term, move the needle? I mean, is that? I mean, our employees are already productive. I mean, I don't know how much more blood you can squeeze out the turnip as far as their productivity, but is that a greater incentive than knowing you're going to get a cost of living? I'm seeing some heads moving already. Okay.
Are you saying 4 and 0 or what?
Well, putting the emphasis on the merit increase rather than.
Yeah, I think that might contribute to us falling further behind on the pay plan side.
I'd probably be to keep this moving on, be for the 2-2 based on staff's recommendation and not jump to any conclusions until we see the pay plan. I think will we get that?
Yeah.
Will that be next year or the year after that? I guess.
I'm hoping of first quarter of next year, but
To have it implemented?
To have it
No,
back
to
and
have it
we
back.
start to have the
I-
conversation.
I would think that's very likely. I'm working on, to let you know where I'm at in the process, of working on references right now for what I consider to be our front runner. Hoping to have then that information back for your approval. The front runner's timeline to conduct this, and obviously there can be variables, but they look at about a 3-month process. So I would hope that we would have it back relatively soon.
Mhm.
And
Then we're gonna
it
have, I think
before
at that point, we'll have some hard discussion.
Right.
So I guess
All right, so
Another-
nobody's gonna go 2.5 and 3 and totally
Another
throw this budget completely out of
consideration
whack.
to what you're saying though is if you go with the COLAs higher and what you may be doing is increasing the low pay scale for people that are already at market or above. Does that make sense? Because you're going to find in the pay
Mhm.
plan that not everybody's below
Yeah.
where they should be. So if you go across the board COLA, you're raising everybody when you maybe don't need to at this point because we're so close to a pay plan, I guess is what I'm trying to explain.
See, this is just different than what I'm used to, because in my world, not everybody gets the same. You know, I mean, I live in a different
That's a
world
merit.
where,
That's a performance merit.
but it's, yeah, mine takes into consideration, you know, I'm used to private industry takes into consideration term, what your job is, how you're doing it, so on and so forth. Where we're doing everybody at the same, it's just a little different. So it's not an exact science that I
So
exactly
2 and 2
like,
is a safe placeholder move for us until we get the pay
I guess.
plan study back.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm hearing. So
Yeah, and just to be clear, on the timeline that Ms. Fisher described, I think if you make this decision, we're gonna proceed, we're gonna communicate to the employees that a 2% COLA is coming January 1 of 2022. I don't think we can hold that in abeyance, work through the pay plan, and I think it's gonna be implement this, see what the see and accounting for this, what the pay plan says we need in the way of additional adjustments, and then figure out how to pay for those.
Is there any way we can pay for a 3% merit increase? Is there any way we can squeeze another $100,000 out of the budget from someplace? I don't know why 3.
Well,
just-
in the general fund, that would be about a little under $60,000. And I think what we're showing on the general fund is about $160,000 positive income.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that appeals to anybody else, but I don't know. For some reason, 3% merit sounds a lot better to me than 2%, and maybe I'm just splitting hairs at this point.
Well, if any time there was a year when the employees who stuck it out earned it, it would be the last year and a half, 2 years.
So 2 and 3
I'd
okay
be
with
okay. Yeah.
everybody? I'm not,
I'd go with that.
1%'s not gonna make or break.
okay, 2 and
Right.
3.
So a 2% COLA and 3% merit opportunity.
Yep.
The next issue we'll talk about is health insurance. There really is not a lot to discuss here because as we know, the health insurance fund is currently expected to have, currently has an excess of fund balance as from its target. However, we did bring forward a management fund balance policy earlier in the year, which means that at the end of 2021, we'll be evaluating that for adjustments as may be needed. So at this point, we are not recommending an increase in the employer portion or the employee portion. But like I said, we'll look at that again when we have that revisit at the end of the year and we'll have a better idea of where that number is.
Because we have a target fund balance for that.
We have a calculated target fund balance right now and we'll recalculate that through the management policy at the end of the benefit year.
Yeah, we're trying to transition from kind of an arbitrary fund balance to a review our past claims history and that formula that we brought forward in the way of a policy. So we'll fit, by doing it at the end of the year, we'll finish out a year and then have data to calculate a recommended.
Have we
balance.
seen increased claims? I know at one point we thought that there was people not using it because of COVID. Have we seen an increase? You can just shake your head yes or no back there. not significant. Okay, thanks.
I'm glad we don't recalculate it till the end of the year. I just have a feeling there's some pent up demand for services. People have delayed getting things done and now they're beginning to feel comfortable going into hospitals for surgery. There's a lot of elective stuff, I think, that's just been on hold.
Okay, so we're fine with the 0% increase. Coming back to that.
Yeah.
The next issue, the last issue is property tax. So as we know, this year is a little bit different. The county did provide us with a revenue neutral mill levy rate of 30.452. Our rate last year was 30.65. If we choose to exceed that mill rate, that revenue neutral rate, we do have to notify the county. They do have to puts out some sort of notice to the public, and we do have to have a special tax rate hearing and public hearing for our budget. That's why we had to come before you today instead of next week with this information, because our deadline is July 20th to make that notification. I will note that in this budget that we're presenting you, we are using the revenue neutral rate. We are not recommending going over that rate at this point. What we found in the calculations was it gained us about $90,000 in taxes by going through to the other rate. With the revenue neutral rate of 30.452, that would give the general fund about $10.7 million and the bond and interest fund about a little over $3 million. We're not seeing a lot of movement because our expected increase in assessed valuation is only 0.41%. Of that, real property was about 1%. However, personal property was down 13.27% based due to the laws that went into effect in 2006 when machinery and equipment became non-taxable. That's been a loss to us of about $980,000 in revenue for 2022. Currently, 1 mil represents a property tax value of about $452,800. So our options for you are to approve setting the mill rate at the revenue neutral rate of 30.452. We could approve it at leaving it at what the rate was last year at 30.65, which would generate a little over $89,000 in additional property tax revenues, or we can make an adjustment however you would see fit. Anything over the 40 or 30.452, whether it's last year's or 1/10 of 100% out over that, has to go back to the county for that whole process. So just to understand, we can go anywhere we want with that rate. But anything over 30.452 would have to go back to the county. If you choose to go with that revenue neutral rate, that will delay us bringing this information back to you by about a week. If we choose to go over that, we'll be back next week to set the publication and hearing date for that rate. So,
And just as a little bit of a recap, if we chose to exceed the revenue neutral rate, we notify the county. The county, by the way of the new statute, sends out one unified notice to all taxpayers of what the intention of all the applicable taxing entities are, or at least identifying those that intend to increase their rate, and then make them aware of the public hearing that's been scheduled. And then you're kind of back into what more of the normal process for us of having a public hearing and hearing citizen feedback on the proposed budget and mill rate. So don't want to make it sound like it's too daunting. We kind of went into it with how much revenue does it represent? Is it worth all the difficulty? Plus, coming out of COVID, we're having lots of conversations about fund balances being as good as they've ever been. So it's a little bit of a hard time to say it's time to go above revenue neutral. And the normal course of things, number one, I'd like to see enough growth that, where there's more to be captured. And then just in terms of good financial planning, we need to, I think, toe the line if we're going to meet our own expectations about pay raises and covering increased costs, let alone expanding programs. But with the nominal amount we're talking about and the timing of it all, it's kind of hard to recommend this particular year.
I'm in favor of revenue neutral, but Do we know what the other taxing entities are doing?
I don't know with any certainty. Heard some speculation, but don't know for sure.
Are we all okay with the revenue neutral rate?
Okay, so then the next set of slides is truly the draft budget. Based on the information we have here, we know that a couple of those will change based on the direction you've given us. With the current information, the general fund was budgeted at total revenues of a little over $45 million and total expenses of a little under $45 million. That's about a 2.8% increase over 2021. That does include and if we raised it, our target fund balance would be 10 million. That would leave the fund balance at about $13 million. Arts and Humanities Fund is budgeted to have a net income of about $43,000. Its target fund balance is $100,000. Sales Tax Capital Fund is projected to have a loss. That's due to all of those transfers that we were just talking about and getting that money out of there. It would still leave that fund balance a little over $4 million. So we have some more discussion on what to do with the remainder of that fund balance. Sales Tax Economic Development Fund with the additional $750,000, that fund balance, and with the change you just made with SDI, that fund balance should come in pretty close to that $750,000 mark. We did include the $650,000 Schwann's project out of that fund. The other funds, Business Improvement District, Tourism Fund are all pass-throughs. Special Parks and Recreation, we're budgeting to spend what we typically bring in. That does have a fund balance, and there are some projects that we're looking at to use that fund balance for. So depending on whether those projects end up in 2021 or 2022, we may come back with some adjustments to that budget. Special alcohol is a pass-through, so it should come out as revenue neutral. Special gas tax fund, we are budgeting to spend more out of there as we have anticipated, as we've been trying to do. Part of that is the Schwann's project on the street project. So that fund balance we're anticipating will come down to about $300,000 at the end of 2022. Neighborhood parks is a fund that just keeps continuing to collect money because we have to find a project in a specific area that meets the funding that's available for that specific area. Parks is tracking that and has that all calculated at what areas they have money. TPEC, anticipating we're spending the money out of there that TPEC put into there. They made a contribution of $175,000 last year for upgrades. So we're budgeting to spend that out of there. Former Shilling, we've talked about that, just budgeting it at whatever amount that they may want to spend, but they probably won't spend all that in that year. Sanitation Fund, we're showing a net loss of about $130,000. As target fund balance of 500, looks like it'll come out about 660,000. Solid Waste Fund, it's about flat, $80,000 revenue, target fund balance of 500,000, fund balance about $5 million. Golf Fund, we're budgeting at a net income of $66,000, a ending fund balance of about 117,000, target fund balance of 100,000. Water and wastewater, we're budgeting at a $4 million loss. That's both the addition of the funding for the South Water Treatment Plant and the cash water meter projects. And as we've talked about and we've showed before, we knew that at some point that balance was going to start going down. So that's something we'll look at when we do the water rate study in the fall. We'll take a closer look at that. Workers' comp, we try to just leave about $750,000 in there. We've just budgeted income of $250,000, and that's transferred directly from other funds. So that's looking like, depending on what the claims are, that fund may come in a little under budget or under target. And the health fund, currently we have it at $4 million at the end of at 2022, but we know that we'll see what those expenses come in. They may come in much higher than we're anticipating. Central Garage, we show a coming in a little bit, having a little bit of net income, fund balance a little over 300,000 and target of 100,000. And then the debt service fund, we're still sitting at about $2 million on an $800,000 target fund balance, in anticipation of some of those higher payments and some projects that are going to be closed out. So that is all I have. Is there any other information? I did provide you with the detail. Not that I expected you to read it all. And also a summary by division, so that you could kind of see it within every division of the city, where those budgets were coming in. Is there any other information that we can provide before we come back with the final draft?
Telling the city manager that either I'm getting numb to the process or this was the smoothest year to do this that I can recall.
It
It's very well
Hasn't been
done.
smooth on the other end, but.
I actually was going to comment. I think this year we were able to accomplish what we did, and it did feel a little bit smoother for really about three reasons. One, department heads across the board towed the line. If you look at those percentages increases, we asked them to look at 2019 numbers as kind of our last real actual expenses, and they towed the line very close with minimal to no increases, which help kind of get started on a good footing in terms of balancing the budget. We have seen some growth. We've talked about it at length in terms of whether that's temporary or prolonged. We have seen enough growth that we had a level of confidence to project some revenue growth. And then we had some fund balances where we're able to hit our fund balance targets and have a little bit more breathing room as we make some of these budgetary decisions, and you can kind of play it out and see how things play out in the future. So I think we talked about the capital improvement plan and what we need to do to bring that back to you. I feel like in the last couple of years, we've made progress on our financial reporting, our dashboard type reporting, software implementation, getting our audit findings addressed. We've made progress on big ticket items, whether that's fleet management, and I think capital improvement planning is the next big thing for us to try to tackle for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who are either online or here in person that want to comment on the budget process, since we have some time? All right. If not, do you all have anything further for us? I can't believe how you got through the last part. I was watching the clock and I was like, there's no way.
I talk fast, remember?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be?
I do have a quick question on, when we're looking at the parks budget. Is there ever a time when staff kind of does a comprehensive look at our properties designated as parks? And I only ask this because I drive past Lum Felton Park with some regularity, and I think, who would even send their kids there? But I mean, if we spent money on gas to mow that place, it would be too much money. And I doubt there's very many of those types of properties, but it did kind of make me wonder, why do we continue to sort of have that as a city park?
Yes, those conversations have been ongoing. Felton Park in particular, our parks directors researched it at great length. He can, I think, tell you a lot about Felton himself, the namesake of the park and the history of the park. In all honesty, he's been pressing me to just kind of unilaterally pull back from Felton, and then said, we can't do that at a staff level, but we do need to bring forward kind of that whole discussion. The difficulty, because I don't know that there's a lot of attachment to that particular park, but there are a lot of neighborhood parks that, while it would seem easy that we just need to consolidate into more regional parks, I think there is a lot of attachment to some of those others. And then we have other property that's not parks property that is, just pieces of rights away and odds and ends that we've looked at, maybe 5 years ago. The other difficulty with parks property is there is that petition process. Doesn't mean that it will happen, but if it's designated park property and you plan to do something in the way of transferring it, it's subject to petition and referendum election. So have to factor that in as well. But we are trying to take a hard look at playgrounds and what that cycle looks like, what the funding looks like, which starts to become a question of how many parks do we have and how many playgrounds do we have and what level of playground can we reasonably afford on an ongoing basis? And then it starts to get to your point of how many parks do we have and are we up for maintaining them all?
Specifically though to Lum Felton, I mean, I remember reading about him and what an exemplary employee he was, and it just seems like we could find another way to honor,
Right.
his service and his memory instead of a park that is really unused and and harbors some really problematic situations.
Yeah, that's kind of the rest of the story. It's at the end of Ash Street on the west end, as you dead end into Broadway. There's a drive that's a shared drive with a private property on the south and Felton Park on the north. And as the mayor mentioned, it's not just that little cul-de-sac that you see there. There's ground off to the north and the west, and it's kind of a homeless site. Can be on occasion, and we'll find belongings and drug paraphernalia and it's a maintenance
Bordered by
challenge.
a viaduct, a
A
railroad
railroad.
tracks, and a really overgrown tree area, perfect for little
Yep.
kids to go play around. And
Yeah, I had heard somebody suggested it be used as a dog park, and I mean, I remember thinking, I'm really not sure that,
Yeah,
I
the
wanna
difficulty
take
there
my
is there's
dog
about
park.
3 parking spaces to support that park.
Anyway, I guess we'll adjourn and meet back here at 4:00.
said I did play as a child.
Yeah, it's, yeah. All right, I would like to welcome you all to the Salina City Commission meeting. It's, hello, testing. All right, I'd like to welcome you all to the July 12th, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting. Before we get started, I'd like to confirm with staff that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, we will proceed with roll call.
Mayor Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here,
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here,
Commissioner Peck.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
For those who are able, would you please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of July 2021 as Americans with Disabilities Act Month in the city of Salina.
And I'm not sure if we have anyone that's prepared to read this proclamation today. So if you are here to read the proclamation, please come on up to the podium. And if not, then I will just go ahead and read it myself. Proclamation of the City of Salina. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, was passed on July 26, 1990 by President George H.W. Bush to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities, and July 26, 2021 marks the 31st anniversary of the passage of this monumental legislation. And whereas the ADA is a civil rights law which prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of life, including jobs, schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public, and has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing participation in community life. And whereas the disability rights movement began long before the passage of the ADA in cities and towns throughout the United States, where people with disabilities began to challenge societal barriers that excluded them from their communities, and parents of children with disabilities began to fight against the exclusion and segregation of their children, and communities established local groups to advocate for the rights of people with disabilities. And local groups began to establish the independent living movement, which challenged the notion that people with disabilities needed to be institutionalized, and which fought for and provided services for people with disabilities to live in their community. And whereas the City of Salina's Equal Opportunity Ordinance affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as set forth by the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, KAAD, and as embodied in the ADA. And whereas the City of Salina's Accessibility Advisory Board exists to advocate for citizens with disabilities, as well as to provide technical assistance to the city on matters related to the disabled population. And whereas numerous organizations in Salina work with constituents and communities to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. Now, therefore, I, Melissa Rose Hodges, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2021 as Americans with Disabilities Act Month. And I encourage the people of Salina to celebrate the 31st anniversary of this historic legislation by recommitting to increasing awareness and understanding of the ADA and to observe this month with proper events and celebrations. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Salina to be affixed this 12th day of July, 2021. Melissa Hodges. And at any rate, I'm not quite sure who was going to read the proclamation today, but we will keep it on hand in order to share that with the appropriate agency. And I would like to thank the folks who serve on the City of Salina's Accessibility Advisory Board. I'd like to thank them for their service. All right. And with that, we will move on to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for any member of the community to speak on an item that does not appear on today's agenda. I would ask that when you come forward to speak, you give your name, the city where you're from, and we do have a 3-minute time limit on remarks from the public. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I have difficulty hearing you. I hope that you all can hear me. It's interesting that I'm here when you read the proclamation for the people with disabilities. I'm Evelyn Maxwell, and I live at 414 East Wayne in Salina, and that used to be called the Little Hill. Now, I think it's one of the most representative communities in the city. I'm a former city commissioner, vice mayor, and in 1993 and 94, I was the mayor of our city. Therefore, I know a little bit, somewhat, of your processes and how difficult it is at times to make sense of it all and to decide what is best and how to vote. For instance, it's hard to know how important Salina Media Connection is to the community. It helps to look at Facebook and YouTube statistics. Facebook SMC has 1,160 likes. I couldn't find the city page on Facebook. Perhaps it's there, but I couldn't find it to compare. However, the YouTube City Commission has 266 subscribers, and SMC has 1,360 subscribers, more than 5 times as many. For a long time, I felt confident of the capability of the City Commission to make the best decisions for the city. But in recent years, I learned that we need to follow what's going on in the Planning Commission and some of the other boards as well, depending on our interests. You also need to be very careful about what staff is leading you to do. I compliment Commissioner Dr. Davis for his depth of insight and concern for all of the citizens of Salina. He understands the importance of at least one media that provides citizen input separate from any government control. And you, Madam Mayor, for your respectful management of the meetings. I'm here to represent University United Methodist Church. We'll call that UUMC. The homebound, the hearing impaired, and those who are working this hour but would like to be here to put in their 2 cents worth. UUMC has had a Channel 21 program twice a week for Sunday worship services since 2007. It's especially appreciated by the homebound who have Cox Cable and by our members who work on Sunday. In recent years, we've installed equipment for the hearing impaired to use their hearing aids to listen to the services. People, because of severe loss, can use the church internet and their own AVA account to see the text words on their own device. For the homebound, we use Channel 21 the following week to broadcast the service. If Channel 21 community access is discontinued, I'll have to pay $20 more a month to upgrade my internet speed to get our worship service on my TV through Facebook or maybe even more to get it on YouTube. That's at least $240 a year increase in the cost of living. I'd rather pay $240 more taxes, which would help a lot of people and be tax deductible. In contrast to our busy sitting commissioners who occasionally look at Channel 21, until July the 1st, I checked the channel every time I turned on the TV. That's several times a day and evening. I wish you all had seen the programs on Saturday before your vote to discontinue Salina Media Connection. Of those 4 or 5 programs that I watched, most were produced in-house by staff or volunteers. The sound was excellent. The video was excellent. The captions were nearly perfect. Why would you want to give that up and try to emulate it here in the city county building that does not have the necessary facility? I think it's a waste of money to move the equipment, provide the soundproofing props, backdrops being used in the memorial building. I believe you should grab that opportunity to have Channel 1 help you transition carefully. There are people who know how it works, and you have them offering you a month-to-month contract if you prefer. I believe that you should reverse your decision to advertise Tightrope on Channel 21 without any content being there. It's so frustrating. My husband, Dr. Maxwell, had a stroke in 2017 and is now homebound. The Sunday after your Channel 21 was cut off, he was distressed when he could not see University United Methodist Church on our smart TV. That can't do anything smart because we had the slowest, least expensive Cox internet that works for everything else we want to do. Getting Facebook on my own iPhone and iPad that morning was not enough. He wanted it on the TV. The next UUMC program would show congregational communion. And if you don't restore Channel 21, he will miss that opportunity to join them in spirit and in actuality with communion elements at home. Please represent all of Salina citizens, including those who don't have anything but the bare essentials, but pay taxes through their rent and everything they purchase here, including those who work 2 and 3 jobs, as my daughter did when she came back from college, to keep a roof over their heads and food on the table, including the homebound, including the hearing impaired, including the people who would like to see the parades, the ball games that their kids and grandkids played in, the river festival, the plays, the musical events, the art center, the museum, special events you would never know about since the newspaper doesn't tell you unless you pay for an ad. If you can get Channel 21 programs on AT&T, that would be good also, because a lot of our people have AT&T. I tried to get you copies of what I am saying here today. But when I sent my email to citycommission@salina.org, I included a copy to our pastor and to our Salina Media Connection people. And your software thought it was spam. And so you didn't get a copy, but I brought copies for you to review. There is a second thing I would like to mention to you that was brought up to me yesterday, and it has to do with the fireworks and our veterans who have post-traumatic stress. There is now, we've learned, fireworks that don't make any noise available, and some cities and countries are restricting fireworks to noiseless fireworks. And besides our veterans and our pets, and the people who lost sleep because they couldn't sleep beforehand because of the fireworks going on. Plus, the people who are shooting them off oftentimes don't have the proper ear equipment to protect their hearing.
Mrs.
Please
Maxwell,
consider
I'm
that.
so sorry to interrupt, but if I could have you wrap up, I'd appreciate it, because I know there's some other folks that want to speak today. as
I
well.
wish I could have heard you, ma'am. But I do have, and I'm not sure how to get this to you, but I have copies of my comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mrs. Maxwell.
I'm Lene Meyer from Salina. First of all, Mayor Hodges, I want to say I appreciate you wearing a mask. I don't think we're over the crisis, and I admire your wisdom in having a mask on. I just want to briefly say I am supportive of what Evelyn just said. I would very much like for you to reconsider your decision about your vote to not support Salina Media Channel. This is another one of those times to come from your heart as well as the pocketbook. I, like Evelyn, wouldn't mind paying a little extra tax if necessary to keep it going for the many that need it. And I'm just going to be open and saying I'm trusting that the people that voted you to be on the commission voted you in, hopefully, because they assess that not only are you intelligent and able to look at and are willing to look at a big picture, but also have the compassion and caring to take a look at a very big picture in consideration of all of our community citizens. Like Evelyn mentioned, those that are unable to get to events, there are citizens. They have a right to know what's going on and enjoy the best they can. Those that don't have transportation for whatever reason. As time marches on, I laughingly thought, well, Lene, you're getting older. What if you broke your leg? Or what if something happened and you couldn't get out and about when you want to? Look what you'd miss. I would miss Channel 21. So I'm really strongly encouraging you to take a look at that whole process again and take a look at everyone's need in the community, not just business people or whoever else might fit into that picture for you. So please, please take Evelyn's words to heart and reconsider that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Oh.
Norm Mantle, Salina. Just recently, you passed a ban on smoking out at the golf course. But as I approached the building here just a little while ago, somebody was smoking here around the county building. You've opened a can of worms, so let's ban the smoking around this building. You could smell it as I approached from the library side. So somebody was smoking here around the building. Smelled good, but it's still a health hazard. Do we allow smoking because of our constitutional rights? Or do we ban smoking because it's a health issue? But more serious note, it's in the news. I'm sure most people are aware of it. Water. You see what's going on out in the Western US. It's coming here. I'm old enough that I can remember out here at Glendale. If you go to Glendale and go north on the west side of the road, there used to be an artesian well. It ran the year round, even back in the 50s and 60s. In the wintertime, it would bubble up and it made ice. The water at Canopas Reservoir, the storage on the water that you paid for storage is gone. The lake cannot hold your water for an indefinite time. The water that you paid for storage there, your water's gone. That water has to go downstream because the people downstream have a right to that water. We don't own the water rights. The state of Kansas doesn't. The United States government does not own the water or any of the water rights in this country. The Ninth Circuit Court ruled this water still belongs to the Native Americans. They were here first. They never gave up their rights to the water. So what are you gonna do when you run out of water? We need to start cutting back on using the water. You're out here watering this lawn around the courthouse and the library. You're wasting water. Whiskey is for drinking. Water's for fighting over.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. And just to clarify, the city-county building campus is non-smoking. We do have a designated smoking area on the north side of the building. And so at any rate, I can't speak to, what you experienced today, but the campus itself is non-smoking with the exception of that designated smoking area.
That's
On the north
another
side.
question. Smoking, what is the definition of smoking?
Oh, I'm not going to get into that this afternoon. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak today?
Joan Ratzlaff, Salina. I got to say, I've just about given up coming up here. Over the last few years, it has just gotten so that I've become convinced that citizens aren't being heard. And it's not new, but I feel that it's worse. When Aaron Peck was mayor, or at least on the commission, one of my neighbors took a petition around my whole neighborhood, 3 blocks of Highland, which is a half mile from one end to the other, brought this signed petition in by almost 100% of the houses on there, asking for a particular traffic calming. And he was asked, well, where are your people? Granted, this is like 4 o'clock. And nothing, not only was that petition ignored, but there was no moving forward with the idea that fast traffic in that stretch of Highland was a problem. Now, Aaron lived on the street up from me, and he recused himself. So the rest of the commission didn't act, didn't move forward. Evidently, the city staff didn't provide any guidance on that. But I just meant to say, I've about given up because I don't feel heard. There have been several issues, and Mrs. Maxwell referred to some of those things, and I am very grateful to her comments, and I hope that you are listening to her. They're good comments, and they just touch the surface. For instance, you need to be careful about where staff is leading you. I'm a retired civil servant. I appreciate and respect the work that staff does. However, as I've said to the commission in the past, at a strategic planning meeting, in a study session, and when I wasn't being heard, or the comments that I got back demonstrated to me that I wasn't being believed or I was being blown off, I came out here and said it here, that the commission is being led by staff instead of the other way around, which is how it's supposed to be. I just see it getting worse. Citizen engagement needs to be more than a buzzword. When you have boards and commissions that don't know what they're doing, that don't know what their real purpose is, that they're not clear about their own authority to set meeting times or their agenda or so on and so on, how to call a roll call vote, that's a problem. Because when staff decides when they're going to meet, what's going to be on the agenda, that board may as well not meet. So again, when I moved here 25 years ago, it was a beautiful town, largely because of parks. I see that going downhill. I understand that we're talking about adding a very high level staff in the city manager's office when we don't have a human relations staff. That's shameful. The parks were in great shape when I moved here. The staff has been cut tremendously. They're not able to keep up with certain basic tasks. And now, again, about listening to the citizens, I hear that the park on the west side of town is being looked at again for development when they've said no over and over again. I want to thank the commission for keeping the east half of the Lowell School grounds in R1 rather than rezoning it to R3, which was the original request, which I think is really, it took a lot of chutzpah to say that, to even ask for that. It was wildly inappropriate. But when the city, when citizens came forward to the planning commission, to the city commission, and said, we have, and to staff, we have ideas for that half, that it could be a neighborhood park. There's grants available, so on. Or here's a plan for single family housing. And we have concerns about the safety of that intersection. I really felt that the citizens who brought this information forward were treated very badly with a lot of disrespect and disdain. We had a hearing on that rezone, and not everyone was allowed to speak fully. And I think that is a shame. It was clear bias. I've said many times to the commission that we need to have an ethics council. When a commissioner does not know that he's acting or she is acting in a way that demonstrates at least the appearance of bias, then we need an ethics council, someone who's going to point that out and say, wait a minute, let's revisit that. And I've been told, well, we'll get one when we need one. Not if you don't know that you need one. To Salina Media Connection. Again, I want to thank Mrs. Maxwell for her comments. The sound, the video, but I haven't heard credit given from staff for the many things, including captioning, that SMC has done, especially during COVID. I haven't heard any credit given for that. And I have a question I haven't heard addressed, but then again, I've been really cynical and not paying a lot of attention. What's the ultimate goal for Memorial Hall, that fine old building? I'd like to know what that is. I was disappointed in the commission's dismissal of SMC's offer to engage a professional to work something out, to even talk. I thought that was just really too bad. It doesn't bode well if you're not going to talk to someone like that.
Ms. Retzlaff, I hate to cut you off, especially in light of your comments, but
Right. Okay, that's basically what I had to say. Thank you.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Rosemary Mice, Salina, Kansas. I'm just a little confused. Last week you voted to stop all tobacco products in the parks and the golf course, but yet you're allowing them around our city and county building. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If I know you've got designated areas here, but you completely took it out of the parks and golf courses, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. If you would be out and about talking to all of the citizens in this town, they are in an outrage over this no smoking. Thank you.
And just to be clear, so everyone knows that the city county campus is actually.
Could you get closer to the mic, please?
Can you hear better now? Does that work? Okay, I'm sorry about that. The city county building campus is actually governed by the Saline County Building Authority. So they set the rules for this campus separate from the city of Salina. So they were the ones that adopted the non-smoking on the city county building campus but opted to include the designated smoking area. Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Good afternoon, Commission, Mayor. Chad Farber here in Salina. I didn't catch the lady's name that spoke just a moment ago. It is kind of difficult to hear back here. And perhaps that's something we could work on as well, the audio in here. But I believe she had a valid point in saying the public does not feel heard or respected by this commission. I would go a step further as to say there's a disconnect between Salina citizens and this commission. I know last week we didn't meet, you guys didn't meet, and we were all celebrating Independence Day, which I love. I love that holiday. Before that, there was a big vote on SMC, and you've heard several comments about that and opinions about that. And one of the things that led to this idea of a disconnect was Commissioner Davis making a statement that we could push this back for a couple of months at a cost of $18,000 per month. And he followed it up with, we have the money, as if though it's no big deal. There are citizens in this city that $18,000 is their annual salary. And you spit in their face by saying it's not that big a deal. We have the money. We can take care of that. Let's just push it back. And I do respect the commission for looking at the figures and the dollar amounts. And I don't know what all the public knows, but you've been in communication with SMC for literally years trying to work out the problems that are going on. And I respect the fact that you did. You stepped up and you made a decision. And whether people agree with it or not, you made a decision last week. I've been around the community and especially over Independence Day holidays. And I wanted to just let the commission know the citizens of Salina are, I think one of the ladies used the word in an uproar. They're outraged at you condemning the smokers in this city and outlawing smoking in public parks and on golf courses. You are here as a commission to represent the city of Salina, the citizens of Salina, not carry out a personal vendetta against tobacco companies, but to represent the cities of or the citizens of Salina. And I believe this would have been a good issue to put to a ballot and let the citizens vote on this idea, especially when there was a split decision within the commission here. With that in mind, and I know I'm running out of time, and I'll try to be conscious of time today. There is a group of citizens, and I'm happy to be a part of them, that are circulating a petition around the city of Salina right now. And I'll tell you what it is. It says the ordinance that prevents the city of Salina governing body from enacting any ordinance in response to a public emergency that imposes restrictions on businesses or citizens and leaving that responsibility to Saline County and of course being subject to the Kansas Emergency Management Act. This ties in with having the citizens be able to vote on this initiative. I'm not asking people to cast their vote by signing this petition, but I do think it's a worthy thing for our citizens to vote upon. I assume that you five are citizens of Salina, and I would ask you, are you willing to sign a petition to let the citizens vote on the powers of this city body? If so, I have the petition right here today, and I would love to get your signatures. If not, I know the cameras are running. I think it would be a wonderful time for you to voice your opinion as to whether citizens should have that vote or whether you should enact your power over the citizens of Salina. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm sorry I went a few minutes past.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farber.
Dalton, City of Salina. Just I get all the updates when you guys do your meetings and stuff. Planning Commission has not had a meeting. They keep canceling meetings. At what point do they just have them, even though they don't have very many? They don't have very many line items to discuss. Every week, some committee meetings are getting canceled. There's one I don't think has had a committee meeting since like May. It's kind of ridiculous. Even if there's one thing, why not just have it instead of trying to get a whole bunch of them when some people are waiting for whatever they have to say about it. And Commissioner Peck, I do the same stuff you do. Your business that you run, you breathe in more chemicals, more fumes that are more toxic than cigarette nicotine. I think that if you're out in the public, if you're outside, what is the difference? Why make a smoking ban on golf courses, parks? Now, if you're by where the kids play, I can understand that, but just anywhere within the park system, within Parks and Rec, is kind of stupid. Then again, you have Mr. Davis that likes to state, Dr. Davis, that likes to tell people that they need guidance when our public health is our own problem. You can go anywhere in any other area, any other town. Some towns do have them, but it's pretty stupid that Salina has it, because you're going to lose a bunch of stuff if you keep pushing stupid ordinances like what you have.
Thank you. I do want to reassure members of the community, if there is an item of business that's pending, whether that's in front of the Planning Commission or solid waste or any of the Parks and Rec, any of the citizen boards and commissions that we have, if there's an item, even one item that needs to come before that commission, we don't cancel meetings. We deal with that one item. And the only time that we cancel meetings in their entirety is if there are literally no items of business that need to come before that commission, because we are also very cognizant of not wasting our citizen volunteer time to come and approve minutes from the previous meeting. We wait until we have business to go ahead and call that meeting, and we don't defer just because of only having one item of business. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harp, Salina. I just have a question. I guess I would address you, Mayor. Who was the one that initiated this ban on smoking anyway? I mean, where did that come from? Can you tell me who initiated this, who brought this up that we should have a ban?
I think that it's something, I'll look to staff. It's something that I know we've been talking about literally for years, and I don't know the name of the specific, I can't recall the
I
specific name.
apologize, I draw a blank as well, but it was a local coalition that came forward to the park board, came forward to the city commission, presented in study session a few months back, the statistics, the rationale for it, made the request to the city commission, and then went back through the park board and came to the city commission. So it was,
So it's been discussed quite a bit.
yes.
Has it been discussed quite a bit with the people in Salina?
It followed, I think, the typical process that we use. And, you know, be that as it may, we had a study session on it. It was addressed by the relevant board, and they gave their recommendation before it then came to the city commission for taking action on the ordinance. So that's just kind of the typical
Okay.
way it goes.
Well, I too am going around kind of circulating with the people for this petition, but I also am asking people if they're aware of the ban. And I really agree that there is so many that don't even smoke. I don't smoke. I live close to a park. I've never had cigarette smoke ever bother me. I know health-wise, you talk about it, Mr. Davis, about Dr. Davis, about that. And I would probably say if we're going to go there, then what about the beer? Are we going to ban beer and beer cans? And beer is not good for you. I can't stand beer. And so to me, beer drinkers can get obsessive in their language and everything else. I mean, where do we stop with that? And I walk the park over at Sunset. There's not that many butts that are there, and I can't really see, is it policemen that are going to have to give the citations? I can't see them wasting their time going around somebody that's smoking which is going to do nothing but cause irritation with the people that are smoking that don't have a problem with police, but that's one of the issues. And then the city people that work and smoke outside, does that eliminate them from smoking when they're at work because they work outside? I don't know. Is that a guideline too, that city workers can't smoke in the parks
Well, I
when they're
think
out in the open?
it would apply to everyone in the parks, but I'll defer to staff in terms of our specific regulations.
Correct. And everything applies in the same manner to city employees as it would to anyone else.
So if they get a ticket, or if they're smoking while they're working and they get a citation from a police officer, they could probably lose their job. Is that correct?
I wouldn't immediately go to that, no, but I mean, if an employee receives a traffic ticket, an infraction, that doesn't necessarily directly cost them their job. We treat them like any other citizen.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, that's pretty petty. I don't mean it in a wrong way because like I say, I'm not a person that supports smoking, but I don't have trouble with people smoking in the park. And the majority of the people that I've talked to have brought that up to me while I've talked to them about the petition, and they would like their chance to vote. And that probably could have been a good area to bring up for a vote before you guys made that decision, because you've got an awful lot of people here that would like to have their input too. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't see anyone online. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak today?
Carol Reed, Salina, Kansas. And I too just want to remind you on following up with the discussion is that you folks do work for the city of Salina and work for the people. And that's why I think it's very important for our voices to be heard and for you to listen very carefully, because you wouldn't want to have people rise up and be upset over a silly issue like smoking in the park. I just think that's pretty petty myself. And I'm not a smoker either.
Thank you very much.
It's hard for me to understand why someone would.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Meyer. Hey, did you speak during?
Oh, I can't
citizens
speak
forum?
again?
We limit it to one trip to the podium for
Sorry.
for
Smoking,
citizens
the
forum.
decision is either life or death.
Thank
You
you.
want to live or you want to die.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak today? All right. And I don't see anyone online, so we don't have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time, so that
Mayor,
brings,
Can I just take a quick moment
Yeah.
to make a couple comments here?
absolutely.
This is one of these things that you can't hear me. That's uncommon. Can you hear me any better? I don't know. Okay. I'm probably just wasting my breath here, but I do want to address a couple things that were brought up today. Oftentimes when you get up here and you speak in a public forum to the commission, we listen to what you say and then we move right on. And so that element in itself kind of gives you the feeling that nobody's really listening to you, because you'd like to sort of engage in discussion a little bit about a topic perhaps, which isn't necessarily what the public forum is for. So we do receive emails, we do receive phone calls, et cetera. And I guess one thing I would like to make sure that the people that have spoken here today hear from me is that, when I hear the descriptor disdain for the public, man, that's just, it couldn't be more untrue. And I feel awful if that's ever the way I've come across or any commissioner has come across to the public, because besides the school board, there's probably not too many more thankless jobs than the Salina City Commission. Topics like this smoking ordinance, you leave a commission meeting and you walk away knowing that you've really ticked off quite a bit of the community, and you are coming here trying to do your best for the community at every meeting. I can tell you I'm here part-time. I'm not trying to get reelected. I am serving a 6-month term and then I'm done. And so I don't have any axe to grind. Every vote that I ever make is what I feel like is in the best interest of this community. And I'd also like to speak about this particular commission. I've served a decade ago with another city commission, and every commissioner I've ever served with has done a fine job. And I'd like to especially call out, I don't know that I've worked with a group of commissioners that has spent more time and effort looking into their weekly packets, studying a particular subject, asking the questions that are hard questions. This group does a really incredible job. And I know that there's times that it may feel like a city commission or a particular commissioner isn't listening to you or your particular concerns, but I can tell you that you are being heard. I might not agree with you, but at the end of the day, I know every commissioner up here votes in a manner that they feel is in the best interest of the community going forward. So I just wanted to address those of you who spoke today, and I don't suppose that changes your opinion of me or the city commission, but I do want you to know you're being heard, and we do appreciate anyone who gives us any particular kind of input, whether that's in the forum, email, phone call, or whatever. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Peck. Very well said. With that, we will move on to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of June 28, 2021. Item 6.2, acceptance of offered sidewalk easements for the Markley Road Trail Project, number 90040A. 6.3, award the bid for project number 21018, minor concrete, Baker Street repairs to Lancaster Construction, Inc. in the amount of $65,292.50 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $68,557.13, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Lancaster Construction, Inc. upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 6.4, authorize the city manager to execute a purchase agreement with KMJJM LLC for the option property located at 125 West North Street in the amount of $262,000. Item 6.5, authorize the city manager to execute the public-private partnership agreement for the Smoky Hill River Greenway Trail from Ohio Street to the YMCA.
Are there any items that a commissioner would like to have removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none,
Mayor,
will.
do we need, just a question, please?
Yeah.
On 6.4, we had amended, documented our desk to show the trust as ownership of that property. Do we need to include that in the rendering on our agenda?
Oh, that's a good question, and I'll look at staff as to whether or not the revised blue sheet is in and of itself sufficient.
Right. I think Commissioner Ryan raises a good point. We had it called to our attention that the corporate name was incorrect. The agreement reflects the Henry Trust. And so the descriptor in the blue sheet, the descriptor on the agenda referred to a corporate name. So I think it's worth noting for the record that the terms of the agreement don't change. It's just the naming of the parties in the agreement, getting the agenda item to reflect the actual agreement. So I don't, unless the city attorney feels differently, I don't think you need to take any additional action, but it's helpful for you to know
To acknowledge it.
as part of your action on the consent agenda item.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Just to confirm, we don't have anyone on the phone, do we? Okay, so we can just proceed with the voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Takes us to item 7.1.
Item 7.1, authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with the Kansas Department of Transportation for Economic Development Program funds to be used for Centennial Road improvements from Waterwell Road to Arnold Avenue in the amount of $2,500,000.
Mr. Stack.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. This project started quite a while ago, I guess, back about a year ago, it seems like, with the Schwann's expansion. Bring my pointer here. Here we go. So the Schwann's expansion. So as we know, out at Schilling, here on the north end, Centennial here on the east side of the facility. This is a monster project that was approved by the commission for the facility expansion. It's going to bring a lot more traffic and manufacturing to town here, as well as jobs, and exciting project for everyone in the community. And this just has some impact on the infrastructure out there. And so this is something that was requested by staff and the community development organization here in town and Sun Airport Authority to try to get some funds from KDOT as well as EDA. And that's the federal funds. Actually, that's another topic, but this is just the KDOT funds today for some of the improvements around the campus. So next slide, please, Jacob. Centennial for south of Schwann's facility, south city limits, kind of is right here. And of course, Vortex and Eldorado Trucking and some manufacturing industrial area out here. So half of this is city on this side, half of this is county on this side. So this was this roadway is just an old ditch, normal rural section, I guess you'd call it. It's in decent shape. The county's maintained it pretty well with overlays and chip seals over the years, but it's got some ditches and no sidewalks, no curbs, and it's just for the entrance to this facility and for the potential upgrades to Schwann's, as well as all the rest of the development going on in this community, in this area of town. Felt like this was a good request for the funds to upgrade a portion of Centennial here. It's about a half mile from the city limits to Waterwell, which is where a lot of the trucks and traffic for Schwann's will be coming in at from now on. So like with the truck traffic that's going to increase over time, that this section should be improved to a better standard and similar to what we've done on Centennial south of Schilling. Just recently did that 3 or 4 years ago. Concrete section, curb and gutter, drainage, sidewalks, trail, and bike lanes actually out there as well. So next slide. The larger facility project, can you make that smaller, Jacob? There we go. Kind of the KDOT section here is for Centennial and Waterwell intersection, and it's full reconstruction, like I said. In the future, we'll be bringing another request to you with an agreement from a different, I guess through the Coronavirus and Relief Act. I did mention that in my blue sheet, so I thought I just might as well show you what it's about, because this is just a small portion of a larger project. So eventually Centennial here along this side, Arnold here, and then a ditch project along to alleviate flooding in the area will come to you at a later time. But today it's just for Centennial. $2.1 million of relief funds from economic development opportunity funds from KDOT, $400,000 matching funds from the city and the county. And in talking with the county, they felt like a split, $200,000 apiece would be what they would propose. And they are thinking, going to be talking about that at the July 20th meeting, which is next Monday. So this is pending that approval. They'll split the matching funds with us. And so that's really it for this topic. So I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners, if I may, I'd just add a couple of recap items. Going into this project, you authorized the EDA grant application and the KDOT grant application. The only thing that's really changed since then are 2 favorable changes. One being the ability to expand that scope to address Centennial all the way to Waterwell, which we didn't know at the outset, but we did anticipate we'd have truck traffic that would impact that road section. And then the conversation with the county about splitting that cost. So I feel like the scope improvement is significant, and the county, hopefully the county's willingness to share that match is also a positive change from what you originally considered.
Any questions for staff? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Stack. Appreciate it. Any comments or questions from the public on this item? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve, authorize, excuse me, let me start that again. I move that we authorize the mayor to execute the agreement with KDOT for $2,100,000 in ED funds.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to execute the agreement with KDOT for $2.1 million in ED funds. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.2.
Item 7.2, Superior Plumbing and Heating Company Industrial Revenue Bond Financing Request.
Yes, I'll start, Mayor. As I'm sure you recall, you previously considered a request for industrial revenue bond financing and a recommendation from the EDO regarding the allocation, the support and/or the amount of that IRB. That conversation generated a number of questions on your part with respect to the rationale behind the EDO board's recommendation in terms of a percentage. You also requested that there be a cost benefit analysis conducted, which was the case or would be the case as it relates to IRBs before they're able to proceed. Coming out of your conversation then, Mitch Robinson with the EDO had a conversation with the EDO board, facilitated those cost benefit analyses, and attached to my report is his communication back to you with respect to the EDO's subsequent discussion and those cost benefit reports. So what I'd like to do, and we'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak, but I would like to turn this over to Mr. Robinson to walk you through the EDO conversation subsequent to your questions, as well as the cost benefit analysis to give you more detail on both of those.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Pleasure to be back again and working through the process here with Superior, and we've had some discussions. We've had, as is required for all the industrial revenue bond projects, we've been using Wichita State's Economic Development and Business Center. And so you should have, basically there's 6 options there. There's 3 that were the original submittals that were looked at a 20%, a 40%, and a 60% tax abatement that was discussed with the commission. The second set of 3 were requested by the company to add additional employment opportunities that they envisioned through a historical perspective, that they've historically added at least 5 jobs a year through their growth over their recent history. And so we went ahead and had the staff there at Wichita State model that again, showing the employment. And if you get into the nuts and bolts of each of these, you can see the job differences with the 2 different amounts. The main thing, as you go through this, you can look and see a lot of different economic statistics. I have a degree in economics. There's a lot of it I'm lost in looking at it, but talking with their staff, the main one is the cost benefit ratio, which in a letter that accompanied the different charts, we showed the ratio for each one of those. Generally, the overview, you want to look at you want to get to a 0.1, you want to get higher than a 0.1 percentage. So if you look at the 6 different ones, we only fail to meet that with the 60% ratio, which was the third option that was provided to the company or with the study. So you look at that, so you see, I'm not going to read through all these numbers for you, but generally speaking, we hit that target number of 1+, depending on which option you look at. And then if you get into the majority of the information, there are several different charts showing different amounts. Often, most of these projects don't start off positive right off the bat. The first couple of years potentially are in the negative, and then you build up to where it's a higher percentage. So, that's kind of really the nuts and bolts, and you can get into a tremendous amount of detail talking about the benefits, the abatements, that sort of thing, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. The discussion we had at our board process. My chairman is here today, and he can talk more about the exact process of coming up with the 20% that we ended up with. But this is a unique project. The company is not going to be using both buildings. They're going to initially start off with the larger building, which is great. And then there's 34 acres there that will be will not be used initially, but the company will have the opportunity to grow into that land or potentially sell or lease it to someone else for other development projects. So again, it's all very positive. We're very excited about the company and its expansion here in the community. We just have a different agreement on how much and what our recommendations are.
All right, before, I know the applicant's going to want to speak as well. Are there any questions for Mr. Robinson specifically, or for Mr. Davidson as the board chair?
Are you going to discuss the pros and cons of your final recommendation after the applicant speaks?
I can, or I can do it now, either however you.
Yeah,
Now works with me. Okay.
yeah.
Well, our recommendation is still with the 20%. And that was based on the job numbers, again, going back to the amount of land that is being used and the buildings. And that was, we'll have a different opinion, and I totally understand everybody, they felt like they have a case to pitch, and they'll do that. So, but we still think, the board still thinks that the 20% is what we recommend, and we haven't varied from that.
And so I think, hopefully it's evident out of the written communication that was attached in the packet, but the EDO board conversation that occurred following your discussion, deliberations and questions, as Mr. Robinson said, was essentially kind of looking at the portion of the site that was dedicated to the project compared to the remainder, and then also the portion of jobs that seemed manufacturing oriented versus non-manufacturing oriented. So there's one percentage applied on top of another percentage. The other thing that I would tell you is historically, we've not had a practice of factoring in just kind of ongoing growth. If we were to do that, we have a number of companies that just experience ongoing annual growth. Retention as well as recruitment are both, priorities for economic development, and this would certainly be a retention and expansion project. But our past practice and kind of our practice going forward, I think, is intended to be targeted at a particular project, a particular expansion, more so than just kind of a mathematical calculation for ongoing growth. And the other thing that I think you talked about at your last meeting was the intention of incentivizing the Schwann's project and the Great Plains project with the hope that it would spin off additional jobs. And so, hopefully we're seeing that positive impact, but I don't know that the intention was to continue to incentivize that chain too far out. If we can isolate a project and its benefits, I think that's more the original intent.
And somewhat related to that, are you able to separate out the growth that would occur naturally with the plans that the company's already made to expand from those that would not occur without this incentive?
Yeah, that was not part of the study to show. It was just to show what would happen if the growth did occur. We didn't do the opposite, but that's, I think we could probably take a look at that and figure out what that would be.
And Commissioner, I think that actually, I don't know if you intended it to be, but that might be a two-part question. I think scenarios 4, 5, and 6 are the ones that factor in that assumed annual growth rate. So that's one part of it. But if your question is just the initial but-for test of would this project happen without these incentives, I certainly don't know that. I think that question was somewhat brought up when you last met with the applicant, but it's hard to discern where they're at in the project and how these fit into the but-for test. But I would say we don't have an absolute but-for criteria in our incentive policy either.
Well, we can leave both those questions on the table. Maybe they'll get answered.
I think the use of the industrial revenue bonds process is kind of long and time, it takes a lot of time to work through. So, yeah, I think if it was one of those, but for, this would have been handled differently before any property was acquired or the announcement was made.
Well, and that's the reason I was asking. I mean, it seems that this project had a fair amount of momentum before it came to us. I'm curious what part would not occur if we were not given this presentation.
Yeah. I'll let the company
Thank
answer
you.
that.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Robinson? If not, I would like to follow up because I'm not sure that I heard an answer to the first question that you asked about.
You didn't.
I didn't think so. Okay. Because I was concentrating super hard because this is, these are not my wheelhouse, the economics of this. And I guess just following up on that in terms of the rationale, and this may be something that Mr. Davidson wants to speak to as well. Did the EDO board have the WSU data in hand when they made at either one of their meetings, the first one or the second one?
No, because a decision had not been made about the percentage of abatement. So that's kind of a,
Okay.
so no.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, as we're deliberating here today, obviously we are going to be taking the WSU information into account as we deliberate.
It should be.
So I guess my question, directly to you is, so what was the rubric that was used? Because the guidelines that we have to make our decision today, and I mean, we all use them differently, is the WSU analysis and our existing IRB policy. So I was just wondering if you could share, or Mr. Davidson could share, what rubric that, was used to recommend the 20%.
Yeah, I think it was, I'll let Floyd come up and he can help work through this as well. But I think again, it was based on the job numbers, what numbers were manufacturing, what numbers were non-manufacturing, because the company has both. And historically, IRBs are used for manufacturing type projects. Then looking at the combination of the 34 acres and then the two buildings. The company is using approximately 150,000 square feet. The building they're not going to be using at this point is about 83,000 square feet. So there was a combination of people that know math a lot better than I do, looked at that, and the 20% was the number that came up. And Lloyd, I mean, you were one of the ones, maybe you can help explain a little bit better than I did.
Yeah.
But, we go back to the last meeting, we talked about, having a hard, firm ability to put a number in and out pops. We don't have that process. And I'm a little concerned about the flexibility of a process like that, but I think we can work through that and get an answer. But it's not going to come back even on this project to be able to, because it's a very unique opportunity the company has with the building purchases and the land, and then the job numbers. This is not a Swans or a Great Plains type project. It's a very good project, one we want to support, but it's a little bit different in how they're structured and the job nature of their jobs. So. Okay. We'll come up here and you can play math with us.
Lloyd Davidson, Chairman of the Board of Economic Development. I think we feel like it's about a 75% abatement when you figure out about 40% of the jobs they're talking about are manufacturing, and about 65% of the facilities are going to be used. So that's kind of the simple math. It seems simple to me, but I'm a numbers guy. So do you have questions of how we came up with that? And I think, the board took 2 meetings to discuss this, and I think they thought it through very thoroughly. And I don't know anything else to tell you.
I think it's right. The board reviewed it and they had to come up with a number, and that's what was discussed and reviewed by the board members. And that's what the recommendation to the commission.
And I guess I may be repeating what these two gentlemen said, but I didn't attend the first meeting. I was out of town. Attending the second meeting, the discussion that they had, while they didn't, go to the board and show the math, it was essentially taking into account a less than full utilization of the property, taking into account less than full, all the jobs being manufacturing jobs, trying to account for those two things. They did the rough math and gravitated towards 20%. There was no hard and fast calculation discussed, but that was reiterated to the board, confirmed with the board at that second meeting.
And I'm comfortable. I mean, at least that is a method. I won't even say to the madness. It's a method to come up with a sane estimate of a reasonable percentage. I guess I'm still stuck on the front end question of, does the project, is it the typical project that we would incentivize in this fashion? Back to the but-for argument. But I appreciate the fact that you did have a logical method by which you came up with the number. Sounds good to me.
We definitely supported the project and felt like it was, worthy to get some amount of assistance. The debate is how much. And, the city does have the flexibility to go from 0% to 100%. And our recommendation was the 20.
Was the 20% a compromise? Were there people that lobbied for less, or were there people that lobbied for more, or what can you tell me about that?
Go ahead.
I think it was pretty much unanimous, 20%. I mean, there was some discussion, but not a huge amount, Commissioner. So I think it was pretty unanimous, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the hard part was figuring out, how does this affect competitors? There's other service companies that provide some of the same businesses or some of the same services, and they want to be fair to them. I think everybody was pretty close. There may have been some that said we shouldn't do anything, but they didn't voice that. So
there were some that said 0. So.
Yeah. But I think they came around. So I think we ended up with a common position that we could support.
And I understand. I'm terrible with numbers. I mean, yeah, if I am awful, and I did find the way that the material was presented, version 1 through version 6, to be incredibly hard to understand. And I had to make my own spreadsheet so that I could start to try to figure out the information. But at least at the end of the day, what WSU has provided us is, basically a cost benefit analysis or a ratio or whatever. And I think that my concern is that not just for this project, it's for future projects as well, that I don't have something akin to this for the EDO, where you've said, okay, here is our rationale. X percentage of the property is going to be used for this. There's going to be this many employees that are devoted to manufacturing versus the service industry. It's it's all really nebulous, and I would feel much better if there were a document that we could refer to from the EDO so that we could be like, okay, I understand this, because I guess I would like to see the math, or I would like to see it at least on bullet points into how we got to the recommendation for 20%. I don't know if that's, reasonable or not reasonable, but I I can't take that into consideration. And Mitch, I just had one further question. I think in your letter you had said that that trying to get to that 1-to-1 or that 1.0% is considered both fair to the taxing entities and fair to the business that's
Benefit.
applying the business benefit. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly.
Yes. you
All
did.
right, thank you.
Quick question on the Wichita State study. The cost benefit analysis was done on all jobs, not just manufacturing jobs.
The jobs that are going to be added with the company, the 20 jobs.
But are those 20 jobs manufacturing, or is that all, that's not all just manufacturing? That's the total
That's the total employment numbers.
of the employment number of the full, okay. So it distorts it somewhat if we're supposed to be looking at manufacturing jobs versus service jobs.
Well, that's a good point. It does have an impact on.
Yeah. So the analysis should have been done just on manufacturing jobs. If we were comparing apples to apples, how we would usually look at an analysis for manufacturing.
So explain to me one more time, which way, and I understand what you're saying, which way is that skewing these numbers?
To the benefit of the applicant.
That's what you're saying, okay.
But I agree, that's an excellent point. And I think that we could all, after having read the resolution that contains our IRB policies, obviously it doesn't recognize the EDO's role in this. And so I think we're probably long overdue for a revision on this, but it just, Commissioner Hoppick's point to that, it just kind of illustrates the fact that we're feeling our way along with
Yeah,
this.
this is the third IRB project that's been done in 5 years, longer, 10 years. I've been here 5 years and this is the third one I've been involved with.
I'm sorry, the three have been in a relatively short span of time, but yeah, there haven't been a lot prior to those.
Any further questions for Mr. Robinson? Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for another opportunity to discuss the expansion efforts of Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services and the economic impact it will have on the Salina community. If you recall, it's been a little over a month since we last met to discuss this project. And as such, I'd like to take just a few minutes to remind you all of the overall project, provide insight into our manufacturing division, and provide some clarification with regard to the cost benefit analysis. Superior has a 40+ year proven history as a successful and growing company in our community. And Superior became a 100% employee-owned company through an employee stock ownership plan in 2015. What that means is that the profits of the company are not shared with a group of investors or a specific family, but they are all shared and allocated to the participants of the ESOP. With the ESOP in place and continued efforts to teach our employees how to act and think like business owners through trust and transparency, Superior has prospered over the last 5 years. Through June 30 of 2021, revenue is up 86% compared to the first 6 months of 2020. And if you think that COVID had an impact on our performance last year, let me share with you that when compared to 2019, our revenue was up 117%. This growth, of course, requires significant cash investment, which is why we're seeking a community partnership. Next slide, please. When we started the process of pursuing a community partnership, we were told that the two most important factors for economic development was overall capital investment and job creation, with above average median wages. As a reminder, this $9+ million expansion is expected to add approximately 20 to 27 jobs in the next 24 months. The average wage for existing jobs at Superior currently is about $22.60 an hour, which equates to just over $47,000 a year, which is above the Saline County median. Although capital investment and job creation are important factors for you and the EDO to consider, we also now understand that there's an emphasis on manufacturing that's quite possibly as important or even more important, even though the IRB financing we're seeking does not require a manufacturing component. Regardless, we'd like to take just a few minutes to educate you on the manufacturing division of Superior. Next slide, please. South Industrial Sheet Metal has been a Salina company for over 40 years and has become a leader in the fabrication of highly aesthetic and complex precision sheet metal components and subassemblies. Since 2017, when Superior acquired the assets of South Industrial, it has been operating out of a 7,000 square foot facility. There is significant growth opportunity for South Industrial to expand its manufacturing, fabrication, and welding operations, which is one of the reasons why Superior acquired the former El Dorado building. The total revenue attributed to the manufacturing divisions is forecasted to be 40% in 2022. I want you to remember that 40% number because we'll readdress it here in just one moment. 58% of the rest of the revenue is based upon our contracting divisions. Next slide provides just an overview and again, some more background information for you to consider on how South Industrial is a leading fabricator of precision sheet metal components and subassemblies. And it has differentiated itself by increasing customer profits through speed to market and efficient collaboration and design. And it has a long-term customer relationships with a variety of manufacturing companies in the Salina community that are very well diversified. In terms of financial performance, despite the effects of COVID, next slide, please. During the year ended 2020, Superior achieved over 32% revenue growth. South Industrial has achieved a compounded annual revenue growth of almost 114% since we acquired those assets in 2017. The significant expansion projects which are underway with the Schwann's Company, Great Plains, among others, really positions the Superior family of companies, especially South Industrial, for significant growth as Tier 1 and Tier 2 manufacturers and suppliers. Next slide. I've included in your packet some pictures of some of the example products that South Industrial has been involved in. You see on the left those large beams that were produced for Great Plains on a monorail, handrails for PKM Steel, aluminum sign segments for Sign House. You see on the next slide these very large stair components. You see the stair steps on the right and the support bases on the left. The next slide shows a variety of different products that South Industrial has produced. And as illustrated, you can see several of the products manufactured or fabricated at South Industrial are quite large in size, thus necessitating the need for additional space. Next slide. Pictures some of the select equipment in our manufacturing division. I show you these pictures because to my knowledge, no one from the EDO performed a site visit as part of their due diligence before making a recommendation to the city. It's been further stated that they did not consider the cost-benefit analysis before making their recommendation. So in lieu of this formal site visit, I show you these pictures to highlight the importance of space and square footage with regard to the manufacturing division, because it's our understanding that, again, after meeting with the EDO on May 20th and having a follow-up meeting with the chairman of the EDO board and Mitch Robinson on July 2nd, the EDO board uses this formula to compute the recommended property tax abatement, which actually needs clarified. And Mitch Robinson's letter to you dated June 28 states that the 20% abatement recommendation was based on a combination of factors, including 65% of the land being used, and 40% of the jobs being manufacturing. That is not what was discussed at our initial meeting with the EDO or the follow-up meeting, phone call with the chairman and Mitch Robinson. What was discussed was 60% of the property would be occupied by Superior, which is the large building, excluding the small building, which we support, and 40% of the revenue, not jobs, the revenue was coming from our manufacturing division. So if you take 65% of the space times 40% of the revenue, that gets you to a figure of 26%. The EDO rounded down to 20%. It should be noted that this square footage calculation also does not even consider the office space, which is clearly needed in any company of this size and is allocated as overhead and thus not revenue producing. In my opinion, this formula is fundamentally flawed, and I agree with Mayor Hodges that not just for this project, but for future projects, there needs to be a more clearly defined metric system that considers the totality of any project to provide economic development in Salina. Real quickly to illustrate, in 2017, Apple, they made about $5,500 per square foot of $5,500 in revenue per square foot. Amazon only generated $570 per square foot. Does this mean that Apple is more valuable than Amazon? No. It simply means that industry metrics are different, and a dollar generated in manufacturing requires significantly more space than a dollar in retail or warehousing. I was able to obtain a survey from the Fabricators and Manufacturing Association that states that revenue per square foot varies significantly based upon the industry, size of equipment, and products produced. That makes sense. So you can see that this formula shared with us by the EDO and again by the chairman does not consider the number of jobs. We were told it was based on the percentage of revenue generated from our manufacturing divisions. It did not consider the fact that the average median wage is higher than the average for Saline County. And basing this level of support primarily on the square footage of the calculation, in my opinion, is simply not justified. Next slide. I just want to briefly illustrate to you this chart that provides you with a snapshot of supply chain management. This figure shows that it takes several steps to move one material to the next until it becomes a product for the end user. Tier 2 suppliers have their own supply chain. Tier 1 suppliers have their own supply chain. Manufacturers have their own supply chain. Each of them manages its activities, adding value to their creation of something, whether it's pizza, batteries, chocolate, airplane parts, or tractors. This illustration unlocks a basic understanding about the supply chain, and I hope that you recognize the importance of a well-diversified company like Superior Contracting and Manufacturing Services as a Tier 1 and Tier 2 supplier and manufacturer, and how critical it is to have a company like this here in our community to support the overall success of other major manufacturers in our community. The employees of Superior are literally on call 24/7 and provide rapid response to our customers in need to minimize downtime and lost profits. This is a vital component to the overall economic development and sustainability to a community that is so heavily reliant on manufacturing. To provide further clarification on the cost-benefit analysis, next slide, please. I do want to state that the first 3 versions were based upon 21 jobs. After receiving this, the first round of studies from Wichita State, I immediately discovered a mistake made in filling out the information. Therefore, versions 5 through 6 actually take into consideration job growth over the 10-year period, not the 20 to 27 jobs initially highlighted over a 24-month period. So contrary to what you might have been told, we did not request a second set of estimates based on historical job growth, but rather to correct an error that was made by submitting 2 years worth of data instead of 10 years worth of data. As you consider the vote to support this project, next slide, please. I'd like to remind you of the study that was commissioned by the EDO just last year in the Addy Advantage study, where it highlights the importance of supply chains providing tier 1 and tier 2 contracting and manufacturing services as a vital component to many of our large manufacturers in our community. Specifically, it highlights construction and extraction occupations and includes companies that have a workforce of skilled labor, machiners, welders, and automotive. Superior is an important company in this community, and it is a proven history that illustrates its commitment by investing in future economic benefit, not just for themselves, not just for the 75 plus employees that it has, but to ensure that the manufacturing companies that we have in our community continue to operate at their fullest capacity. We do ask that you support Superior's expansion project by specific expansion project of our overall operations, and more specifically of the manufacturing division, by providing a 60% 10-year property tax abatement at the new facility. Thank you for your time. I'm open if you have any questions.
Again, the 61 jobs, is that including service jobs and manufacturing both?
I will let the CFO of Superior speak specifically to the job growth. He has those figures. I do not.
Any further questions for Ms. Carlin?
I guess I still have one gnawing question. And it gets to the but-for argument again, but was this expected incentive part of the original business plan? Because again, Superior was pretty far down the road when we first heard about this. And I'm just assuming that if this was going to be a substantial part of the plan for growth, we would have been called a little earlier in the course of things.
Sure. Dr. Davis, if you recall the last executive session that I had with the commissioners, we spoke specifically about the procurement, the PLC division, the procurement, I'm sorry, not procurement, but programmable logistics control division that we were hoping to add with some of these incentive dollars. The 40% estimated revenue that we've been speaking of for the manufacturing division of Superior includes the PLC division. Again, the CFO will speak specifically to that, but without these incentives, we are not able to move forward at the rate that we would hope to by adding that aspect of manufacturing to Superior. So with regard to the but-for, the new PLC division would be the but-for. In addition, the ability to continue to invest in the needed equipment and jobs to support the desperate need of our community. Clearly, job growth will be contingent upon our ability to afford to hire new people, which again is why it's so important that you support a 60% abatement. And Mark Millard, the CFO, will speak specifically to what that means in terms of job growth and what it means in terms of supporting it at a 20% level versus a 60% level. And hopefully that'll provide you with some further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Mark Millard, Chief Financial Officer, Superior Contracting Manufacturing Services. Couple different questions going around, some more information. I'll try hopefully address all of them. We can circle back. Feel free to, let's make it interactive, ask questions, interrupt me as I'm going. It's all good. So like we talked about, we're proposing adding 20 to 27 jobs over the next 24 months. I think 95% of them are related to manufacturing jobs for the most part. There's a slide in your handout that talks about the different jobs, different types of jobs and the different pay rates associated with those. The only one is we reference some electricians in there. Electricians are planned growth for two parts. One is that 5% that's not manufacturing. It's that services industry for our electrical group. The other part of it is they fall in with our PLC, our Controls and Automation Division, Programmable Logistical Controls. When you talk about programming, logistics, controls, automation, that kind of stuff, you know, there's a lot of electrical components that go along with setting up industrial equipment. And so that's where the electricians come in, is because they can handle that. That's a trade that's a little more common. So it's a little easier for us to hire those individuals in order to start that division to move forward with it. So that's why that grouping is there. So to answer your question, Commissioner Hoppick, 95% is manufacturing jobs. That programmable logistic controls, that's from our viewpoint, that's strictly manufacturing. I don't know if y'all need a little more information related to that. Okay, great. So that's where we're at with that. As far as the WSU study, the other thing that we do, I'm a CPA. And so by nature, I'm extremely conservative. You can ask our president how conservative I am and how yin and yang that makes us, I think. When we helped assist with the WSU study, we said, okay, let's start. I can't remember what it says in it, 21 jobs. You guys have that. But as we've been talking all along, we're talking about creating 20 to 27 jobs. Again, that's conservative when we do the study as an effort to try and not overstep our bounds, right? As somebody who's conservative, I'm going to put the information out there that I know that we can back up over that time frame based on the information that we have when we have it. So when we're talking about property tax abatement, we're talking about looking at the project as a whole, talking about job growth. We've done a very conservative estimate of what we're doing with our job growth. I think based on where we're at today, over the next 24 months, 27 jobs makes a lot more sense. So far, we've already hired. We retained 2 staff from El Dorado to join our electrical group. We've hired 2 additional electricians with another one on board. So we've already kind of met our quota with our electricians based on our proposal to begin with. With South Industrial Sheet Metal, we've hired 1 new individual already. We have 5 temporary workers on staff that we intend to hire as soon as we're able to do so. Those are the ones that we've kept on staff. If you guys are familiar with how the temporary workers situation works, it's a good way to try somebody out to verify that they have the skills that they say they have. So that way you're not on the hook for the property taxes and benefits, et cetera, et cetera. It's easy to go through the temp way to do that. So we've got 5 guys on staff. They've proven themselves. As soon as we get to the threshold to meet where we can hire them, we plan to. That's where we're at right now. We're in desperate need of an addition of our staff of receiving, which again, the receiving is going to be directly related to that manufacturing piece. I mean, I know there's receiving docks for all of our manufacturing places here in town. So we're at, today's July 11th. We've had ownership for 11 days, 12 days, and we've already got plus 11 staff of where we're at from when we started this plant. Those are job growth. Like the South Industrial one, we can't hire any of those additional people without this extra space. But for, we want to talk about that, but for. We've been able to do what we've done so far within the means of what we've been able to do. The but for is our programmable logistics controls division. It's starting a new business from scratch, essentially. So when you hire somebody new, it's going to take a while before you can bring in the revenue to recoup, the expenses that are associated with that. There's significant capital investment to start that division. And so that's where we're at today with the but for. As far as how many of those people, as far as the dollar amount of what it would take to get those people on board, I don't have a direct answer for you, because when we're talking about 20%, 60% of 1 year of property tax abatement or 2 years of property tax abatement, that's not going to cover 6 to 10 new individuals in a division. it'll make a significant dent in the capital investment involved in starting that division. So I mean, that's kind of the but for, and I don't even know, we have estimates of what we've made to start with the capital equipment with that division. But we don't know what that's going to be. We found out as we've been in our new building, we found out that, we made estimates to do this, but there's this new office that we really would make a lot of sense to build here with another addition of a break room here. And we're adding these water tanks here, stuff we didn't really plan for in advance already. We're merely 2 weeks into our ownership of the property. So that's where we're at right now. Questions?
Any questions for Mr. Millard?
This controls group, did you call it a PLC or?
That's kind of one of the ways to describe the service.
Yeah,
Programmable.
How many
logis-
employees are there?
It's-
Would there be involved in that?
So we're looking for 6 to 10. I think 6 is kind of the low end of it, depending on the how fast, how quickly the service takes off. We can definitely do 10. We know there's a need for it. We know in our previous dealings, which if you don't remember, that's fair because that was a few weeks ago. We've got an engineer identified who's ready to join us whenever the financial stability of our company comes out. Again, the but for of what we're talking about here. He's ready to join us. He said he's got 3 or 4 individuals lined up to join him immediately to start that group, to start with projects, and then kind of fill in the rest going from there.
These are programmers that are in addition to what's included in the job listings.
And I don't have that one in front of me. I
Okay.
apologize, but
I only asked you to mention 6 to 10 and it lists 4 here and I wasn't sure
okay, sure.
if those were due different.
That in that division as a whole is 6 to 10. And so the electrical engineers 1, the programmers 4. And then as I mentioned earlier, the electricians are part of that group too, to help kind of fill that out. And so, and then this chart you have here in the slideshow, again, that conservative, I think 20 job numbers there where we're at with that. So that's again, harping on my conservative nature.
Should we be making our plans for 24 employees in 2 years or 60 employees in 10 years? Because when I do the math, the value, the cost per job per year, it's a big difference in the support of the value of that incentive per job. If you get 24 employees in 2 years, but then none for the next 8 years, it drives up the cost of that.
Absolutely. Yeah,
incentive
okay.
over time.
Fair statement. Yeah. And what I think what Stephanie, Ms. Carlin said was that when we helped create the study, the inputs for it, when we got the information back, we said, we're focused on our 24-month plan, right? We're focused on getting us off the ground and getting us going. But we have no intention of stopping that growth after year 2. It's just that was the easiest way to identify for us a quick need. I think from my perspective, the last 5 years of the growth of Superior has been a little bit of a whirlwind. And so the fact of projecting out farther than 24 months for us is a little bit, there's a lot of question marks, a lot of stuff that can still happen that we don't know about. Our plan is to continue to grow every year. Yes.
I know, but we're being asked to project 10 years of abatement.
Yep.
Yes, and that 10-year job growth is based upon what the increased capacity of the new building, the PLC division, and our manufacturing division through South Industrial would create those total jobs over that 10-year period. But as Mark clarified, when we filled out the initial information for the Wichita State study, We know today that we need 24 people in the next 24 months, and that's what we were focused on. But to sustain that growth, to sustain and grow that company, we're going to be adding on those additional employees for the remainder of that 10-year forecast.
What's the method by which the incentives are tied to realization of projected job growth?
We have a follow-up process to look at that initial projection to confirm that they met that threshold. If it fluctuates after that initial, satisfaction of that requirement, we have not made pro rata adjustments up or down. It's really focused on that initial out of the gate, what was projected and whether they met it. And so I certainly don't want to have contributed to any of the confusion. I did go back and look at our communication, which caused me to describe it the way that I did. And so my understanding from our communication was the 21 jobs were known or knowable, and then the scenarios 4 through 6 were the known or knowable jobs plus historic average growth.
I have a copy of all of our communication between Mitch and Mike and myself. And I'm happy to share that with you, but I will tell you that on June 11th, I submitted an email to Mike to state that to submit the versions 1 through 3 to the city commissioners would be asking them to rely on incomplete and incorrect data and therefore make a decision on misinformation. We tried to clarify this before that information was presented to you, and clearly it did not happen. So I apologize for the confusion, but we immediately, from the company's perspective, tried to address that error. I want the commission to rest assured that our commitment to adding those 60 plus jobs over the next 10 years, we have taken to heart. We believe that's a conservative estimate, but we also fully understand that if we don't meet the commitment that we've made to the city of Salina, that there could be a clawback where some of that property tax abatement that you may grant would be taken back. I fully believe that the company and the government need to be accountable for what they say that they're going to do. Superior is no different. And we are here to say that we will be held accountable for that job growth over the next 10 years.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but versions 4, 5, and 6 were added in response to that communication that we had.
Yes, that's versions
trying
4,
to be
5, and
responsive
6.
to the
Right.
point you
And as
made.
I've outlined in the packet that I provided you today, you can turn to page 11 and it provides that explanation there.
So versions 1, 2, and 3 weren't accurate because they don't take into consideration any of the initial jobs or the job growth.
It only took into consideration job growth for the first 2 years, not for the entire 10-year forecast period that the study considers.
But versions 4, 5, and 6 do take that into consideration?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And if you look at your the various studies, the variable is going to be on that page 1 that has the number of jobs. And you'll see that versions 1 through 3, I believe, have 20 or 21 jobs. And then versions 4 through 6 have the 60 plus jobs outlined.
Okay.
Mike, how is the clawback provision written into the agreement?
Well, historically, we've gone back and looked at that recently, and the advice that we've been given is once the IRB is issued and that threshold is met, there has not been a clawback. If we want to pursue clawbacks, that's something I'd have to take up with our bond counsel.
I mean, just speaking for myself in terms of clawbacks, first of all, I've never known us to be, that conservative when, granting economic development incentives, but, and I've kind of been opposed to that. I'm more inclined to be generous if we have clawback provisions like were mentioned. So if that's something that, the applicant is okay with, knowing that potentially if bond counsel approves and shows us a way to go forward with that, we could have some clawback provisions if the company doesn't perform as projected.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Millard.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I guess I wanted to get some help from my fellow commissioners. Those who,
No, I'm scooting back so you can look at the other end.
well, with a bit more of a hard business background than me. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Is that better? Yeah, just wanted to get just opinion from my colleagues up here as to how to factor in this type of incentive. You know, when the project to me seems to have been well underway before coming to us, and how to factor in how much of that growth beyond years 2 is going to been natural growth. Because I'm assuming if you didn't have the, I'm getting all my initials together, but the PLC division, you'd still have some natural growth of your company. I mean, I would hope that you wouldn't have expanded if you weren't planning on growing anyway. But how we separate out what was going to occur naturally from what's going to develop as a result of these specific 24 jobs.
I have some comments. My first question is, I'm going to look at staff. We haven't ever done this before because we haven't gotten to this point. Would it be advantageous for us to send this back to the EDO to review? Because I'm going to tell you right now, this isn't the same presentation I heard twice to the EDO. And they've been very critical. Superior has the EDO, but I'm telling you, this isn't what I heard sitting in the EDO meetings. And because now we're talking a lot more details on job. Stephanie, you're making a face at me, but I can tell you right now, the first comment you made at the first meeting was, and I wrote it down, was Chris bought this building before talking to me or to Mark. That was the first comment. And then we talked about consolidation, not expansion. And I don't have those video, but I remember making notes on that. So what I'm hearing today is considerably different than what I know the EDO heard the first meeting or two.
I will tell you, Commissioner Hoppick, that this has been a learning process for us. And as I mentioned in my presentation today, we were guided that the two most important factors were job creation and capital investment. And so the first presentation that I gave to the EDO highlighted the capital investment and the job creation.
And that's why I'm saying I think it needs to go back to the EDO because, and again, you continue to talk about revenue. As a commissioner, I'm not concerned with your revenue. I'm concerned with job expansion and what we're at. So
we have the chairman of the EDO here, and Lloyd can provide clarification if I am mistaken, but twice, and once was the meeting that you were at, Commissioner Hoppick, where there was discussion about how much revenue is attributed to manufacturing. And that was the 40%. And I too have notes going through the calculation that was presented to us. And so I agree, it should be based on capital investment and job creation, but the calculation that the EDO provided the day that we met the first time and what they talked about today was based upon 65% of the square footage being allocated to Superior because we're going to lease the second building out, and 40% of our revenue is attributed to manufacturing. And it wasn't until we've gone through this process where we have highlighted the manufacturing aspect as we have become more informed as to what the EDO has been looking at. And I will make one other clarification. In the meeting that Mike attended with Mark and I and Mitch here at the city county building, the bond attorney clarified that a manufacturing component was not required for this type of IRB. And so much of the focus has been on manufacturing. And I understand that Salina is a community that is heavy in manufacturing. And I understand the importance to that to economic development. But if you're going to add 50 jobs of construction or tier 2, tier 1 support for manufacturing companies versus, additional plant to provide, the main manufacturing. If you really are focused on jobs, does it matter?
That's a good question, but we're looking at what our prior our guidelines are. So if we're going to change, then we're going to have to review our guidelines.
And I don't believe that there was guidelines that that definitely were not shared with me, apart from just being verbally told to focus on capital investment and job creation, so long as those jobs are above the average median wage for Saline County.
But
And I don't disagree with that characterization from our initial conversation. I can't speak for the EDO in terms of, their rationale and focus on manufacturing, other than that has been our past practice. And I'm assuming, again, I'm not speaking for the EDO, but I think their focus on the revenue was trying to find a way to discern, to figure out how many jobs were manufacturing oriented.
And I would agree. And I don't fault them for trying to come up with a formula. I'm trying to educate the commissioners on, does that formula based on revenue make sense?
Well, and the other thing is, you're asking for a 60% tax abatement. Well, 60% on the total equals probably what, 80% tax abatement on just the percentage of the building you'll be using.
Which is why I tried to educate you today, as well as to go off of manufacturing per square foot is another metric that I know that we're all trying to grasp at straws to try to normalize this and make this a more objective decision-making process versus subjective. But quite frankly, and I will repeat, no one from the EDO came to do a site visit during their due diligence. And so to base that recommendation without understanding what our manufacturing division does. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. And Mitch, how dare you? I've invited you several times to come and take a tour of the facilities.
I guess what I keep coming back to is, in the letter, it says like a 1.0 ratio is fair for both parties. And when I look through here, and all of them in the versions, 4, 5, and 6, I've got my stuff out of order. We come out ahead. I still am concerned that, we don't have anything similar to this from the EDO telling us how they made their decision. Our own IRB policy, and I know that our past practice may have been to emphasize manufacturing jobs, but I didn't read that in here, and I'm at a loss. I guess sending it back to the EDO to look at again in regards to the new data that we have, but otherwise it seems like we're just making an incredibly subjective decision in the absence of, being able to list a rationale for why we're doing what we're doing.
Commissioners, one part of that conversation, the second EDO board meeting that neither I or Mitch reported that may be helpful is, what we previously shared with you is there was a discussion about one particular board member kind of took the lead in the conversation of, here's how I recall we came to the recommendation that we did. Board members correct me if I'm wrong. And so there was consensus about kind of the rationale that Mitch and Mr. Davidson have described. They also acknowledged that they knew there was conversation on your part about wanting a predictable matrix. And there was discussion about understanding that desire, but it not being that clean, it being, a discretionary decision that they as a recommending body had to sort out and be comfortable with. And again, kind of threw it open to that group and said, correct me if I'm wrong. And there seemed to be consensus around that. That's not to say that they couldn't apply more analysis. It's not to say that this new information might not change their decision, but I think there was consensus on their part that they weren't, for lack of a better word, optimistic that if tasked with it, they could come up with a matrix in advance to apply to prospective projects. They were taking them at face value and doing their best to apply good judgment.
But why don't we have something to refer to? Like this? I mean, why is there not like a bullet point of, whether, and to be quite frank, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on and I'm not sure that I'm getting 100% of it, but whether or not we're going to do this on square footage of the building that's occupied, square footage that's devoted to manufacturing, jobs created. I mean, I feel like at some point in this, the letter from the EDO, we should have had, here's how we got to our decision, good, bad, or indifferent. But I feel like we're about the same place we were the last time we took this up. And I don't know if we want to go ahead and make a decision today or send this back to the EDO for them to further consider this in light of the WSU information that appears to be the only quasi-objective data that we've gotten at this point.
And just some correct, the EDO did not make any decisions based off of the WSU information.
Yeah,
Correct.
and again, in past
Correct.
practice, the cost benefit analysis has typically been done to confirm the recommended abatement rather than proactively before it's being considered and a conclusion's been reached. It has been, again, right or wrong, been viewed as a required step before actually carrying through with the abatement. But there's an initial decision made about the abatement and then the cost benefit confirms the appropriateness of it.
But the WSU does not support the recommendation from the EDO.
Well, the practice hasn't been max out the abatement till you reach one, to
Right.
minimize the benefit to the community to exactly one. It's more a confirmation that what you're offering in the way of abatement doesn't have a negative financial impact on the community overall.
And I appreciate that you want to say more, but we really.
No,
need to
I was
have
just going to
some
say it would be
opportunity to
the
discuss it.
company's request, if the commission would so oblige, is to make a decision based upon the cost benefit analysis that's been provided. The EDO has made their recommendation. We've illustrated on page 11 of the presentation I provided you today, the ratio analysis, and as highlighted, the only version that does not meet or exceed the 1.0 ratio is version 3 with the 60% abatement. As a reminder, that version 3 does not include the totality of the jobs. Regardless, you can see the cost benefit analysis for all other scenarios is strong, and we would appreciate the commissioners' vote today if possible.
I've spoken too much. What are the thoughts from the rest of the commissioners?
Well, I'm ready to act in the absence of a hard policy about this. I honestly feel that it's very hard to draft a policy that's all encompassing, and every business has different parameters and different pieces to it. So I appreciate the work that the EDO has done, and I think they've taken a rational approach to this. And I think I'm impressed. Well, sometimes when you give incentives, you like to give them to the people that need them. And this is a very successful company looking at its growth going forward. And but we want people like that in the community, and they're also proposing to build additional services that we need badly here. So given the tenacity of the presentation, I'd have to say they're pretty successful as competitors in the world in which they work. So I think that it's a good idea to support that. So I would hope that we can, as a group, we can make a decision today.
consensus to go ahead and make a decision today?
I agree. I think sending this back to the EDO is going to be very frustrating for
Both
them
parties?
and
Yeah.
all parties. But,
Yeah.
you know, when you look at the people that are serving in that capacity, there's some of the, if you had to, you know, obviously handpick people to lead in that direction. Those are some really great business minds and public servants and business leaders who have put a great deal of thought into this. And so I don't think that anything here is going to necessarily change their methodology.
Okay. I didn't ask for comments from the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this issue? Sorry, I'm trying to remember to speak into this mic because it doesn't seem like I get picked up unless I'm on top of it.
That's a good suggestion for all of you commissioners. We can't hear you. Norman, Mount Salina. We're sitting out here, we keep requesting that you people speak up. Get a little closer to the mic. Is that too much trouble to bend over?
We may have
Oh,
to
yeah.
check. I
Yeah.
don't
Have
think
it
any of
checked,
us,
something's wrong.
well, I don't think any of us are sitting any further back than we
Yeah.
normally do,
Yeah.
which is the reason we probably keep committing the same
But-
problem.
Is economic development, population growth in the best interest of the country? You're just talking about a local area. I'm going to go back to it again. It's about our resources. If you increase the population, you're going to draw on our resources some more. We're going to run out of water. The whole country is in a drought. Idaho, Utah, the drought is coming this way. Do you remember the drought of the 30s? My folks do. We're going to run out of water and you keep increasing the demand for our water. You're going to be sitting there holding the cup and trying to get water out of the faucet and it ain't coming. So I would suggest that you look at this a little longer, a little harder. You're asking the taxpayers to subsidize this business. You're asking the taxpayers to invest in that business. Are we going to see any return on our investment? No, not every one of us. Will the county commission have to weigh in on this? Because now you're asking for a tax abatement. So you're going to have to put this before the county commission to see what their take on it is.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. Anyone else?
Commissioners, Chad Farber. I don't have the entire packet in front of me. Do we have numbers? I miss Commissioner Franz here. He's always ready to throw numbers back out at me. Do we have numbers on what the total tax abatement would be for each of the different brackets, just for knowledge?
For the for 10 years for the city, 112,887, county 155,000, state 86,000, and school board 60,000.
And that's for the,
If you add them, it's 412,000 roughly.
For the
That's
entire-
that's
for the 10
scenario one with the lower number of jobs and a 20% of
20%, and that is
And-
for the 10-year.
Yes,
10.
and then there's 5 more versions with 5 different sets of numbers.
Right. Yeah, there was a lot of numbers in that. A lot of numbers in that packet. I sympathize with all of you having to go through that packet. I know, and we're going to have another presentation on housing and different things in a little bit, but I know this kind of ties together. And with the job market and with the medium prices, I think it's a good idea, even with the tax abatement. I appreciate this company bringing up the idea of the clawback. You know, that's something, I don't know if it's in the policy of the city, but I appreciate them taking responsibility and saying that they would be willing to do that. So I know you have a lot of numbers in front of you, but again, it is the best interest of Salina, and we want to do I think we all want to do what's best for Salina, however you respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Farber. All right, well, I don't see anyone online to speak, so I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Commissioners, the staff report it's a little open-ended, so if it's helpful, I think there's probably three decision points for you. One is, do you want to go forward with IRBs and tax abatements, yes or no? Another is, do you have a recommendation with regard to percentage? The third being clawbacks. There's a lot of process to IRB that we've not initiated until we get kind of those three decisions out of the way. And assuming that you want to go forward and you give us guidance, then we can work with bond counsel about public notice and preparation of the required documents, and it'll be back for you for more formal action.
With that in mind, I guess our first question to consider as a commission is there a consensus to proceed with some level of tax abatement and sales tax with the IRBs?
Well, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
30% and the tax abate, just to put a number out there.
Is that a motion?
And I will make that a motion, yes. And then with the, if I'm seeing a consensus here with the provision for the clawbacks on the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
am I not being heard again? So it's a terrible problem today. Maybe they could turn the house speakers up a little bit. I would make the motion that we approve this offer to us in the amount of 30% and with the tax 10-year tax abatement and a clawback feature.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve with the issuance of industrial revenue bond financing in the amount of 30% property tax abatement and then the sales tax as well with a clawback provision. Does that give the direction?
My question is, with 30%, do we really want to deal? I mean, we don't even know if we can do a clawback, and who's going to monitor that over the next 10 years. I mean,
Well, we need to
I'm
come up
looking at
with
staff.
with a way to do, I mean, if that's our guarantee.
Well, I could
That's-
go without the clawback provision just
Yeah.
because I think that's putting too much of a task on the staff.
Well, I mean, I think
We
it's
need to
pretty,
move this along, but
it's
that's something we need to consider in the future possibly.
I mean, I think if they missed by 1 or 2 jobs, we wouldn't go through the effort. I mean,
Right.
if they missed by 18 jobs,
Yeah,
I think we would have a reason to pursue
Well,
that.
two thoughts on that, I guess. As much as we could, I think we'd try to put the positive responsibility on the business to, on a regular basis, demonstrate that whether they've met it or not. And then if we're off by job numbers, it could be just a pro rata adjustment. You miss by 50%, then your abatement's off by 50%. You miss by one job, it may be 8% or whatever that appropriate number might be. So I think I appreciate the concern about it being cumbersome, and there's no doubt that, over the next 10 years, everybody has to remember that date, that process, it has to get done in a timely manner, but I don't want to say that it's impossible. At a minimum, we could have bond counsel, staff and bond counsel can talk through what that might look like, and then when we bring it back to you, you could decide whether you think that's practical or not.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Along that line, if I can do some quick staff work with the city manager for a moment. That, as you all probably recall, the IRB process generally commences with consideration of the application leading to a resolution of intent, ultimately manifesting itself in the issue in an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the bonds. Just so there's no confusion, I would suggest that direction, that it be clear that this is not intended as a
Substitute.
or a binding action in any respect, but initiating the process for
Correct.
bond counsel's work in developing the documents that would take you through the normal process. If that's what Commissioner Ryan intended.
Well, possibly my motion should have included the language to instruct staff to proceed
Okay.
with the necessary preparations for the city commission to initiate industrial revenue bond financing structured to provide for property tax abatement equivalent to a 30% percentage and the necessary or in the 10-year tax abatement.
Thank you both for the clarification. So we have that motion to address right now. Are there any further questions or comments?
Okay, did we have a second on, did you redo your
No,
motion?
it's still the clawback is in there.
It's still the same facts. I just
Yeah, it's just
clarified
to
it
give
as a
staff direction.
instructing staff to proceed.
So I'm probably okay with the 30%. Again, remember they're using 60%, some percent of what they purchased. So that's going to give them, and I don't have my calculator in front of me, basically a 40-some% tax abatement, I'm guessing. We're also talking about, they talked about the investment that they made. They can still sell that other 40% off, or they're going to triple net lease it and be getting the taxes. There was taxes to be paid, would be paid back to them. So long story short, I think 30% I'll live with. I'm not going to fight over that. So.
All right, I'll go ahead and all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. So we'll go with the 30%. Thank you all. And
Mayor.
it's my hope in the future that we can come to these decisions a little bit more easily and objectively. Would you like to take a break?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and resume at 6:20.
I know.
All right, we are back in session and ready to take up item 8.1.
Item 8.1, ordinance number 21-11065, approving the Feast on the Fae as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the boundaries of barricaded public areas at such event.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I think you're familiar with Feast on the Fae as an event. It's been an annual event since 2016, except for last year. And they're looking to revive it this year on Saturday, September 11th. And we provided you background on state law and also your own policies in regarding to special events that involve the consumption of alcohol that on public streets and sidewalks. But the state of Kansas does allow alcohol to be sold and consumed on public streets when a special event has been approved by the local governing body, and they require that a copy of the city ordinance be submitted with the temporary permit application. So Feast on the Fae has requested that you approve the attached ordinance authorizing their event and allowing the consumption of alcohol on a public street, and they're proposing to close the 100 block of South Santa Fe, and the event will be from 5 to 9, as I mentioned, on Saturday, September 11th. The policy that you have asks for Salina Downtown Inc. to receive comments from downtown business and property owners, and there was no opposition to the date or the location, but there just was a request that the event organizers wait until after 1 o'clock to close Santa Fe Avenue. So your options this evening would be to approve the attached ordinance that would approve Feast on the Fae as a special event and allow the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area. You could approve this subject to any modifications to the size or date or location of the event. You could postpone consideration if you feel you need additional information, or you could decline to approve the ordinance and deny the proposed special event. They could still potentially have the special event, but your approval is needed to allow for the consumption of alcohol in the public streets and sidewalks.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any questions for staff? I think the only question I had is it possible, and I'm sorry if I feel like I'm shouting, but since we're not, the mics aren't working, I'm just going to keep shouting. Is there a way for you to, for staff to approve these like administratively? Or are we required to go through the whole ordinance process each time?
Well, we can approve the special event administratively. We
But
can
not the
approve
alcohol.
the amplified sound administratively. We can approve all aspects of it except for the consumption of alcohol in the public street. We will, and it's a minor thing. The statute says it says a copy of the city ordinance or county resolution. However, I've seen some cities in Kansas that have approved these events by resolution instead of ordinance, which wouldn't require 2 readings. That's something that we could look into, but the way the statute's written, in order for them to get their temporary alcohol permit, they have to attach a copy of the ordinance that you have approved. So
Thank you.
One other question, there's one other event with this possibility came up. If it were to rain and the event was postponed a week, does our action confer to the event itself or just that date for the event?
Gonna have to look at the ordinance, and I may have to defer to Mr. Bankston. I think this came up once before with the Seraphim Bread event that took place in Spillman Plaza, and it had alternate dates in it, and I can't remember if we had to have the alternate dates in the.
I thought we just applied it to the alternate dates, whatever.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have to come back.
Yeah, because we wouldn't want to. I mean, it'd be almost impossible to turn it around that fast. But the first recital, Greg, it refers to Feast on the Fae from 5 to 9 on September 11th, 2021. They have a rain date? Would we need to modify this to allow for that as an alternate rain date?
I would say that'd be the best solution today to enable the first reading to occur,
To
would
cover.
we just simply refer to or an alternative date if
Okay.
uh, is it
Whether-
possible, weather
Leave it open or-
requires or something? You have to have a specific date.
So I
Yeah.
think we have
Yeah.
someone in the audience that's here on behalf on Feast and the Faith. She may be able to answer that question. Do you have a rain date identified? Or, okay.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Because our actions right here don't actually list a date at all.
The ordinance.
The ordinance itself
Oh, the
lists,
ordinance.
lists a date
Okay.
at the very top. It says your Feast on the Fae from 5 to 9 PM on September 11th. This refers to as a special event. And so that was,
So I think between first and second reading, we could build that rain date. Now that we know we have an identified rain date, we could build that into the ordinance for second reading.
and I'm pretty sure we did that for the ordinance for the Spillman Plaza events.
Yeah.
We can go back and look what we did there, but we did, I think we did modify the ordinance to allow for the rain date.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Good point.
Any questions or comments from the public? Not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11065, approving the Feast on the Fae as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area proposed on South Santa Fe during the event.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11065, approving Feast on the Fae. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Which brings us to 8.2.
Item 8.2, approve resolution number 21-7970 and resolution number 21-7971, adopting the Live Salina Plan 2021 supplement and the Salina housing policy.
Okay,
So-
I'm really worried about these microphones now.
This one's working. I think,
a little bit
I
of
think this one's
preliminaries.
okay.
Yeah,
Um,
we gave Marty the only live one.
The only right one.
Well, that's who everybody's here to
Yeah.
listen to, so.
So if I could, as a quick preliminary, just want to acknowledge that this easily could have been a study session topic or presentation. Given the budget timeline and how it dominates the study session schedule, that really wasn't, we didn't see that as an option today. Staff did look at, there is an opening next week, but recognizing the urgency of this topic, the timeline, the prior commitment to this particular date, we made the decision to put this topic on your agenda as an action item for lack of a study session. Having said that, this is all in draft form. It's a lot of information on a short notice. So you're certainly within your discretion to take it up more as a study session conversation, provide direction and delay it to a future date if you're so inclined. So just don't want to create too much of a sense of pressure at the outset, given kind of the volume of information we're about to cover.
Hi.
And with that, I'll turn it
Yeah.
over to Lauren Driscoll.
Back to Ms. Driscoll.
I'm going to try and keep the staff report fairly short, but I do want to kind of highlight those action items that I think Mike's alluding to for City Manager Scragg. As we've been talking about for quite a few months, really since about February, that we have a housing shortage due to the exciting economic opportunities in our community. We have many new jobs and many new people who are going to need to come and take those jobs, but we have a missing element there, and that's housing. RDG, Marty Schuker, have come back to the community to work with us to update our housing plan. We last did a housing plan in 2016. And since that time, with these new developments, the demographics and some of the other indicators that are in there to help us make choices are no longer relevant. So Marty has worked through 5 different presentations with you, taking the data, taking your feedback, even a session at strategic planning to work those into the supplement that's in front of you that would become a part of our current plan that would have that 2021 update if you so act on that tonight. And then also created a housing policy. And this policy would live out there to kind of give that overall purpose and intent of why it is we're doing what we're doing. And then as we develop different economic tools or incentives to address this, they would then go under that. And so ideally, when those things come up, it's not like what we've been experiencing with the RHIDs of recent, where it's, well, how many units? Well, is that the number of units we really needed? Is that how many and how fast does it need? Does it need to be townhouses or single family residential or multifamily? All those questions. That would lead to the second product, and that's that housing policy that Marty's developed. And in there, we have an RHID policy already, and then we have an IRB policy that's been developed specifically for housing. So that brings me to the two actions that are in front of you this evening. Their first one is Resolution 217970, specifically related to adopting the Live Salina Plan supplement for 2021 and supporting that implementation. There are no fiscal direct costs associated with adopting this supplement, and staff recommends option one, which is approval of the resolution. If you do not approve, you can choose to make amendments as deemed appropriate. You could postpone consideration of this to a specific date and give staff direction on changes you may need, or four, you may vote to decline approving the resolution. And that would result in our plan staying out of date. The second item, which I think goes to what City Manager Scragg was addressing, is approving Resolution 21-7971. And this is a resolution adopting a housing policy for Salina and supplementing Section 11 of Resolution number 914625 by addressing guidelines for tax exemption requests associated with industrial revenue bond financing qualifying rental housing developments. So Greg and I worked to find the longest resolution title ever. No, we're just joking. But why I want to highlight this one is it is a little bit of, it was a little bit of a challenge. I don't think I anticipated when we got on the agenda that you would have an IRB item tonight that kind of got you thinking about this. But I'm going to give a quick history lesson so some of this makes a little bit more sense. In 1981, we adopted an IRB resolution. I have that one right here in case anyone needs some light reading. It's actually very simple.
It's very light.
It's very, very light reading. I actually probably could get away with reading it aloud, but I won't. But it's resolution 81-3547. And it basically says we can do IRBs. Then in 1991, we adopted the resolution that we've been kind of referring to this evening, and that's 91-4265. What's interesting about this is, and Greg, please correct me if I'm wrong, but cities have basically two ways in which they can deal with property tax abatement for this type of development. We have IRBs and we have a constitutional exemption. So the 91 policy was actually set up for that constitutional exemption process. And it outlines in very, very great detail how to go about doing that, and has very specific rules about, if you meet this number of job creation, you get this many years of the abatement at this percent, that kind of thing. But then at that very end, Section 11 states, the criteria, terms, and provisions of this policy shall serve as a guideline for tax exemption requests associated with industrial revenue bonds for which resolution of intent has been applied for after the effective date of this policy. Basically says all of this process guidelines and stuff should also apply to IRBs. The thing is, what wasn't taken into consideration, probably because we never really thought we'd use IRBs for residential, even though the power and the ability's already been there, is that if you tried to put a residential project through these guidelines, it would never make sense. Your residential project is never going to produce jobs. So there's some challenges and disconnect here. What we're proposing with Resolution 21-7971 is that just as this 91 resolution states that this will be the guidelines to that 1981 resolution, we're stating that this resolution from 2021 shall be the guidelines as they pertain to housing IRBs. It's kind of, they piggyback off of each other, if that makes sense. So hence why that is a fairly lengthy resolution with several whereases. I wanted to share that with you, so as you looked at the resolution, you could become comfortable with that and understand where the title is. Speaking to the resolution itself, and going off of what City Manager Scragg was saying, I would recommend actually option number 3, the postponing of the resolution until a date certain, and I would suggest your next meeting. One, Marty's going to have things to share with you, so I'm assuming that you are going to have feedback for him. Marty and I just talking a few minutes before the meeting got started we were doing the calculations on the existing projects that have been brought before you in the last couple of months to make sure they were fitting in the policy, and noticed, you gotta love Microsoft Word, that our tables had flipped on us and the rental table had jumped to where the
Lots of
housing
things flipped.
owner occupied, and they had flipped for the criteria. It was like,
Question today.
Yeah.
yeah, and I was like,
They're
"Oh,
all
you
over
gotta
the
be
place.
kidding me."
No,
I'm confused.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and Marty, I'm gonna get, Microsoft is not always your friend. So it has been jumping these tables back and forth. The other thing is,
On one end of the email, it was right. And on this other end of the email, it was all screwed up. So
formatting
Yeah.
is a challenge.
Yeah.
So those got flipped. I think the other thing that I would like, if I could just have a couple more days to get into the policy, is we talk about the IRB process really to what it is you need to do in that selection, but there's some steps in process that we're missing that I'd like to distinctly define in there rather than leaving them to ambiguity. I think we could easily do that. It couldn't be verbatim right from the 1991 resolution, because again, there's still certain things in there that don't make sense. And I like a lot of detail in these types of things, but you can get a little much on the resolution side. We can put a lot of that into just practice and into our application, but there are some key elements that really should be pulled out for the IRB part. I do feel very confident in the RHID process. I think as you review that and as Marty gets into that a little bit more, it is very reflective of what you have shared with us, minus the two tables that are flipped. So if you flip them, they are very reflective of what you suggested. And I think one of the other things that it also highlights, since this is a completely new process for us, is it includes the forming of a committee. When that comes in, that would include the school district, city manager, county administrator, to really get that representation right up front, so that we're not going into that process and the roles and the participation is clearly outlined. So that is something unique to the RHID. And then there's that scoring, there's various criteria that really ensures that whatever project, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or up to that maximum of 25, is really meeting the purpose and intent of what we were hoping for. The scoring criteria that's in those tables also is very reflective of the feedback you gave at the strategic planning session, talking about connectivity, infill development, price points, and really working from the numbers, the identified units and the identified price points that we need. So with that, Marty's got a little presentation. He just kind of wanted to summarize some of these.
So now that Lauren has made the whole presentation, I don't really have to
Got
say anything
graphics.
at all.
Got graphics.
Well, thanks. It's great to be here with you today, and I will try to make this pretty streamlined because you've heard much of this information before. Although there are a few things that we've changed and refined, and I'll point those out as we go through. So, Jacob, if you could give us the next slide. The presentation is broken up into three pieces. One that deals with the updates on the projections. Second, the strategic framework, that is the process that we're recommending as a general direction in terms of housing over the next 10 years. And then the incentive policy that Lauren really just did a very good job of summarizing. So we can probably be pretty quick here, I hope. But please feel free to interrupt with any questions as we go through the material. First, as you remember, we start out with population forecasts. And the basis of our forecast has been to use the historic growth rate of Salina between 1990 and 2019. 2019 data are American Community Survey estimates, which have their own eccentricity. So this is not 2020 census, it's the latest data that we have that we've updated to, is that we have taken that historic growth rate, which equates to about 0.36% annual growth rate, then factored in the jobs that the chamber is currently projecting will be added over the next 10 years, and assume that about 40% of that population growth generated by those new jobs and households would translate into actually added households and population in Salina. So that gives us, building on a 2020 base, estimated base, 47,167, that we will just break the 50,000 mark by 2030, which is an interesting number, because if that in fact happens, not only will that be a nice thing to have happen, but it will produce a community development block grant entitlement, assuming that that program continues, and it probably will. It's been around for the last 45, 45 years, since the mid 1970s, and also will create an MPO, a Metropolitan Statistical Area for Salina, which is also kind of an interesting thing. So, so 50,000 is kind of a magic number when from an opportunity point of view. As we discussed, it's really the households that generate housing demand, not so much the population. So we are estimating that we will have about 20,400 households by 2030, or a growth of about 1,200 households over that period. So moving to the next slide. This is just these are our updated data that we thought were important. Generally, things that were in the 2016 study that didn't change or would require significant amount of reinspection and so forth. For example, things like housing conditions, we've assumed would not change significantly. So you can see here Salina's median household family and median household income of about 42,000 has grown now to which was recorded in 2010, has increased to just a little bit over 50,000, an increase of about 20%. And you can see how that stacks up with the relative incomes of peer communities. So we've included in this sample 3 university-based communities, Emporia, Lawrence, and Manhattan, and 2 non-university communities, Leavenworth and Topeka, that are sort of near peers. They're not exactly the same. We thought that Hayes on the other side was a little bit too small and in a somewhat different market. So Salina in some ways is kind of all by itself in terms of being a central Kansas micropolitan area. But we're looking at communities that are somewhat similar. And Salina stacks up well in terms of income growth over the last 10 years or so, and really in terms of overall median income. Next slide, please. This is difficult to see from where I'm standing, and probably from where you're standing as well. But what we're looking at here deals with housing occupancy. Okay, that's fine, thanks. Not much easier to see without glasses, but Salina is interesting in that it's really largely owner occupied. That many communities over the last 10 years have really overproduced on rental housing and underproduced on owner occupied housing. Salina has really not changed that much in terms of its distribution. So the bulk of construction in Salina since 2010 has been single family detached. It's kind of standard development, with a couple of exceptions like Lee Hardware Lofts. That was a big chunk of new development. That lack of rental production is contributing largely to the existing emergency, and that is a lack of rental vacancy in standard units. And you'll also see a very interesting thing as we get into affordability issues and the relationship between affordability and the relative drop in overall housing production over the last 10 years in Salina in terms of single family development. As we come to 2019, of occupied units, we are now about 63% owner occupied, about 36% renter occupied. Vacancy, which is identified in this table, is a totally unreliable indicator right now. A couple of you highlighted that, said how can vacancy show up as 6.2%? We're just not seeing that. The actual number in the 2019 ACS is even worse. It's 9.7%. So you look at the Salina market and say, how in the world could we be showing a statistical vacancy rate of almost 10%? Well, you look at the ACS data, and number one, it has a variance of error of plus or minus 450. That's out of a count of 2,000. So in other words, the margin of error is actually almost 20%, which is crazy. The other factor is that the other vacancy rate in the 2019 census estimates, other vacancy meaning things that are not on the market, that is dilapidated and uninhabitable in somebody's estate, held open for whatever purpose, but not in the rental market, is about 700 units. So 6.2%, is bad enough, excludes the other vacancy category, but doesn't even address the margin of error. So what am I trying to say? It's an unreliable figure. We won't know until there's an actual hard census count, and that probably, because that sampling too, will probably not be all that accurate. The real vacancy is considerably lower than that, but we're basically in projections holding vacancy level so that it's not even a factor. We've got significant housing demand without decreasing the vacancy rate, or increasing the vacancy rate rather. And we don't have any confidence in the numbers, so we're just kind of taking it out of consideration entirely. Probably more than you needed to know or wanted to know about that. The V, if not, don't change quite yet. The V over I is value over income, which is kind of a measure of whether housing is affordable to the population that's here right now. And the sweet spot is for a community is between 2.5 and 3. So Manhattan is crazy. Its value to income ratio is way over 4. That's typical of a community like Manhattan with a big university that dominates the market and pushes prices up. Places like Topeka and Leavenworth are considerably lower to the degree that they're almost undervalued. So it's just kind of an interesting measure about housing affordability to the existing population, not necessarily addressing new populations to the city. Next slide. So here we're looking at that kind of interesting affordability comparison where we match the number of households in specific income cohorts with the number of units that are, quote, affordable to that set of households. Generally, we'll find that there are negative balances or deficits in the upper ranges. That is, there are a lot of people in the city who are underpaying. They don't think so, but paying less than they can afford for housing, kind of representing a move-up market, and a big deficit in the lowest range. People who have the lowest incomes overpaying, that is paying more than 30% of their income for housing. It was interesting to compare this distribution in 2019 ACS with 2010, which was census, because everything has kind of moved up a little bit. So in other words, the imbalance or deficit for people, for the number of people who are at the bottom rung of the income scale, and that is needing much more affordable housing actually decreased. So that balance, which was around minus 2,500 for the group under 25,000, is actually now about minus 1,000. That's not a bad thing. It's kind of, it means that people are sort of, interestingly enough, moving up, and the number of the mismatch between low income households and low cost units has decreased. That's good, because it means that there are fewer people at the lower end of the income scale. So this is productive. It was interesting, and again, considering that we're looking at estimates, it's suggestive, but not necessarily proof beyond a doubt. But an interesting thing to see. Next slide. So now we look at housing production, and this gets very interesting when we compare this with the next set of tables that deal with actual demand. So we have in Salina over the last 10 years generated about 686 units of new housing. 539 of those units are conventional single-family detached units. 120 are multifamily, and there's sort of a scattering of single-family attached and duplexes and other housing forms. So we're still very much on one end of the scale or the other, and not really building the so-called missing middle. That is this kind of medium density stuff that a lot of literature is being written about, because given construction costs, that's really where the more moderate or medium cost housing market is going to be. You'll also notice, though, and this is very interesting, that the number of single family units that have been built per year has decreased pretty dramatically from a peak of about 85 in 2010 down to 30 in 2020. And as you'll see, that is reflective of the demand for units that we're projecting onward from 2020 to 2030 above $300,000. So basically what's happened now is that with increasing housing costs, we are building single family detached housing, but for a very narrow slice of the market. And people who need housing below $300,000 are generally being priced out of the new construction market. And so the production of single family development has decreased to only that demand generated by people who can afford a $300,000 house. It's very, that was a little bit of a surprise that those numbers kind of came out so clearly, but it's a very interesting thing. Moving on to the next slide. So there's an interesting graphic that just shows what's being built over the last 10 years. So the blue is single family detached. I'll call it orange or rust color or whatever, are middle density units. The green is multifamily, and the green is sort of episodic. It pops up in different years, but the blue conventional single family detached has been generally decreasing steadily over the 10-year period. Okay, next slide. No need to go through this, but this is the sampling of the larger multifamily buildings that we have seen over in Salina, and for the most part, there's no vacancy. Not entirely true, but these larger projects are almost all fully occupied or very close to it, at least from the data that we can glean. Also from a rent point of view, and this is important too, as you remember from one of our previous presentations, our typical rent for an apartment in Salina now is about $1 and maybe pushing $1.10 a square foot. So, so a number to remember as we think about rental development and about the need for incentives. Next slide. So now we go forward and look at future demand. And I found a couple of computational errors in our earlier number that actually pushed demand up a bit. I can't figure out why I made them, but I did. But so there we are. Our assumptions, though, have remained have been the same, and that is that over the next 5 years, that we would be experiencing a 50-50 owner-renter split. So that's a far higher percentage of rental housing than we have been building over the last 10 years, which has really only been about 15% of all of the units, 15 to 20% of all of the units. That will, we think, this is a guess, but resolve to the distribution that's more typical of Salina over the next 5 years. Why? Because people moving to town to take new jobs are going to be looking for rental housing first. If they like things and stay, they will move out of rental housing and gradually become owner occupants as they become more vested in the community. Our replacement is about 15 units per year. That's the rate of demolition permits over the last 10 years. Our demand will be about a little bit over 200 units a year to 2025. So that's about 30 units a year more than we were earlier projecting. That's again because I did a cell wrong in my calculations, and we think that this is probably going to be more reflective of what the demand is going to be, and then that stabilizes based on what we know now to about 125 units per year. 200 units per year corresponds roughly to based on my rule of thumb of a 1% growth rate equates to about 50%, 50 units for every 10,000 people, is an annual growth rate of about 0.8% annually, compared to the 0.36% that we have experienced over the last 30 years. So these jobs really matter. They make an enormous difference in terms of household and population growth.
Marty, just
Yes.
real quick, something to consider too. So when we have a development in front of us, it's not just the number of units, but also some of that is how long will it take them to build. So if we have 200 units in front of us, it's going to take them 200 or 2 years to construct, then they're producing that average of 100 a year. And some of those are going to come to us in a larger block, because to get to some of these multifamily numbers, you have to build a scale. So we may need to extrapolate out, that demand is here, but we can't necessarily pace them out on a year by year. You may have a developer and come saying, over the next 3 years, we're going to produce 400 units. And we may need to look at, one, they're going to take on some of the risk of the absorption of that. But in order to get to some of these numbers, we're going to have to look probably at projects that are bigger that may exceed that annual number. The annual number I often think about is some of it's absorption, some of it's just a way to wrap your head around how many of these is it we really need, and to think of it in a timely way.
Yeah, and it's even a little bit worse when you think about approval, construction period, and absorption. So we don't just have 200 units that come down from heaven and are open for people, but those 200 units will take about conservatively 18 months to be put online, and probably about 2 to 2.5 years, the 200 units to be absorbed, because things don't happen all that fast.
But we have talked about too is we don't even really know what our absorption rate is, because
the people aren't here yet.
The people aren't here yet, and we don't have a good track record because the stuff that we've absorbed has been LIHTC or income or age subsidized properties. So I think, we've talked a little bit about this. We will need to keep looking at these numbers. We're going to get to 2025 and we'll probably have to do a little micro contract with Marty just to kind of update these to make sure we're still on the right track. Even though these projections make sense right now, it's not, we're working with some pretty finite numbers. It's not hard to kind of need, 100 units here or 100 units there based on if we have any further economic development, or, these fairly conservative estimates we've made are too conservative. That absorption rate may happen much faster. We may have a need for, higher ed students that we didn't really realize that they've been living somewhere else or are more willing to go to our schools here because we have housing options for them. So some of this is just going to be watch and learn.
Yeah, but one thing we can say is that number one, we need rental housing, and number two, we need a broader range of owner occupied housing, without question, because and again, well, if we get then well, let's go to the next slide because that shows something really interesting. If you look at the projection for units over 300,000, and these are 10-year projections, and that's in current year dollars. It's not inflation adjusted, which is another question. We are showing a demand for about 318 units over $300,000 based on the current distribution. You divide that by 10, and that's almost exactly the amount of housing, single family detached housing we've been producing over the last 3 years. So again, that what jumps out at you as a conclusion is that, again, we are only building for that slice of the market, but that is not the only market that's looking for owner-occupied housing. And so what we're building is serving one part of the market, but not everybody who would want to live in owner-occupied housing. What does it mean that we're forcing a certain amount of the population who might be owner occupants into rental housing? That produces a lot of pressure on the limited rental stock that we have right now. And we've got this kind of pressure valve that we really need to figure out how to relieve.
So Marty, when we look at this, it shows total renter occupied 520 from 2021 to 2025.
Yes.
25.
Mhm.
Man, it's hard to say. That's that's what we need to be able to come up with in those
Over 5 years,
over
yeah,
5
up
years.
to through 2025.
So that's either turning current properties, because with construction costs, I see that very hard to do.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't.
Well,
What's that?
but you'd be surprised though,
Yeah.
because you'd be surprised because there are
I-
people who are lining up to do it.
Yeah.
That's
I
good to
have-
hear.
I have a
Yeah.
potential 400 unit project
Yeah.
in front of me right now.
That can fill some of those gaps in that
That's,
rent range.
it's in the range that's our most optimal.
Right.
So if you're looking at that total renters for this first 5 years, we're needing in the, sorry, even I'm trying to.
Less than 620.
625.
Yeah, I need 213.
Yeah, I should have
So,
increased the
And
font
I
size.
have a property that we're development in front of us right now, 400 units, rent ranging from 650 to 550.
Is that
Mhm.
new?
Yes.
Is that new construction or is it?
No.
redevelopment
No,
of it?
It's
It's
redevelopment
adaptive
of existing
reuse.
structures.
Okay.
Mhm.
Which
But that
would
still
help
counts, yeah.
costs.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
and speed.
Yeah.
Now, when you start looking at some of those, you're looking at, those are 1 bedroom.
There are efficiencies, but they're potentially looking at multiple bedroom units. Yes,
An efficiency is like a studio.
correct.
Mhm.
That's what the majority of them would be.
So you have currently in front of you, you approved an RHID district for 168 units. I will tell you, and I think City Manager Scragg had mentioned to you that they're actually, it should have been an IRB. There was a little bit of miscommunication between their realtor and property owners, but still 10 years, same what we've talked about. So that project Magnolia Point, which is over by Menards. It's 168 units, and that's like 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. And then we have a potential project that's been brought to us, and it's a very unique project. And it's different product, but it's 400 units with the potential of adding an additional parcel that they've just looked at that could have additional units on it. So they're still observing that. But there is a different kind of product market for those efficiencies too. And I mean, by the time you take our students and between all 3 of our higher ed universities, if we took just 100 units for them, fine, 100 units locked out there, that's an efficiency is perfect for a student. You got a bathroom, you got a closet, you got a bedroom, all that. Plus they do amenities. So pool, dog park, those types of things. And we're talking $650 to $550, totally reasonable. I wish I could have paid that rent in college. And then we start to look at One Vision. You have a lot of single individuals in their workforce that might be here for a couple years at a time. We have the R&D portions that are starting to develop, possibly at Great Plains. You know, somebody may be here 2 or 3 years at a time, maybe not bringing the whole family. And if we took, and we've been talking to the employers, the amount of employees that they have that could benefit from an efficiency, these numbers are not far off.
Right. And
400 could easily be absorbed. Not to mention, we haven't even talked about our existing. That's where this all gets kind of crazy is we have people in housing that wouldn't mind living in an efficiency, right? If they didn't have to take care of all that and it was at the right price point, right quality, had those amenities, which would then free up housing units for people in these other categories to actually purchase, to repair those homes, to bring up the housing stock, to do those things. We were even kind of talking about the fact that you could market it based on our location, the amount of storage we have for RVs and other recreational vehicles. If you're looking to plop yourself in the middle of the country, have a great little efficiency, and drive around and check out the rest of the world, man, Salina would be a great place to do that. So, you know, those efficiencies, and there's some really interesting demographics that as a market, we have very much missed that studio style apartment. And there are more and more people looking to buy or rent that product, even couples where, you know, your lifestyle is one taking advantage of those amenities and traveling and not necessarily needing that kind of square footage. So,
right. Well, the other
if-
thing is that when it comes to actual rental production, we're as interested in rent per square foot as we are in rent per unit. So this is taking the relative rental distribution and relating it to the income distribution. But when we come down to looking at the actual as you remember from a couple of sessions ago, when we're actually looking at rental pro formas and required costs and the impact of various kinds of assistance, we're really looking not so much at monthly rent as we are monthly rent per square foot. So $600 is a 600 square foot unit to get to.
So if Kansas Wesleyan or Kansas State Polytechnic built new dorms, that we would take that into consideration.
yeah,
in
but it's
these
still,
numbers.
it will help, but
Yeah.
it won't have nearly because we have parents who are buying houses
Yeah.
for these kids. And what that means is I now have a family who should be able to buy $150,000, $170,000 house who can't. I know you see this every day because your parents are from one of the coasts. And by the time they look at rent that they feel comfortable putting you in, they're not comfortable. So why not just use a little cash and we'll pick you up a nice little house. And when you're done with it, we'll sell it. That's a problem though, because I have a family who's not living in the house that they should be living in when I could have a student, even if Kansas Wesleyan builds dorms.
But I
I
mean,
got
that's
more
what I'm
kids.
saying. That helps open up that.
Yes. it's a
Yeah.
Yeah,
huge-
I
it's
think
a huge
another
open-
variable that relates to Kansas Wesleyan and K-State is what their growth potential is.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about the demand generated by jobs, but I think in talking with them, they feel like they have some potential if they can address the housing issue.
Yeah,
So here's another interesting thing. If you look at that ownership pie chart, the yellow and green are all that we're building right now. But the blue and the red, which are under $300,000, are not being built because we're building a housing type that's too expensive to meet that need. So if we don't figure out a way to do that, or to get people, and this is part of the problem, to get people to build that, and that includes small lot, single family, townhouse, owner occupied duplexes, any kind of duplexes, any of those kinds of things that we're really not building right now, we're not going to be able to meet the lion's share of the owner occupancy market. And that's not necessarily a good thing. That puts people into rental housing with little affordable opportunity to move up. But that becomes another issue in terms of looking at actual projects moving forward. So the next slide gets to that. And so here, and these are again, my kind of original distributions based on our experience with different housing types is taking those price points and distributing them among types of building. So essentially, when we talk about units over $400,000, the great predominance of those are going to be single family detached. That's not true in every market, but it will be true in our market. On the other hand, when we talk about a market below $225,000, there's no way that any of those will be conventional single family detached, because there's no way of producing that. So it's sort of setting up this kind of, in a way, sliding scale that's kind of interesting, because as you'll see now in the next slide, and if you would, Jacob, if you go to the next slide, that blue slice is what we're building now. Single family is conventional single family detached, and the so-called missing middle, the things that we're not building that are potentially owner occupied units, are the red and green slices. So that's a market that people generally who are building in Salina are not building to, because they're not familiar with it, and we're not getting that stuff done. So we are building the yellow and the blue, but not the red and the green. And not enough
not
of
a lot
the
of
yellow.
yellow.
either.
Not
Not a
enough
lot
yellow,
of
and not
yellow.
enough yellow that's not restricted.
But that's going to, remember, this is looking forward to the next into the next 10 years. So there is a prospect for building the yellow and a certainty of building the blue, but the red and the green are kind of, we don't know, and it's an element of the market that's a critical one, because these are the people who are maturing and having kids and looking for ways to stay in town, and we're not providing those. The missing middle, and it's not unique to Salina. It's a national problem or a national issue that's raising a lot of angst, and also certainly a lot of writing. So ironically, because we're not building for that market, they're putting pressure on existing housing stock to the degree that existing housing isn't affordable anymore either in a lot of places, because the prices are going up so high, because demand is so high. So it's a very interesting set of wheels that are in motion that we're trying to harness here. Next slide. So this is pretty much just repeating the pro forma that we showed you a couple of sessions ago, that wound up generating $1.80 a square foot for a sort of unassisted a conventional apartment project, for a theoretical 50-unit apartment project built to Salina's typical density and typical construction and financing costs. It's a very interesting thing, because we are also doing right now, in addition to a housing plan for the entire state and a bunch of other housing plans, a a housing plan for Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is very similar to Salina in a lot of ways, economically, population, production, and so forth. Also a manufacturing city, also a city that's got kind of the same job and income distribution. And over the last month, we had stakeholder groups, as we usually do as we did in Live Salina, and as we usually do in a big housing study. And we were talking with one of their major multifamily developers about housing costs and so forth. And he said, and this is not to make our projections look good. Well, I whenever I do the numbers, I figure that I need $1.80 a square foot to make the numbers work. Same number and a very similar community, which made me feel pretty good about the model that we were constructing. But what doesn't feel very good is how do you get to that? How do you get that down to reasonable levels? So in the next slide, we now well, I guess it's on that slide. So it's the right-hand table that nobody unfortunately can see because the fonts look fine from 8.5 by 11, but not so fine when they're projected. But we then went through that analysis showing what the effect of different kinds of incentives are. So taxes are a significant one. Tax abatement or an RHID increment effectively reduces taxes by a little bit over 20 cents a square foot, which is not insignificant. And deferral of cash return and a variety of other things. But one thing that we changed very substantially deals with density. And if you remember when we presented the density saving, and I was shocked by this, it showed that the effect of increasing density was only 3 cents a square foot. So why do it? Well, the reason is that we took a typical property and shrunk the area that property would need. So if a 50-unit project needed 3.8 acres to be built, we said, well, we can take that off land costs because we might only need 3 acres to build that 50 units. There's a problem with that assumption because it does not assume the return on the balance of land that you don't need for that project. That doesn't make any sense, but look at it another way. If I increase the density of that project to 20 units an acre, I could build on that site 27 more units, which generates a lot more revenue, which means that the rent per square foot drops significantly, and actually in my model by about 30 cents a square foot. So density really does matter if you figure it the right way. And that is that the yield on a fixed piece of property is that much greater, which goes to the revenue side of the fence, which makes the entire pro forma work better. So by pushing the density up, and that is intuitively right, we really make a major impact on affordability. So my apologies for that. I thought I was being pretty smart and couldn't figure out what was wrong with that number, why it looked so bad. That's why, because this is a much more effective way of calculating that density. So here we are now. What do we do about it? So we've got again, to summarize what we talked about earlier, we have 3 risk factors that we're confronting our development community with. One is we're asking them to build types of projects that they're not familiar with, particularly to some degree multifamily, but certainly in the middle ranges of the housing markets. And when you're not familiar with something, you don't build it, or you think it's too risky, and you're not very you need somebody else to demonstrate that market exists. Number two, that we need prices that are above current price comfort levels. So, you know, if our typical rents are $1 a square foot, and even with assistance, a project needs $1.30 or $1.40 a square foot to work, you're going to be kind of adverse to that risk. And finally, because a lot of this demand is generated by new households moving to town, there's uncertainty over that too. That there's a certain level of, well, we'll build it when we see it. Unfortunately, by then, a lot of the people have either not come or found other housing somewhere else, and so that uncertainty adds a level of risk as well. We talked with you, and I'm not going to go over these because it's getting late, but we talked about producer operational and resident assistance tools. And next slide. The producer tools are tax-based, which is really what we're talking about for the most part in the policy, namely RHIDs and IRBs, development tools, infrastructure tools, legislative tools that deal with zoning and density and looking at zoning regulations and providing more diversity within those regulations. The document that you've got goes into much more detail on all of these things, but we're just going to flash through these slides. So Jacob, if you could go to the next slide. Operational tools include tax abatements. So something like the IRB tax rebate or tax exemption really comes off the operating side as opposed to the front end side, which the RHIDs provide. Fee reductions, debt service subsidies, energy conservation, which reduces utility costs, not an insignificant item. That's really what Minnesota bases a lot of its assistance to rental programs on. Next slide. Resident tools or subsidies, down payment assistance, places for employers to get involved, shared equity or rent to own types of regimes, incentive payments to buyers. McPherson has done this actually. Blended loans that combine some home funds or CDBG funds with first mortgages. Lenders consortium, which can help people who are marginal but not quite bankable under normal standards. Lenders consortium that spreads the risk out can help make affordability more accessible to households at those margins. So next slide. So our policy framework then, to repeat this, needs to build resources to fill gaps, to get builders engaged in more diverse types of housing, to reduce risk factors, to engage industries who are generating the demand to help out with housing situations, to diversify our products, to make sure that the housing stock that we've got is conserved and rehabilitated, because it's really going to serve a critical end of the market, particularly the very lowest, well, not necessarily the very lowest, but a significant element of the market that can't be served by new construction. Next slide. So this now brings us to our policy. And as you recall, our policy for the first 3 years has to be to accommodate the existing rental demand. That's the emergency to build the organizational capacity to begin to make affirmative investments in the core of the city. That involves the idea of a lenders consortium, a development entity, specifically the CHODO or other CDCs or nonprofits, as well as city government, as well as employers, to show in the early going that there is a demand for more diverse housing. That is a model project, and that's what we're going to be beginning to work with the CHODO on. And then finally, a new one that's identifying pioneer infrastructure investments that start to make other areas open for development. And that's a new thing that we'll show you in a couple of seconds. The medium density starts to transition from rental assistance to ownership assistance, because that's where that market is going to shift as people become more invested in the community, and doing what we call neighborhood fortification. That is doing projects that are significant islands of highly marketable products that are built on infill or redevelopment sites in the core of the city to start to elevate confidence in that part of the city. Finally, to the longer range where we begin to achieve a steady state, start shifting to making existing housing and housing in general more affordable to people and to a greater chunk of our population, and to simply maintain what we hope we will achieve, and that is a self-sustaining market in all parts of the city. Next slide.
Well, while Marty catches his
I'm
breath
getting
for a
hoarser
moment.
and hoarser here. Right?
I will tell you, we are very excited. We just found out that we will get a 2-year fellow with Lead for Kansas who's going to help me with housing. So that will be somebody 2 years dedicated specifically to help me with infill housing. So building policy, getting consortium going, all those things. So very, very excited. They should be starting
that's
in
great.
mid-August. So
And I'm sorry, what was the source of this person?
so there's a large nonprofit called Lead for America, and there's a Kansas chapter, which is Lead for Kansas. And so we found out our offer had been accepted on Saturday, so she should be starting in August. So very relieved, Lauren. So because these are some of the most important things, and we just need some human capital and capacity to get to that.
So now the now phase, what we need to do in the next 3 years is the housing incentive policy that we're finally going to be coming to here in this, what was promised to be a quick presentation. And since I generally talk too much, it isn't. A demonstration project that will be a quick win, that will show them the private market that you can build this stuff and people will gobble it up. Reinvestment partnership, which is building that kind of organizational infrastructure that then moves forward into the established city. And then finally, looking at places where if we extend infrastructure, whether it's interceptor sewer or water lines or streets, like major streets or section line streets, will open areas up for development. And that's something that we are about to begin looking at. So the housing incentive policy, as you recall, is a 3-step policy that has some basic qualifiers before it can be considered further. If it doesn't meet those, then it's disqualified. If it does, then we split up things into owner and renter occupancy and established standards for those that are in the policy that are really focusing on affordability at this level. And then as we get into the consideration of individual projects and the length of time that incentives are used, get into whether it meets secondary issues, bigger rental units, for example, higher density, innovative design, walkability, all those kinds of speed, all those kinds of factors.
So what you'll see here is the kind of graphic representation
of
what's
that.
in here.
Right.
As you can see, whether it's the IRB or the RHID, the question is, does it qualify? Here's the things that qualify it. What is those distinct characteristics? And then how does that apply to owner and how does that apply to rentals? So this is kind of a baby document. It's going to grow over time. One of the other things I'll point out is you may be looking at this going, wow, this is an awfully lengthy purpose and intent statement. The reason for that is we may have stuff that comes up that you need to make a decision on. Like one of the things that's on my mind right now is MIH, which is Moderate Income Housing Program through the state. We are actually the applicant in that situation. based on time, Marty and I weren't sure how to write it into the policy at the moment. But if that ends up being in front of you before we get that in here, this purpose and intent statement really captures what we're talking about. And it can, in an impromptu situation, act as a guideline for you guys in which to
Right.
make a decision. You can say, we have this plan, we've adopted, it has these implementation pieces in it. We have this purpose and intent statement that guides that. And then as we find other things that we want to adopt that may take conversation, those get added in here. But an impromptu situation where something's put in front of you guys, you still have guidelines to go off of. But each new tool that gets added in here will have this kind of same structure with each of them. How does it apply? What is its criteria? Then how do we break that down?
Right. And as Lauren says, this has to be seen as a dynamic policy. And that is, there'll be a little bit of inductive reasoning here and tests of seeing whether the numbers make sense and whether what we think works at this point on whatever day it is, July 12th, 2021, is producing what we want. And if it's not, then we adjust it. You know, we're not saying this is absolutely what it needs to be, but given what we know now and where we need to be, it's halfway reasonable. We made a couple of changes, largely based on a couple of the exchanges with you, and that is having different baseline standards for scale in within NRP areas, within the kind of established city. So you don't have to do as big a project to qualify in those areas. And we changed the median price element a little bit to say that there's a choice of a median price for owner occupied of $250,000, or if 30% of the units are priced below $225,000, we don't care what you do with the rest of it. So you could build 100 units and 70 of them could cost $1 million. And if 30 of them are 225,000 or less, and you're using the $1 million houses to subsidize the others, wonderful. So it's a little bit of a refinement of that, so just so that we get a certain number of units in there for our incentive. There's some cities like Minneapolis is requiring a mandatory percentage of quote affordable owner or renter units, and we're not doing that. We're tying the incentive use to that performance. So next slide. The quick win demonstration, finding a good site and doing a little design for it and hoping and working with the CHOTA to get that developed that will be diverse and be able to demonstrate new markets. Next slide. Yeah, you've seen that. Next slide. The housing partnership that is a partnership of the city, of course, but the CHOTA or other nonprofits that will be involved in places where the private market has more difficulty being involved by itself. Private development community is a critical factor, and a finance and support consortium that includes employers, lenders, and philanthropic organizations as well in many cases. Next slide. So what we've done here, and this is still a little bit of a work in progress, is looked at all of the areas of the city by ownership and area that are empty, that are open, identify development clusters just so that we could evaluate those. And we'll be looking at the yield of each one of those development clusters in terms of what they generate per area relative to the kind of planning level extension of infrastructure, so that we can use this as a way of identifying places where there'll be a significant, I hate to use the word cost benefit analysis because it was pretty much beaten to death in the last, but where there is a significant beneficial ratio to the cost of a specific extension of infrastructure.
What I will note is these are actually in the Live Salina plan, and particularly the map that's on the right-hand side with some of those darker colors. Those properties that are outlined aren't just any old property too. Those are ones that aren't completely covered in floodplain. Those are
Yes.
ones that have drainable properties. They're not on any types of ridges. They are truly buildable, and the majority of them have infrastructure at them. Either, do they run perfectly into the middle of the property? No, but they're at that corner and can be reached. It's not like we have miles of infrastructure to get to them to then use. So those are all viable, developable properties. But because of their size and scale, and why we talk about pioneer infrastructure is, if you're going to put infrastructure in, you really have to think more holistically as it starts to play out. Because if we don't have some kind of piece in that whole construction and design of that, and it just kind of goes piecemeal by piecemeal, we ended up paying for that in the long run.
Yeah.
So there are some interesting properties to look at, and that's how those nodes kind of came about, to understand if we put a piece in, what else comes from that.
Yeah, it's ideally you would be able, you'd extend infrastructure to these areas and then have a reimbursement on a per lot or per unit basis of the cost of doing that as that built out. But that sort of runs into the impact fee prohibition in Kansas. It's something to look at, but the idea of the city front ending infrastructure and then being paid back for that cost that the units would have had to pay anyway might not quite be an impact fee. It'll take some.
I think there's a
looking
lot of good information here, and there are different
Yeah.
strategies we can apply. But I think one of the things that Martha Tasker has also reminded me of is, we have to think about how we lay some of these things out holistically, because if we try to piecemeal them, this property and then this property and this property, if we had just simply done a certain loop from the beginning, we could have gotten all the properties in. We wouldn't have to be putting lift stations in, which then cause us maintenance and things like that. Plus, if we're looking for properties to develop at a reasonable rate to reach some of these numbers, thinking holistically about, it may take the developer several years to put in that infrastructure. If we make that conscious decision to do that infrastructure investment, that may yield more housing. So
Well, and then I would add, part of my contribution to that conversation is we only have a limited amount of resources. And if we're going to be asked to decide where to spend those dollars, we need some, objective criteria to pick what takes priority, and being strategic and having it be the most cost effective and most beneficial is about as fair as you can get.
Yeah, this is really Mike's idea. It's a very good one too. It's a piece that was missing in the original study, and I think a very useful one. Next slide. And we just talked about this, but this is now dealing with the second phase where we start doing significant projects to build value in areas like North Salina, which was kind of gamed out in the 2016 plan too, that are projects that we think can work, but are going to require the organizational infrastructure, the CHODO and the financial elements as well to be able to make those risks work. Again, the whole idea of using these organizations and the CHODO is that they are pioneers that essentially show the private market that something will work, which then allows the transition to the private market.
well, and we have some role in that too, of setting up the programs
Exactly.
in which let the outside parties do those things. So whether it's helping to form the consortium, we may not have to run it, but at least giving everybody together, or, some kind of flipping program or the land bank, we have a role in that, but we don't have to be the end all be all, but it still takes somebody to help set all that stuff up. So again, that's kind of what bringing this fellow in for 2 years will help us do too.
Will help do, right. That's a guy, huh?
Girl.
A girl. Oh, okay. Well, you said fellow.
Well, it's a
Oh,
fellow.
the fellow,
with-
that kind of fellow. All right, I got it.
Yeah,
No,
fellowship.
I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah,
getting late, Marty.
Yeah, it is definitely getting late. Okay, next slide. Examples of those, you've seen that. So examples of those kinds of project types. So now we get into the actual policy. You've seen this. If the tables hadn't gotten jumbled, it would look like the next slide, where we lay out the RHID policy. The main this is basically out of the process in the statute, but the thing that we've added here, and we think it's really a very good idea, it was borrowed from Garden City's policy, was an incentive review committee. And that committee includes the other taxing jurisdictions on RHIDs. Why? Because we can go all the way through an RHID process, and one of those jurisdictions can veto it. And that's kaput. That's the end of it. But if they are involved in it from the outset and working through the numbers with everybody else, then the likelihood of things blowing up at the end gets to be much less, and it's a much better thing from the perspective of partnerships and intergovernmental relationships as well. So it's a very good idea that we stalled here, that we ought to do. Next slide.
Quick question on that slide. On ownership units, you have a median price. How do you deal with that over time?
Inflate it. So that's a good question, because we're going to have to make sure that we provide. I mean, we are looking for an initial phase price. Those are eventually going to appreciate and go beyond that level, and you can't control everything. I mean,
But Commissioner Hoppick, are you suggesting, that 250 is now, but 3-5 years from now?
It's going to
Could be
inflate.
more, could be less. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know, with,
Yeah.
with construction
Yeah.
costs the way they are now, it could actually be less. I mean, I don't know how we
We could
control
set a
that. And
multiplier maybe based
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I'm looking at you guys. I
Yeah.
just-
Okay.
it
Yeah,
just
you
seemed to be like
figure-
there ought to be something
Yeah.
to move that
Yeah,
number.
we had just thought of that, and I think what we probably are going to want to do, and it's not going to be perfect, but modify it according to the cost of construction, some
construction
There's a
index. or
construction
something.
construction cost index.
Yeah, construction
And,
cost
uh,
index.
As
right.
much as work as it represents, I think we're looking at some annual review and update, because
Yeah,
you can't assume a predetermined inflation factor. It
absolutely.
varies greatly.
Yeah. And it's interesting that just with the price of wood, which went nuts for a while and now it's coming back down, you don't know what's a long-term trend and what's just a blip anymore, or a supply chain
Mine is, things
issue.
always go up, they come back down, but they never come back down.
Down all
to
the
where they
way.
were,
Right,
So
right.
anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so again, that gets into the fact that these numbers are numbers that might be valid now, but they're dynamic and they change. Then in the next slide, we get into the third phase, which you absolutely can't see, which is the scoring system. And this is what it would have looked like before Microsoft Word did its thing in cyberspace between the time I sent it and the time Lauren got it. But
So do you want me to, so, I mean, basically the criterion for housing is locations that are within the NRP. I just flipped them.
yeah, see there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's, I
sorry,
flipped a
yeah.
page over.
Yeah.
And then you've got a gross density above 4 units per acre, new market products such as small lot, single family residential, attached housing, owner occupied duplex, townhomes, row homes. And each one of these, as I'm reading off, has been given a different weight. So the idea is based on however many of these you meet, you get a total score, and then that score helps determine how long the incentive can last. So I'll kind of keep highlighting some of these because there aren't too many. The immediate availability of water and sewer, unusual design quality or innovation, 40% or more units priced below 225, provides desirable pioneer infrastructure, street improvements, includes walkable, bikeable design features, includes rehabilitation or reuse of existing structures, proximity to parks and community services, mixes densities and housing types, including rentals, for subdivisions having at least 50% of all proposed lots with full public improvements available for construction within 18 months of final project approval, for building projects completing at least 15% of all units within 18 months of final project approval. So that last one is an incentivize of speed.
Speed.
You gotta
Mhm.
hustle.
Who will review these and actually weight them? Because I mean, just to throw one out there, proximity to parks and community services. Is that a block? Is that a mile?
It
Is
means
that-
different things to
It's
Commissioner
a
Hopkins.
Right.
Doesn't Commissioner
It's a stand, it will be a standard. I mean, generally it would be a half mile, but that would be done by either the city staff, that is Lauren, or by the committee, or by Lauren or Lauren's department with review by the committee, by the incentive committee.
I mean, typically the way something like this would happen in a scoring criteria like this is we usually look to see what is in a walkable normal radius. Because if the whole purpose is connectability and it's 4 miles away, but I can't say that there aren't special exceptions in certain areas where a community feature is farther than a walkable distance, but it's recognized as having a significance in that location. So typically staff reviews that. We would then maybe go through that with, in this case, with the committee. If the
Right.
committee's like, I'm not buying it, that's not even close. Okay, we may need to come back to the applicant and say, look, we're not all seeing what you're seeing. And I think that's why you also see applicant to document innovation, applicant to document. You gotta kind of, you can't just say because you added a few sidewalks, you've created walkability or connectability, some of those things. And there's a fine line and stuff like this of getting so rigid in saying, a half a mile. But if it's a mile, is it really the kind of thing we want to incentivize?
Or if it's a half mile, except it's Ohio Street in the middle.
Or
worse.
So we're
over I-135.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're trying to give some flexibility. I mean, there's a certain level of rationale that needs to be applied to this. And if it gets to the point, I mean, realistically, it's like with most applications, if we get to a point where the applicant and staff are not agreeing, but everything else can go forward, we may just come forward to the body and say, look, staff recommends this, but we came to this calculation. Applicants saying over their dead body, they feel that this extra that's in front of the body to decide.
So
Do
like
you feel that's
like the
connected?
gross density above 4 units an acre, if somebody comes in with gross density of 4 units an acre, they get 0 points. They don't
No,
get,
4 or over.
it says
It
Above-
depends.
above 4.
For.
Yeah, well, it probably will be.
But remember, this isn't qualifying them to get the incentive at all. This is just where they're going to fall in
Right,
that
but I'm
spectrum.
just saying, I guess we haven't discussed some of those.
Correct.
Yeah.
The way it
we-
reads right now, it's above 4. So
Above
if you
four.
as a
But
body,
greater than or
4 or
equal to
more.
4, or, but,
I would.
yeah,
read this
so we
above
did,
4.
we did.
What's that?
I would read that as above 4.
That's
Above.
where I read it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Instead
I
of
know.
4
And
Yeah.
or
and this
above.
scoring
But that's
leads-
that's largely because I haven't figured out how to do greater than or equal to on, I haven't.
But
figured
either
that.
way, I mean, that's up
Either-
to you guys to decide. Do you want 4 or more or 5? I mean, those things are definitely up for discussion this evening.
Yeah, right.
And then I would add that all this scoring leads to whether an action item that's going to come back before the body. So
Well, not just that, but
we want to be as predictable as possible. We don't want to just pull the rug out from under a project, but
Yeah.
at
'Cause
the end of the
what would-
day, we're going to have to report how it's.
What would standard be in Salina, let's say over in
Let me give you an example. We ran Ryan's Edition through this and
and Magnolia Point.
Magnolia Point. Ryan's Edition is about 4.2 units per acre, per gross acre. It's pretty good. So that would then, at that level, would get that point.
okay. 2.
Um,
So,
So,
and remember, the points equal. So you have 8 or more points.
Right.
You're up to 25 years of the abatement.
right,
If you're 6 to 8, you're at 20. 4 to 6, you're at 15 years, and 0 to 4 points, you're at 10.
Right.
So you've gotten in the door. The
Right.
question is, how badly do we want it, and are we willing to take it off the tax rolls for that extended period of time? And we're saying yes, we are, if we're getting all this stuff we want.
and then from the developer's point of view, oh, well, I can get a little bit more tax allocation through an RHID if I do these things that the city is.
Some kind of
articulating
unusual
it
design,
wants.
quality or innovation they
Yeah,
can get.
yeah.
Depending on what,
Yeah.
whoever.
Whatever that means,
One,
but
one question. Are some of these, though, things which have to score two to be, let's just say you get the first 4 lines, and that gives you 8 points. But you can't complete within 18 months.
you don't,
And-
that's
and it's-
fine. You're good.
But
You
the
you don't
speed is
get,
what
you
we
don't get,
need.
you still have to, so,
That would,
very
in my
good
mind,
question.
say, well, we don't really need to talk to you right now because you can't get.
No,
to us
you
as
have
fast
to,
as
no,
we need.
it, you have to get under
You have to
these
be
rules.
less
You
than
have to
3
be
years.
less than 3 years to get in the door. But you don't get eliminated because you haven't scored on that. So you can't possibly get all of these things right.
Well, yeah, well, that I understand. I'm just wondering if there are any here that are,
Deal killers.
thank you. Yeah.
No,
No, because
No.
they're not, because you don't have to have them. These are what are getting you the
Yeah.
more important things. And that's where the weighting comes in. You know, you guys emphasized, how do we encourage infill? Well, the easiest way to encourage infill is if you're going to do it, is you're going to get 3 points instead of just 1 or 2. We talked about speed. How do you want to encourage speed? Well, fine, let's give that 2 points. Some of these other things that are easier, add a playground to the development. Okay, that's 1 point. You gave some in-house amenities, but add a baseline to even get in the door for me to look at the application and say, we can have an RHID discussion is you have to have met our minimum number of units. You have to be able to get them done in 3 years. You have to be at these certain price points. And then from there, if you're doing all that, but for instance, you've got some stellar density above and beyond that base minimum, you're going to get extra points for it. If you've got a price point where not just 30% of your overall units are at that income level, it's 40%. All right, you get some extra points for that because it's getting to the stuff we want. So, and again, the more things we get, the more willing we are to take that property off the tax roll and either capture or abate. And particularly in RHID, that's a big deal because it's that full 25-year time.
but Commissioner Davis, if the deal killers are in step 1 and 2, and these are kind of discretionary criteria that then affect how long you can use the RHID, but you can use it. You can meet none of these and still,
You'd get the
because
0
you're
to
still,
4 years.
you're still giving
10
us
years.
units that are affordable.
So they'd get 10 years instead of 25.
Yeah.
So the price point criteria here would be caught in that first
The 250.
first 2 circles.
Right.
Yes.
Or 30%.
And then if you do a little bit better, you can get a point this
Right.
way. So if you, so if you have, for example, if you have 30% over 225K, you're in. But if you get 40%, then you get a point, or 40% or over, then you get extra credit, basically.
So basically, if you don't have units with a median price at 250,000 or 30% of those units priced below 225, we're not talking.
Right.
You're not eligible for RHID. That's simple.
Just one other quick question. Do we get concerned that we're trying to meet a price point that we lose quality of construction? I mean, I don't.
think it's a reasonable question. I think in the conversations that I've had with developers, at the same time, how do you pick a number that says this is what people can afford? I mean, we've had this discussion of, how about a total square footage? Well, you can make a closet expensive depending on what you use. I mean, at the end of the day, we know we have people that need homes at a certain price point. That quality factor just may result in smaller homes,
Right.
which is why incentivizing innovative product that are shared walls or different design styles is really where you get some of this.
Again, this is me talking. I'm not as a buyer. I'd rather have smaller homes with better quality. Now, that doesn't mean, we ran into the situation before when we were doing, Todd's place out off of Crawford where he started, but we allowed people to upgrade, and all of a sudden we went from I'm just going to throw a $200,000 house to 260, and it wasn't his fault. It's because I want that granite, I want that upgraded cabinet. So this will keep that from happening at least.
Yeah, and I think
Right.
the speed at which this is going to happen too, because what was happening is you had people who were available to buy when Todd was doing that had more money. And the amount of people that we have coming into the community, these units will get picked up pretty quick. And remember, we do have solid building code in place. That's really
That's
what we
right.
get
You're
into
really
quality. When
depending
we
on
talk
your
about
code at that
finishes,
point. Right.
not picking on realtors, but when we talk about quality like countertops, that's not a quality thing. That's a finishing.
Right.
Right.
Solid construction, efficient walls, proper electrical, proper plumbing, those things live within our building code. So you can't avoid those things. So you'll still get quality housing. Is it the finishes that maybe we desire? No, but we got to find a spot in which people can afford to live. That
Yeah.
might not be granted.
And again, I have to stress that this is pretty experimental. So you're
The policy?
the policy. I mean, we're going to be reviewing it and adjusting it and so forth over time. And none of it, none of it compels you to award an RHID to somebody. You know, if they're building absolute junk and you say, what you're planning to build is so bad that we're not going to buy this. You've got to have that discretion to be able to say, yeah, you might be meeting the price requirements, but we still don't.
Yeah, we're just not buying it.
We're just not buying it, right?
Well, I hope we find ourselves in this situation, but another scenario is we've got enough development that it's meeting our projected needs.
That's right.
And we'll need to retain, we don't want to be in the mode where we have to give our HIDs as long as they meet the criteria and the points if our numbers are met.
Right. So then the next slide basically applies the same idea to IRBs. IRBs, of course, can only be used for rental projects. So next slide. I guess I thought there was another one. I guess maybe I didn't put it in. Anyway, so the IRB standards are go up to a 10-year 100% maximum, but based on what we thought happened before, the typical subsidy for an IRB, at least on the tax deferral part, was 100% for the first 5 years and 50% for the next 5 years. So we have manipulated that. So if you get the maximum number of points on a multifamily IRB, you can use 100% for 10 years on down to what was the lowest one? Can't even remember anymore.
0 or 4 or less.
Or
Zero-
under 4 points. You can use either 50% for the full 10 years or 100% for the first 5 years. So again, that can be manipulated too, but we were just using the 50 and 100% abatement formula and varying the number of years you could use it for. But other than that, the basic criteria are the same. The process, of course, is much abbreviated because it doesn't require state approval or the entire RHID process.
And the county and the school district are very aware of it, but there is a distinct difference between RHID and IRBs. RHIDs have a veto kind of kill switch for the county and the school district. If they don't like it, they really can stop
kill
it. In the IRB, it's not that way. So hence why we have the committee with the RHID portion, because we really all need to be on the same page from the beginning. Otherwise, we go through all this, cost money, time, and could have it killed. So
right. Also, it's kind of a truism, but you cannot use an RHID and the tax abatement component of the IRB at the same time. That doesn't work well.
you can't use the sales tax.
Oh yeah,
piece.
we'll abate the taxes that were,
You don't have any increment.
Yeah,
for the
no
RHID
increment,
if you've
right.
abated the tax.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've talked
Somebody
about
will
that.
ask.
Yes.
Try to do that.
But within the IRB, there are actually two components. You have the sales tax piece and you have the property tax piece. They can be used together and they can be pulled apart. So something that we highlighted in here is that sales tax component can often be stacked with just about any other incentive you can think of.
So there we,
There we go.
There we go.
Ta-da.
There you go. That's. So we, I think our thinking is that, is the supplement is adoptable as a resolution, and we've got a little bit of polishing on the policy.
Well, and if Madam Mayor, Commissioners, if you think that it would be helpful for you guys to have another week or even another two to
Mhm.
provide written feedback, or if you'd like a study session to go through this, the direction is yours to give.
And I don't think there's time sensitivity on the supplement that's different than the incentive policy. I mean, the sense of urgency is to get all this in place so we have some direction as we deal with potential developments, which is probably going to create more focus on the incentive side of it than the supplement.
I'm just going to say, we're at the end of a very long evening. I wish we would have postponed this to give it the full attention it deserves next.
You're all fried.
Yeah. So your recommendation tonight is to adopt the updated version of the Live Salina and to postpone consideration of the specific policy component. Do you have a date specific that works best for you?
I mean, do I think Marty and I could probably pull stuff together and have an alternate version for this coming Monday? But if you guys want to soak this up a little bit and provide me with written comment, I have to be in Thursday's packet. So if
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
guys
so
need a few more days, it's probably
take
not
it.
next Monday, but the Monday after, which is I think the 26th. That gives us a little bit of
Yeah,
lag
so
time
thank-
between the two to pull things together.
Yeah.
Well, we have a
Ideas
development
we've
that
got
wants
out
to.
Your RHID and your IRB, the two that you
Those
have
already been-
acted on, they fit into these. So
But one of them would like to be on next Monday's agenda. I don't know that
So,
that's going to
so,
happen.
so
but-
what I would suggest is use it as a test case. Use it as doing the scoring and putting the one that's coming up on, put it to the test. Let's run it through
I mean, I could
the
add that as part of the
numbers
staff report that
and
if
see what happens.
using the current draft policy that's in front of the body, here's how this would flesh out.
Right.
And if you, Greg can correct me if I'm wrong, if you adopt the resolution for the Live Salina plan tonight, it says
It's in there.
adopting it and supporting its implementation.
Right.
So taking that information and applying it to how you decide on economic incentives is implementing the supplement. Is that correct interpretation, Greg? That if they use the information that they've got in their new
Greg.
updates to kind of guide their decision-making process related to the RHID, if it's in front of them, even without the policy, that can be kind of a guiding light.
This is the same
Sure.
problem we had with the former housing plan. It was very vague as to what was a guide and what was you shall. This is the policy.
So you're right. There's a big difference. But your policy is going to be very strict. If you feel like you need that in order to make a decision on that RHID application, then you have a choice in front of you. You can
Right.
try and adopt this and we can make it work. But there's nothing in state statute that says you guys have to have your own resolution
Right.
or own policy in order to act on RHID.
Well, sometimes organizations accept plans and accept reports, which I don't know if that's
This
amounting
is
to the
adopting, not accepting,
Mm.
and supporting its implementation.
Right, so if I'm adopting it, then I'm assuming somewhere in here, it's telling me that I can or cannot, or should not do something.
Well, a plan is guidance and policy are rules and regs.
But even within policy, you very frequently give yourself discretion.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the desire for it to be just ironclad, but there are so many variables in this. I don't know that. we're
Right, well,
ready to
I can allow for the variances, just the last time we were accused of not following our policy or our plan. When we wanted to make changes or ignore things in the plan.
Well, I
And-
would say too, as a plan, you actually
if we
need
had
it
a
in order
policy,
to
but-
influence policy. So even by adopting the plan tonight, if you guys are making a policy decision on an RHID application, having a source in which you're referring to, we know how many units we're going to need. We know what the appropriate price points are. We know how long something like this should take. You have a document that's giving you that background, which helps make that decision. And you have, if you adopt this resolution tonight, a resolution doing so. And
Yeah, and also keep in mind it's a resolution and not an ordinance. So resolutions are, in planning anyway, more general, more guidance, more general statements. They're not necessarily compulsory in the way that an ordinance would be.
Well, and I don't want to set next Monday up as a false deadline. The only reason I bring it up is that's the continued sense of urgency on this topic that caused us to put this on your agenda this evening. We and the developer and bond council all have a lot of work to do to make next Monday's agenda. I'm not sure that we will, but whether you have the supplement adopted, whether you have the policy adopted, that doesn't prevent you from either taking it up or postponing it. We are moving that conversation forward with the developer. There's plenty of
And we
work to be
could, but
done.
I think what Commissioner Davis is saying, it without knowing that this is kind of what we're going to work off of, we're going to have troubles knowing what incentive we're going to be able to give them, whether it's 25 years or 20 years or 15. So,
Right, because we were accused so many times of not following our policy. The last time, and it just,
I don't.
And
think you
I don't
have a
know-
policy.
Yeah.
well, we were,
don't
we
have
were,
an RHID
we
policy.
were, well, maybe not
Special.
RHID, but the first housing plan, we were accused of having a policy that we weren't following.
Well,
So,
that
I mean, if
actually-
this is what we
yeah.
want to follow, I mean, and most of, I mean, I probably won't be that many things tweaked, but I mean, it's a good body of work. Like it's,
and
my brain's kind of filled with a lot
when
of,
you look at their
facts
criteria
breaking
and the
tonight.
weighting, I'm guessing if we all sat down, we'd probably come up with 5 different,
You could.
5 different schedules to work from. So I don't know what's right or what's wrong until I see it, I guess, in action. I'll tell you in a year if we had the right numbers, maybe, to use, but you've got to start somewhere.
Well, maybe there's a consensus to go ahead and adopt what's been presented this evening. And just know that it may be a work in progress that we need to adapt it at a, point in the future, or
And-
if we see a gap.
Like in 2
you
weeks.
mentioned. No,
May
no.
may I
But-
ask,
So,
the staff's recommendation was to approve 217970 and then postpone 7971 to next week because you had some tweaking you wanted to do.
Yeah.
If we do it that way, does that subject then come up before the RHID?
And we can certainly make sure that
Yes.
it does. Yeah.
yes.
The only thing is it gets really challenging in order to write the staff report
Yeah.
for the Ryan edition to tell you how it goes through this.
Right.
So I would
But-
have to make the presumption, which is not usually recommended, of how you will act. See what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, I think we can certainly acknowledge that the draft is out there and we can
Okay.
provide an analysis of how this project compares to the draft. In all honesty, we knew last Friday as we were pulling this together, getting the Ryan edition before you next Monday is probably low probability, just given the remaining details that need to be sorted out. But until tomorrow, I won't.
If
entirely
this
know.
had been a study session presentation, we would not have been acting on it until the next
Correct.
week
Mhm.
True.
anyway.
Yep.
Correct.
It's just
At
a-
the earliest.
right,
Yeah.
It's probably at the end of today's meeting was not the.
where it's
I know you had no, who knew, right? Not to-
Well, in
Right,
fairness to Lauren and Marty, they put that question to me and consistently, you as a governing body and the development community and the employment community have all been frustrated. We're not moving fast enough. This literally got done back a day last week. And we wanted to get it before you because at least you can have the conversation and you can defer the decision. If we don't give you the information, we've tied your hands.
Oh, no, I'm glad
If-
we have the decision. I
If
just
we
don't know
were,
if I
if
have
we,
the
if
decision.
we were to postpone this for a week, what would change?
There's nothing, there's nothing that keeps you from using this stuff in an advisory.
They wanna-
I mean,
they
you
wanna
could,
adopt
you could vote on Ryan's edition next week and use a sort of preliminary evaluation of this as guidance in making your decision. Which would be more than you had on the last IRB that you heard.
And
Yeah,
do you-
thank-
yeah, do you do economic development policies too?
But
I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so what I can do for you by Thursday, so it would be on Monday, is I would like to flush out the IRB section a little bit and pull some of the things from the 91
Right.
resolution, so there's a bit more rhyme and reason. I'd like to make sure the tables are where there should be, and I'd like to flush out to making it pretty clear to the reader how they collect those points and how they're intended to be used. I think it's there, and maybe it's because I do it for a living that I kind of get it, but I think if you don't, like, it could be more clear. I have some other notes of just, looking at moving the price index in there for construction, if that's a valid option, or if we just need to create kind of like the housing, kind of like the land bank, is I have to do an annual report and just put it in front of you. And here's our recommended updates to numbers, based on our growth projections or based on the construction index, median house price should be XYZ now.
Is that 225 based on a federal formula or our?
No,
average?
it's based off of our numbers of what's affordable here
Mhm.
based on our income levels.
Is there a formula for that?
No.
Well, there is a formula.
There is a
Mark-
formula. It's affordability is generally
Well-
defined as a monthly housing cost is 30% of adjusted gross income.
Which is
But
the,
for-
which is the federal
Which is the
number.
Right, but I
federal
mean,
number.
for our
Yeah.
community here,
Well,
why is
applying
that number
that formula to
225?
our local incomes is how
Right.
we.
So we
come up
take
with
our
Yeah.
median
our number.
income
Right,
plus
so-
that 30%.
So that's the formula then.
Correct.
We can call it
Can
that,
that-
but
Be substituted for the figure 225?
well, it's what it is right now. I mean, I suppose so you're suggesting we write the formula in saying annually it shall be the median income, no more than 30% of the median income?
Unless that formula is going to change in the next 20 years.
Hasn't changed.
Yeah, I was gonna say HUD hasn't changed it since the 70s, so.
No, it's
That's
a pretty standard thing. I mean, the thing of it is that interest rates shift, and that's the other problem. Well, actually, it's not a problem because interest rates are low, which is allowing people to buy a nominally more expensive house than maybe they could 20 years ago.
Commissioner Davis, I can work that in. I could, even if we put that solid number in there now, I could say it could be annually adjusted from this point.
Using.
Yeah,
such and
using
such.
that
Mhm.
formula.
Yeah.
But I mean, Marty's right. We are going to have to kind of find a rhythm to these things. But at the end, it's just like anything. The more you use it and the more you understand it, the better the product becomes. So as you guys do more of these decisions, they're not quite as painful or feel quite so.
But I'll tell you where roughly where $225,000 comes from is 1,500 square foot house at $150 a square foot. It's $225,000, I think. Yeah, yes, it is
On a slab.
on a slab.
So if you're asking me if by next Monday,
So it's kind of an
Single or-
average
Single or
house.
double car garage,
yeah,
which,
Which I don't know.
single, it's usually single,
Single.
double is nice.
Depends how you allocate the 1,500
that's
square
what I'm,
feet.
that's what I'm asking. Does 1,500 include the garage?
Yeah.
I'm more
Yeah.
worried about.
Yeah.
just
Single-
include a safe
single
house
car
in
garage.
a safe room
Exactly.
with no basement.
yeah.
So,
I'll park
Madam
my car
Mayor,
outside.
if the question is by next Monday, could we have this policy prior to you acting on the Ryan edition, if it is on Monday's agenda, to a level that I feel comfortable enacting and being responsible for how we would administer this? Yes. So I would like to flesh out the IRB section just a little bit more in detail, nothing dramatic, just when you turn stuff in, how you turn stuff in, take some of the feedback you guys have provided tonight, work that in. That is doable if you postpone by Monday. And then if Ryan Edition, I'm looking at the city manager, if Ryan Edition makes it by Monday, then am I putting the Ryan Edition through this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
If
and,
it makes it, if not, we'll.
Yeah.
and you as a governing body still have discretion to say, we need to postpone that policy adoption further. We have more questions and concerns. You certainly have the discretion to say, Ryan, we're going to postpone the Ryan edition because.
Now,
we
you
haven't got
talked
this
about
finalized.
approving going through a committee. Will that committee have?
No.
Yeah.
Well, that
It's
that
not-
train
doesn't
slightly left
Yeah, that's
the,
left.
Yeah.
Now, I would tell you that as it relates to Ryan edition, we have had the county administrator involved. In fact, a whole nother aspect of this project is the development agreement as it relates to RHID financing. That some of the key elements of that are going to be before the county commission tomorrow. And I have had conversations with the school superintendent who very broadly doesn't feel like the financial impacts on the school are concerning and has been reassuring that generally they're supportive of RHID financing in general, not necessarily specific to the Ryan edition.
I mean, one idea that I shouldn't, is that you could say that this is used in an advisory capacity or an experimental capacity for RHID applications that are currently active. And it and the committee apply to anything that comes in after that. So effectively, it's not exactly grandfathering, but we test it out experimentally.
And well, and the reason
And-
we formed the committee is
And the-
acknowledging they have the veto authority. So
Yeah.
without committee input, we're still gonna have an input process
Yeah.
and the more typical.
I guess I would hate to go through all this work that we planned and rush it at the very end. I mean, they have bulldozers waiting to go next Tuesday?
I think they are concerned about making fall construction deadlines in order to get
Mhm.
But when we ignored the prior housing plan, when we discussed special assessments and all those amenities and everything, folks repeatedly came up to the podium and said, it's here in your plan, and you ignored it. It's here in your plan, you ignored it. Well, you're ignoring the price points, you're ignoring the income. And I'd just like to see us have something, if that's, even if we can, adapt it, have it in place. And,
And we're going to have an
Stick-
election in 5 months, and there might be all new commissioners.
I could have something in front of you by Monday for
Thanks.
you to adopt.
Let's see, 1, 2. Oopsie.
I won't be so
I was gonna say, yeah.
I move we approve resolution number 217970.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7970. I don't see any members of the public here to comment, so we'll go ahead and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. In regard to resolution number 21-7971, do we want to postpone consideration of that? Do we want to adopt it tonight, postpone consideration till July 19th, or postpone consideration till July 26th?
With staff's recommendation, I'd move to postpone consideration of resolution number 217971 to July 19th.
I can do that.
Second.
I do have a quick question in regard to the motion. Mr. Schukert had made the observation that existing applications could be subjected to the analysis as proposed in these policy guidelines. And I would just like, my request would be that we at least have, if we're considering any projects next week, Ryan edition or otherwise, that we have the scoring sheet available from that.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Sorry, one quick item of other business. I don't know about the rest of you, but I did get some calls and emails about fireworks. So I wanted to share those, that we seem to have a very vigorous celebration of the 4th of July. And that will be a problem for another commission to solve. So good luck.
I'm interested in that noiseless fireworks we heard about.
Well, that,
I looked that up today on Snopes and actually they're not noise. There are some types of fireworks that are naturally more quiet than the ones that have the big concussive blasts. Like you think of Roman candles or whatever. So generally that's what they're talking about is using low noise fireworks, but you're not going to get, which are great if it's just in your backyard or your neighborhood, but not for like a city wide. They haven't. So it's a little bit misleading.
but we do have noise limits.
We have time limits and we
But-
have,
It's
Time
a
limit
class.
And
yeah, there are
to a
classes,
class
but
class and the height,
right, but
supposed to come
what is
down where it goes up.
permissible is very significant and it's not the same as, Skyfire, but it's darn close.
Let the record reflect, I voted against approving fireworks.
Hey, let the record reflect that I don't think I voted on it, but I'm not sure I'd vote in favor anymore. Anyway, is
Perhaps
there a
we
motion
could-
to adjourn? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, adjourn.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 I was trying to figure out how you could put fireworks and smoking in parks in the same